Chapter 1 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard S. Woolf. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danielle Cartwright. Dedicated to V.W. I've given you all the little that I've to give. You've given me all, that for me is all there is. So now I just give back what you have given, if there is anything to give in this. Chapter 1. The village was called Bedagama, which means the village in the jungle. It lay in the low country or plains, midway between the sea and the great mountains which seem, far away to the north, to rise like a long wall straight up from the sea of trees. It was in and of the jungle. The air and smell of the jungle lay heavy upon it, the smell of hot air, of dust, and of dry and powdered leaves and sticks. Its beginning and its end was in the jungle, which stretched away from it on all sides unbroken, north and south and east and west, to the blue line of the hills and to the sea. The jungle surrounded it, overhung it, continually pressed in upon it. It stood at the door of the houses, always ready to press in upon the compounds and open spaces, to break through the mud huts, and to choke up the tracks and paths. It was only by yearly clearing with axe and caddy that it could be kept out. It was a living wall about the village, a wall which, if the axe were spared, would creep in and smother and blot out the village itself. There are people who will tell you that they have no fear of the jungle, that they know it well, that they know it as well as the streets of Mahanurara or their own compounds. Such people are either liars or boasters, or they are fools, without understanding or feeling for things as they really are. I knew such a man once, a hunter and tracker of game, a little man with hunched-up shoulders and peering, cunning little eyes, and a small dark face, all pinched and lined, for he spent his life crouching, slinking, and peering through the undergrowth and the trees. He was more silent than the leopard and more cunning than the jackal. He knew the tracks better than the doe who leads the herd. He would boast that he could see a buck downwind before it could scent him, and a leopard through the thick undergrowth before it could see him. Why should I fear the jungle, he would say. I know it better than my own compound. A few trees and bushes and leaves, and some foolish beasts. There is nothing to fear there. One day he took his axe in his hand, and the sandals of deer-hide to wear in the thorny places, and he went out to search for the shed horns of deer, which he used to sell to traders from the towns. He never returned to the village again, and months afterwards in thick jungle I found his bones scattered upon the ground, beneath some thorn bushes, gnawed by the wild pig and the jackal, and crushed and broken by the trampling of elephants. And among his bones lay a bunch of peacock feathers that he had collected and tied together with a piece of creeper, and his betel case, and the key of his house, and the tattered fragments of his red cloth. In the fork of one of the thorn bushes hung his axe. The massive wooden handle had been snapped in two. I do not know how he died, but I know that he had boasted that there was no fear in the jungle, and in the end the jungle took him. All jungles are evil, but no jungle is more evil than that which lay about the village of Bedagama. If you climb one of the bare rocks that jut up out of it, you will see the jungle stretched out below you for mile upon mile, on all sides. It looks like a great sea over which the pitiless hot wind perpetually sends waves unbroken, except where the bare rocks, rising above it, show like dark smudges against the gray-green of the leaves. For 10 months of the year the sun beats down and scorches it, and the hot wind in a whirl of dust tears over it, tossing the branches and scattering the leaves. The trees are stunted and twisted by the drought, by the thin and sandy soil, by the dry wind. They are scabrous, thorny trees, with gray leaves whitened by the clouds of dust which the wind perpetually sweeps over them. Their trunks are gray with hanging, stringy lichen. And there are enormous cactuses, evil-looking and obscene, with their great fleshy green slabs, which put out immense needle-like spines. More evil-looking still are the great leafless trees, which look like a tangle of gigantic spiders' legs, smooth, bright green, jointed together, from which, when they are broken, oozes out a milky, viscous fluid. And between the trees are the bushes which often knit the whole jungle together into an impenetrable tangle of thorns. On the ground beneath the trees it is very still and very hot, for the sterile earth is covered with this thorny, matted undergrowth, through which the wind cannot force its way. The sound of the great wind rushing over the tree-tops makes the silence below seem more heavy. The air is heavy with the heat, beating up from the earth, and with the smell of dead leaves. All the bushes and trees seem to be perpetually dying for 10 months of the year, the leaves withering, and the twigs and branches decaying and dropping off, to be powdered over the ground among the coarse withered grass and the dead and blackened shrubs. And yet every year, when the rains come, the whole jungle bursts out again into green, and it forces its way forward into any open space, upon the tracks, into the villages and compounds, striving to blot out everything in its path. If you walk all day through the jungle along its tangled tracks, you will probably see no living thing. It is so silent and still there that you might well believe that nothing lives in it. You might perhaps in the early morning hear the trumpeting and squealing of a herd of elephants, or the frightened bark of the spotted deer, or the deeper bark of the sandburr, or the blaring call of the peacock. But as the day wore on and the heat settled down upon the trees, you would hear no sound but the rush of the wind overhead, and the grating of dry branches against one another. Yet the shadows are full of living things, moving very silently, themselves like shadows, between the trees, slinking under the bushes and peering through the leaves. For the rule of the jungle is first fear, and then hunger and thirst. There is fear everywhere, in the silence and in the shrill calls and the wild cries, in the stir of the leaves and the grating of the branches, in the gloom, in the startled, slinking, peering beasts. And behind the fear is always the hunger and the thirst, and behind the hunger and the thirst, fear again. The herd of deer must come down to drink at the water-hole. They come down driven by their thirst, very silently through the deep shadows of the trees to the water lying white under the moon. They glide like shadows out of the shadows, into the moonlight, hesitating, tiptoeing, throwing up their heads to stare again into the darkness, leaping back only to be goaded on again by their thirst, ears twitching to catch a sound, and nostrils quivering to catch a scent of danger. And when the black muzzles go down into the water, it is only for a moment, and then with a rush the herd scatters back again, terror-stricken, into the darkness. And behind the herd comes the leopard, slinking through the undergrowth. Whom has he to fear? Yet there is fear in his eyes and in his slinking feet, fear in his pricked ears, and in the bound with which he vanishes into the shadows at the least suspicious sound. In the time of the rains, the jungle might seem to be a pleasant place. The trees are green, and the grass stands high in the open spaces. Water lies in pools everywhere. There is no need to go stealthily by night to drink at rivers or water-holes. The deer and the pig roam away growing fat on the grass and the young leaves and the roots. The elephant travels far from the river bank. The time of plenty lasts, however, but a little while. The wind from the northeast drops. The rain fails. For a month a great stillness lies over the jungle. The sun looks down from a cloudless sky. The burning air is untempered by a breath of wind. It is spring in the jungle, a short and fiery spring, when in a day the trees burst out into great masses of yellow or white flowers, which in a day wither and die away. The pools and small water-holes begin to dry up under the great heat. The earth becomes caked and hard. Then the wind begins to blow from the southwest, fitfully at first, but growing steadier and stronger every day. A little rain falls, the last before the long drought sets in. The hot, dry wind sweeps over the trees. The grass and the shrubs die down. The leaves on the small trees shrivel up and grow black and fall. The gray earth crumbles into dust and splits beneath the sun. The little streams run dry. The great rivers shrink until only a thin stream of water trickles slowly along in the middle of their immense beds of yellow sand. The water-holes are dry. Only here and there in the very deepest of them, on the rocks, a little muddy water still remains. Then the real nature of the jungle shows itself. Over great tracts there is no water for the animals to drink. Only the elephants remember the great rivers which lie far away, and whose banks they left when the rains came. As soon as the southwest wind begins to blow, they make for the rivers again. But the deer and the pig have forgotten the rivers. In the water-holes the water has sunk too low for them to reach it on the slippery rocks. For days and nights they wander round and round the holes, stretching down their heads to the water, which they cannot touch. Many die of thirst and weakness around the water-holes. From time to time one, in his efforts to reach the water, slips and falls into the muddy pool, and in the evening the leopard finds him an easy prey. The great herds of deer roam away, tortured by thirst, through the parched jungle. They smell the scent of water in the great wind that blows in from the sea. Day after day they wander away from the rivers, into the wind, south towards the sea, stopping from time to time to raise their heads and snuff in the scent of water, which draws them on. Again many die of thirst and weakness on the way, and the jackals follow the herds and pull down in the open the fawns that their mothers are too weak to protect. And the herds wander on until at last they stand upon the barren, waterless shore of the sea. Such is the jungle which lay about the village of Betagama. The village consisted of 10 scattered houses, mean huts made of mud plastered upon rough jungle sticks. Only one of the huts had a roof of tiles, that of the village head man, Babahami. The others were covered with a thatch of cadjans, the dried leaves of the coconut palm. Below the huts to the east of the village lay the tank, a large, shallow depression in the jungle. Where the depression was deepest, the villagers had raised a long, narrow bund, or mound of earth, so that when the rain fell the tank served as a large pond in which to store the water. Below the bund lay the stretch of rice fields, about 30 acres, which the villagers cultivated, if the tank filled with water, by cutting a hole in the bund through which the water from the tank ran into the fields. The jungle rose high and dense around the fields and the tank. It stretched away unbroken, covering all the country except the fields, the tank, and the little piece of ground upon which the houses and compounds stood. The villagers all belonged to the Goya caste, which is the caste of cultivators. If you had asked them what their occupation was, they would have replied, the cultivation of rice. But in reality, they only cultivated rice about once in 10 years. Rice requires water in plenty. It must stand in water for weeks before it grows ripe for the reaping. It could only be cultivated if the village tank filled with water, and much rain had to fall before the tank filled. If the rains from the northeast in November were good, and the people could borrow seed, then the rice fields in January and February were green, and the year brought the village health and strength. For rice gives strength as does no other food. But this happened very rarely. Usually the village lived entirely by cultivating chinas. In August every man took a caddy and went out into the jungle and cut down the undergrowth, over an acre or 2. Then he returned home. In September he went out again and set fire to the dead undergrowth, and at night the jungle would be lit up by points of fire scattered around the village for miles, for so sterile is the earth that a china, burnt and sown for 1 year, will yield no crop again for 10 years. Thus the villagers must each year find fresh jungle to burn. In October the land is cleared of ash and rubbish, and when the rains fall in November, the ground is sown broadcast with millet or curacao or maize, with pumpkins, chilies, and a few vegetables. In February the grain is reaped, and on it the village must live until the next February. No man will ever do any other work, nor will he leave the village in search of work. But even in a good year the grain from the chinas was scarcely sufficient for the villagers. And just as in the jungle fear and hunger forever crouch, slink, and peer with every beast, so hunger and the fear of hunger always lay upon the village. It was only for a few months each year after the crop was reaped that the villagers knew the daily comfort of a full belly. And the grain sown in chinas is an evil food, heating the blood and bringing fever and the foulest of all diseases, parangi. There were few in the village without the filthy sores of parangi, their legs eaten out to the bone with the yellow, sweating ulcers, upon which the flies settle in swarms. The naked children, soon after their birth, crawled about with immense pale yellow bellies, swollen with fever, their faces puffed with dropsy, their arms and legs thin, twisted little sticks. The spirit of the jungle is in the village, and in the people who live in it. They are simple, sullen, silent men. In their faces you can see plainly the fear and hardship of their lives. They are very near to the animals which live in the jungle around them. They look at you with the melancholy and patient stupidity of the buffalo in their eyes, or the cunning of the jackal. And there is in them the blind anger of the jungle, the ferocity of the leopard, and the sudden fury of the bear. In Betagama there lived a man called Ceylon, with his wife Dingy-Hami. They formed one of the 10 families which made up the village, and all the families were connected more or less closely by marriage. Ceylon was a cousin of the wife of Baba-Hami, the head man, who lived in the adjoining compound. Baba-Hami had been made a head man because he was the only man in the village who could write his name. He was a very small man, and was known as Punchi-Arachi, the little Arachi. Years ago, when a young man, he had gone on a pilgrimage to the Vihari at the Meta Mahanuwara. He had fallen ill there, and had stayed for a month or 2 in the priest's pensala. The priest had taught him his letters, and he had learned enough to be able to write his own name. Ceylon was a cultivator, like the other villagers. The village called him Tikak Pisu, slightly mad. Even in working in the China, he was the laziest man in the village. His real occupation was hunting. That is to say, he shot deer and pig with a long muzzle-loading gas-pipe gun, whenever he could creep up to one in the thick jungle, or lying by the side of a water-hole at night, shoot down some beast who had come there to drink. Why, this silent little man with the pinched-up face of a gray monkey and the long, silent, sliding step should be thought slightly mad was not immediately apparent. He seemed only at first sight a little more taciturn and inert than the other villagers, but the village had its reasons. Ceylon slept with his eyes open, like some animals, and very often he would moan, whine, and twitch in his sleep like a dog. He slept as lightly as a deer, and would start up from the heaviest sleep in an instant, fully awake. When not in the jungle, he squatted all day long in the shadow of his hut, staring before him, and no one could tell whether he was asleep or awake. Often you would have to shout at him and touch him before he would attend to what you had to say. But the strangest thing about him was this, that although he knew the jungle better than any man in the whole district, and although he was always wandering through it, his fear of it was great. He never attempted to explain or deny this fear. When other hunters laughed at him about it, all he would say was, "I am not afraid of any animal in the jungle, no, not even the bear or of the solitary elephant, whom all of you really fear, but I am afraid of the jungle." But though he feared it, he loved it in a strange, unconscious way, in the same unconscious way in which the wild buffalo loves the wallow, and the leopard his lair among the rocks. Silent, inert, and sullen, he worked in the China or squatted about his compound. But when he started for the jungle, he became a different man. With slightly bent knees and toes turned out, he glided through the impenetrable scrub with a long, slinking stride, which seemed to show at once both the fear and the joy in his heart. And Ceylon's passions, his anger and his desire, were strange and violent even for the jungle. It was not easy to rouse his anger. He was a quiet man who did not easily recognize the hand which wronged him. But if he were roused, he would sit for hours or days motionless in his compound, his mind moving vaguely with hatred, and then suddenly he would rise and search out his enemy, and fall upon him like a wild beast. And sometimes at night a long-drawn howl would come from Ceylon's hut, and the villagers would laugh and say, "Hark, the leopard is with his mate." And the women next morning, when they saw Dingy-Hami drawing water from the tank, would jeer at her. At length Dingy-Hami bore twins, 2 girls, of whom one was called Punchi-Manika, and the other Hini-Hami. When the women told Ceylon that his wife was delivered of 2 girls, he rushed into the hut and began to beat his wife on the head and breasts as she lay on the mat, crying, "Vesi, Vesi, Mao, Where is the son who is to carry my gun into the jungle? And who will clear the China for me? Do you bear me Vesey for me to feed and clothe and provide dowries? Curse you!" And this was the beginning of Silandu's quarrel with Babahami, the head man. For Babahami, hearing the cries of Dingihami and the other women, rushed up from the adjoining compound and dragged Silandu from the house. Dingihami died 2 days after giving birth to the twins. Silandu had a sister called Karlinahami, who lived in a house at the other end of the village. Misfortune had fallen upon her, the misfortune so common in the life of a jungle village. Her husband had died of fever 2 months before. A month later she bore a child which lived but 2 weeks. When Dingihami died, Silandu brought her to his hut to bring up his 2 children. Her hut was abandoned to the jungle. When the next rains fell, the mud walls crumbled away, the tattered roof fell in, the jungle crept forward into the compound and over the ruined walls, and when Punchimanika was 2 years old, only a little mound in the jungle marked the place where Karlinahami's house had stood. Karlinahami was a short, dark, stumpy woman, with large impassive eyes set far apart from one another, flat, broad cheeks, big breasts, and thick legs. Unlike her brother, she was always busy, sweeping the house and compound, fetching water from the tank, cooking and attending to the children. Very soon after she came to Silandu's house, she began to talk and think of the children as though she had borne them herself. Like her brother, she was slow and sparing of speech, and her eyes often had in them the look, so often in his, as if she were watching something far away in the distance. She very rarely took much part in the interminable gossip of the other village women when they met at the tank or outside their huts. This gossip is always connected with their husbands and children, food and quarrels. But Karlinahami was noted for her storytelling. She was never very willing to begin, but often after the evening meal had been eaten, the women and many of the men would gather in Silandu's compound to listen to one of her stories. They sat round the one room or outside round the door, very still and silent, listening to her droning voice as she squatted by the fire and stared out into the darkness. Outside lay Silandu, apparently paying no attention to the tale. The stories were either old tales which she had learned from her mother, or were stories usually about Buddha, which she had heard told by pilgrims round the campfire on their way to pilgrimages, or in the madamas, or pilgrims' resting places at festivals. These tales, and a curious droning chant with which she used to sing them to sleep, were the first things that the 2 children remembered. This chant was peculiar to Karlinahami, and no other woman of the village used it. She had learned it from her mother. The words ran thus: "Sleep, child, sleep against my side. Ayo, ayo, the weary way you've cried. Hush, child, hush, pressed close against my side. Ayo, ayo, will the trees never end? Our women's feet are weary. O Great One, send night upon us, that our wanderings may end. Hush, child, hush, thy father leads the way. Thy mother's feet are weary, but the day will end somewhere for the followers in the way. Ayo, ayo, the way is rough and steep. Ayo, the thorns are sharp, the river's deep. But the night comes at last, so sleep, child, sleep." Until Punchimanika and Hinihami were 3 years old, Silandu appeared not even to be aware of their existence. He took no notice of them in the house or compound, and never spoke about them. But one day he was sitting in front of his hut staring into the jungle, when Punchimanika crawled up to him and put her hand on his knee, and looked solemnly up into his face. Cylinder looked down at her, took her by her hands, and stood her up between his two knees. He stared vacantly into her eyes for some time, and then suddenly he began to speak to her in a low voice. "Little toad, why have you left the pond? Isn't there food there for your little belly? Rice and coconuts and mangoes and little cakes of curacon? Is the belly full that you have left the pond for the jungle? Foolish little toad, the water is good, but the trees are evil. You have come to a bad place of dangers and devils. Yesterday, little toad, I lay under a domba tree by the side of a track, my gun in my hand, waiting for what might pass. The devils are very angry in the jungle, for there has been no rain now for these 3 months. The water-holes are dry, the leaves and grass are brown, the deer are very thin, and the fawns, dropped this year, are dying of weakness and hunger and thirst. Therefore the devils are hungry, and there is nothing more terrible than a hungry devil. Well, there I lay, flat on the ground, with my gun in my hand, and I saw on the opposite side of the track, lying under a dumba tree, a leopardess waiting for what might pass. I put down my gun, and, 'Sister,' I said, 'is the belly empty?' For her coat was mangy, and the belly caught up below as though with pain. 'Yakko, he devil,' she answered. 3 days now I have killed but one thin grey monkey, and there are 2 cubs in the cave to be fed.' 'Yakini, she devil,' I said, 'there are 2 little toads at home to be fed, but I still have a handful of curacon in my hut, from which my sister can make cakes. It remains from last year's china, and after it is eaten there will be nothing. The head man, too, is pressing for the 3 shillings body tax. How, I say to him, can there be money when there is not even food? But the curacon will last until the next Poya day. Therefore your hunger is greater than mine. The first kill is yours.' So we lay still a long time, and at last I heard far away the sound of a hoof upon a dry stick. 'Sister,' I whispered, 'I hear a deer coming this way.' 'Yakko, have you no ears?' she said. 'A long while now I have been listening to a herd of wild pig coming down wind. Can you not even now hear their strong breathing, and their rooting in the dry earth, and the patter of the young one's feet on the dry leaves?' 'Yakini,' I said, for I heard her teeth clicking in the darkness. 'The ear of the hungry is in the belly. The sound of your teeth can be heard a who-cry's distance away.' So we lay still again, and at last the herd of pigs came down the track. First came an old boar, very black, his tusks shining white in the shadows. Then many sows and young boars, and here and there the little pigs running in and out among the sows. And as they passed, one of the little pigs ran out near the dumba bush, and Yakini sprang and caught it in her teeth, and leapt with it into the branch of a palu tree, which overhung the path. There she sat, and the little pig in her mouth screamed to its mother. Then all the little pigs ran together screaming, and stood on one side near the bush where I lay, and the great boars and the young boars and sows ran round the palu tree, looking up at Yakini and making a great noise. And the old sow, who had borne the little pig in Yakini's mouth, put her 4 feet against the trunk of the tree, and looked up and said, "Come down, Yakini, she-devil, thief! Are you afraid of an old tuskless sow? Come down!" But the leopardess laughed and bit the little pig in the back behind the head until it died, and she called down to the old sow, "Go your way, mother. There are 2 cubs at home in the cave, and they are very hungry. Every year I drop but 1 or 2 cubs in the cave, but the whole jungle swarms with your spawn. I see 8 brothers and sisters of your child there by the dumba bush. Go your way, lest I choose another for my mate." Also I do not like your man's teeth." The old boar and the sows were very angry, and for a long while they ran round the tree and tore at it with their tusks, and looked up and cursed Yakini. But Yakini sat and watched them, and licked the blood which dripped from the little pig's back. I too lay very still under my dumba bush, for there is danger in an angry herd. At last the old boar became tired, and he gathered the little pigs together in the middle of the herd and led them away down the track. Then Yakini dropped to the ground and bounded away into the jungle, carrying the little pig in her mouth. So you see, little crow, it is a bad place to which you have come. Be careful, or some other devil will drop on you out of a bush and carry you off in his mouth." While Silindu had been speaking, Hinihami had crawled and tottered across the compound to join her sister. At the end of his long story she was leaning against his shoulder. From that day he seemed to regard the two children differently from the rest of the world in which he lived. He was never tired of pouring out to them in a low, monotonous drone his thoughts, opinions, and doings. That they did not understand a word of what he said did not trouble him in the least. But when they grew old enough to understand and to question him, he began to take a new pleasure in explaining to them the world in which he lived. It was a strange world, a world of bare and brutal facts, of superstition, of grotesque imagination, a world of trees and the perpetual twilight of their shade, a world of hunger and fear and devils, where a man was helpless before the unseen and unintelligible powers surrounding him. He would go over to them again and again in the season of drought, the reckoning of his small store of grain, and the near approach of the time when it would be exhausted, his perpetual fear of hunger, his means and plans for obtaining just enough for existence until the next China season. But above all, his pleasure seemed to be to tell them of the jungle, of his wanderings in search of game, of his watchings by the water-holes at night, of the animals and devils which lived among its shadows. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. So Panchi Manika and Hinihami grew up to be somewhat different from the other village children who crawl and play about the compounds, always with the women, and always listening to women's gossip. Long before they had grown strong and big enough to go down in the morning and evening with Karla and Nahami to the tank, and to carry back on their heads the red earthenware water pots, they had learnt from Celindu to sit by his side for hour upon hour through the hot afternoons, very still and very silent, while he stared silently before him or droned out his interminable tales. They grew up to be strange and silent children, sitting one on either side of him in a long, thoughtless trance, and they learnt to believe all he told them about the strange world of jungle which surrounded them, the world of devils, animals, and trees. But above all they learnt to love him blindly, as a dog loves his master. When they grew old enough to trot along by his side, Celindu used to take them out with him into the jungle. The villagers were astonished and shocked, but Celindu went his own way. He showed them the water holes upon the rocks, the thick jungle where the elephant hides himself from the heat of the day, strolling leisurely among the trees and breaking off great branches to feed upon the leaves as he strolls, the wallow of the buffalo, and the caves where the bear and the leopard make their lairs. He showed them the Sambar lying during the day in the other great caves. They dashed out, tens and tens of them, like enormous bats, from the shadow of the overhanging rocks, to disappear with a crash into the jungle below. He taught them to walk so that no leaf rustled or twig snapped under their feet, to creep up close to the deer and the sambar and the pig. They were surprised at first that the animals in the jungle did not speak to them as they always did to Selindu when he was alone. But Selindu explained it to them. "You are very young," he said. "You do not know the tracks. You are strange to the beasts, but they know me. I've grown old among the tracks. A man must live many years in the jungle before the beasts speak to him, or he can understand what they say." Punchi, Maniki, and Hini Hami were also unlike the other village children in appearance. They, like Selindu, never had fever, and even in the days of greatest scarcity, Karlinahami had seen that they got food. Karlinahami was far more careful to wash them than most mothers are. She used to quote the saying, "Dirt is bad and children are trouble, but a dirty child is the worst of troubles." The result was that they never got parangi, or the swollen belly and pale skin of fever. Their skin was smooth and blooming. It shone with a golden color like the coat of a fawn when the sun shines on it. Their eyes were large and melancholy, like the eyes of Buddha in the Jataka. They were like two windows made of sapphire shining in a golden palace. Their limbs were strong and straight, for their wanderings with Selindu had made their muscles firm as a man's, not soft like the woman's who sit about in the compound cooking and gossiping and sleeping all day. There was therefore considerable jealousy among the women, and ill feeling against Karlinahami when they saw how her foster children were growing up. When they were 10 or 11 years old, it often burst out against her in angry taunts at the tank. "Oh, Karlinahami, Nankohami," the headman's wife would say, "you are growing an old woman, and alas, childless, but you have done much for your brother's children. Shameless they must be to leave it to you to fetch the water from the tank and not to help you. This is the 4th chatty full you are carrying today. I have seen it with these eyes. The lot of the childless woman is a hard one. See how my little one of 8 years helps me. Nankohami, your tongue is still as sharp as Jilly's. Punchi Manika has gone with my brother, and Hinihami is busy in the house. Punchi Manika wants but 3 things to make her a man. I pity you, Karlinahami, to live in the house of a madman, and to bring up his children shameless, having no children of your own. They are Veda children, and will be Veda women, wandering in the jungle like men." The other women laughed, and Angohami, a dirty, shriveled woman with thin, shriveled breasts, called out in a shrill voice, "Why should we suffer these Vedas in the village? They are compound smells of their own droppings, and of the offal and rotten meat on which they feed. I have borne 6 children, and the last died but yesterday. In the morning he was well. Then Selindu cast the evil eye upon him as he passed our door, and in the evening he was dead. They wither our children, that their own may thrive." "You lie," said Karlinahami, roused for the moment by this abuse. "You lie, mother of dirt. Yesterday at this hour I saw your Poti Sinho here in the tank, pale and shivering with fever, and pouring the cold tank water over himself. How should such a mother keep her children? All know that you have borne 6, and that all are dead. What did you ever give them but foul words?" "Go and lie with your brother, the madman, the Veda, the pariah," shrieked Angohami, as Karlinahami turned to go. "Go to your brother of the evil eye, you blighter of others' children, eater of offal, Vesiga Mao. Go to him of the evil eye, Beliga Dua. Go to your brother. Ayo, Ayo, my little Poti Sinho. I'm a mother only of the dead. a mother of 6 dead children. Look at my breasts, shriveled and milkless. I say to the father of my child, Father of Poti Sinho, I say, there is no curacan in the house, there is no millet and no pumpkin, not even a pinch of salt. 3 days now I have eaten nothing but jungle leaves. There is no milk in my breast for the child. Then I get foul words and blows. Does the rain come in August, he says. Can I make the curacan flower in July? Hold your tongue, you fool. August is the month in which the children die. What can I do? Then comes fever, and Selindu's evil eye. Curse him, and the little ones die. Ayo, ayo. Your man is right, said Nankohami. This is the month when the children die. Last year in this month I buried one, and my brother's wife another. Good rain never falls now, and there is always hunger and fever. The old die, and the little ones with them. The father of my children has but 9 houses under him, and makes but 5 shillings a year from his headmanship. His father's father, who was headman before him, had 30 houses in his headmanship, and 20 shillings were paid him by the government every year, besides 24 karunis of paddy from the fields below the tank. I've not seen rice these 5 years. The headman now gives all and receives nothing. Here one of the women laughed. You may well laugh, Poti Nona, she continued. Did not he lend your man last year 20 karunis of Korakan, and as a grain of it come back to our house? And Selindu owes another 30, and came but yesterday for more. And Angohami there, who whines about her Poti Sinho, her man has had 25 karunis since the reaping of the last crop. These words of Nankohami were not without effect. An uneasy movement began among the little group of women at the mention of debts. Clothes were gathered up, the chatties of water placed on their heads, and they began to move away out of reach of the sharp tongue of the headman's wife. And as they moved away up the small path which led from the tank to the compounds, they murmured together that Nankohami did not seem to remember that they had to repay 2 karunis of Korakan for every karuni lent to them. Nankohami had touched the mainspring upon which the life of the village worked. Debt. The villagers lived upon debt, and their debts were the main topic of their conversation. A good Korakan crop, from 2 to 4 acres of chana, would be sufficient to support a family for a year, but no one, not even the headman, ever enjoyed the full crop which he had reaped. At the time of reaping, a band of strangers from the little town of Kamburapitaya, 30 miles away, would come into the village. Mohammadu Lebi Ahamadu Qasim, the Moor man boutique keeper, had supplied clothes to be paid for in grain, with 100% interest at the time of reaping. The fat Sinhalese Mudalali Kadikaraji Alice Apu had supplied grain and curry stuffs on the same terms, and among a crowd of smaller men, the sly-faced, low-caste man, who called himself Akchige Dan Andres, his real name Andressa would have revealed his caste, who dressed in dirty white European trousers and a coat, was the agent of the tavern-keeper in Kamburupitaya, from whom the villagers had taken on credit the native spirit made from the juice of the coconut flowers to be drunk at the time of marriages. The villagers neither obtained nor expected any pity from this horde. With the reaping of the chanas came the settlement of debts. With their little greasy notebooks full of unintelligible letters and figures, they descended upon the chanas, and after calculations, wranglings, and abuse, which lasted for hour after hour, the accounts were settled, and the strangers left the village, their carts loaded with pumpkins, sacks of grain, and not infrequently the stalks of Indian hemp, which by government order no man may grow or possess, for the man that smokes it becomes mad. And when the strangers had gone, the settlement with the headman began, for the headman, on a small scale, lent grain on the same terms in times of scarcity or when seed was wanted to sow the chenas. In the end the villager carried but little grain from his chenna to his hut. Very soon after the reaping of the crop he was again at the headman's door, begging for a little curracan to be repaid at the next harvest, or tramping the 30 miles to Kamburupataya to hang about the bazaar until the Mudalali agreed once more to enter his name in the greasy notebook. With the traders in Kamburupataya the transactions were purely matters of business, but with the headman the whole village recognized that they were something more. It was a very good thing for Baba Hami, the Arakchi, to feel that Salindu owed him many karunis of curracan which he could not repay. When Baba Hami wanted someone to clear a chenna for him, he asked Salindu to do it, and Salindu, remembering the debt, dared not refuse. When Salindu shot a deer, for which offence the Arakchi should have brought him before the police court at Kamburupataya, he remembered his debt, and the first thing he did was to carry the best piece of meat as an offering to the headman's house. And Baba Hami was a quiet, cunning man in the village. He never threatened and rarely talked of his loans to his debtors, but there were few in the village who dared to cross him, and who did not feel hanging over them the power of the little man. The power which they felt hanging over them was by no means imaginary. It could make the life of the man who offended the headman extremely unpleasant. It was not only by his loans that Baba Hami had his hand upon the villagers. Their daily life could be made smooth or difficult by him at every turn. The life of the village and of every man in it depended upon the cultivation of chennas. A chenna is merely a piece of jungle which every 10 years is cleared of trees and undergrowth and sown with grain, broadcast, and with vegetables. The villagers owned no jungle themselves. It belonged to the crown, and no one might fell a tree or clear a chenna in it without a permit from the government. It was through these permits that the headman had his hold upon the villagers. Application for one had to be made through him. It was he who reported if a clearing had been made without one, or if a man, having been given one, cleared more jungle than it allowed him to clear. Every one in the village knew well that Baba Hani's friends would find no difficulty in obtaining the authority to clear a chenna, and that the agent Hamadoru would never hear from Baba Hami whether they had cleared 4 acres or 8, but the life of the unfortunate man who had offended the headman would be full of dangers and difficulties. The permit applied for by him would be very slow in reaching his hands. When it did reach his hands, if he cleared half an acre more than it allowed him to clear, his fine would be heavy, and woe betide him if he rashly cleared a chenna without a permit at all. Baba Hami had never liked Salindu, who was a bad debtor. Salindu was too lazy even to cultivate a chenna properly, and even in a good year his crop was always the smallest in the village. He was always in want and always borrowing, and Baba Hami found it no easy task to gather in principal and interest after the boutique keepers from Kamburupataya had taken their dues, and he was not an easy man to argue with. If he wanted a loan, he would, unheeding of any excuse or refusal, hang about the headman's door for a whole day, but if it were a case of repayment, he would sit staring over his creditor's head, listening without a sign or a word to the quiet, persuasive arguments of the headman. The headman's dislike became more distinct after the birth of Panchi Manika and Hini Hami. Salindu had resented his interference between him and his wife, and when Dingi Hami died, bitter words had passed between them. Though Salindu soon forgot them, Baba Hami did not. For years Salindu did not realize what was taking place, but he vaguely felt that life was becoming harder for him. A month after Dingi Hami's death, his store of grain was exhausted, and it became necessary for him to begin his yearly borrowings. Accordingly, he took his gun and went in the evening to the nearest water hole to wait for deer. The first night he was unsuccessful. No deer came to drink, but on the second he shot a doe. He skinned the deer, cut it up, and carried the meat to his hut. He then carefully chose the best piece of meat and took it with him to Baba Hami's house. The headman was squatting in his doorway, chewing betel. His little eyes twinkled when he saw Celinda with the meat. "Rala Hami," said Celinda, stopping just outside the door. "Yesterday I was in the jungle collecting damba fruit. What else is there to eat? When I smelt the smell of something dead some fathoms away, I searched about, and soon I came upon the carcass of a doe killed by a leopard. The marks of his claws were under the neck, and the belly was eaten. The meat I have brought to my house. This piece is for you." The headman took the meat in silence and hung it up in the house. He fetched a chew of betel and gave it to Celinda. The two men then squatted down, one on each side of the door. For a long time neither spoke. Their chewing was only interrupted every now and then by the ejection of a jet of red saliva. At last Baba Hami broke the silence. 4 days ago I was in Kamburupataya. I was called to the Kachacheri there. They asked me 2 phantoms in the bazaar for a coconut. Ayo, I have not seen a coconut for 2 years. 2 phantoms at last. And last year at this time they were but 1 phantom each. In the bazaar I met the Kerala Mahatmaya. The Kerala Mahatmaya is a hard man. He said to me, "Arachchi, there are guns in your village for which no permit has been given by the agent Hamadoru." I said to him, "Ralahami, if there be, the fault is not mine." Then he said, "The order has come from the agent Hamadoru to the Disa Mahatmaya, that if 1 gun be found without permit in a headman's village, there will be trouble both for the Arachchi and the Kerala." Now the Disa Mahatmaya is a good man, but the Kerala is hard, and they say in Kamburipataya that the agent Hamadoru is very hard and strict, and goes round the villages searching for guns for which no permits have been given. They say, too, that he will come this way next month. There was a short silence, and then Baba Hami continued, "It is 5 months, Celinda, since I told you to take a permit for your gun, and you have not done so yet. The time to pay 3 shillings has gone by, and you will now have to pay 4. The Kerala is a hard man, and the agent Hamadoru will come next month." Celinda salaamed. "Ralahami, I am a poor man. How can I pay 4 shillings or even 3? There is not a phantom in the house. There was a permit taken 2 years ago. You are my father and my mother. I will hide the gun in a place that only I know of, and if it be taken or question be made, is it not easy to say that the stock was broken, and it was not considered necessary to take a permit for a broken gun?" But the argument, which before had been successful with Baba Hami, now seemed to have lost its strength. "A permit is required. It is the order of government. I have told you the Kerala is a hard man, and he is angry with me because I brought him but 2 coconuts as a present, whereas other Arachchis bring him an amanam of paddy, for I too am a poor man." Celinda sat in helpless silence. The hopelessness of raising 2 rupees to pay for a gun license for the moment drove out of his mind the object of his coming to Baba Hami's house. All that he felt was the misery of a new misfortune, and as was his nature, he sat dumb under it. At last, however, the pressing need of the moment again recurred to him, and he started in the tortuous way habitual to villagers to approach the subject. "Ralahami, is there any objection to my clearing Nugaga ha henna next Jenna season? There are 3 months before the Jenna season. Why think of that now? When the belly is empty, the mouth talks of rice. Last year my Jenna crop was bad. There was but little rain, and the elephants broke in and destroyed much Kurakan. The Lord Buddha himself would be powerless against the elephants." Celinda got up as if to go. He took a step towards the stile which led into the compound, and then turned back as if he had just remembered something, and began in a soft, wheedling voice, "Ralahami, there is nothing to eat in the house. There is Karlanahami to feed too. If you could but lend me 10 kurunis, I would repay it 2-fold at the reaping of Nugaga ha henna." Baba Hami chewed for some minutes, and then spat with great deliberation. "I have no grain to lend now, Celinda. Ralahami, it is only 10 karunis I'm asking for, only 10 karunis, and surely the barn behind your house is full. There is very little grain in the barn now, and what there is will not last me until the reaping of the next crop. There is the old man, my father, to be fed, and my wife and her brother, and the 2 children. Will you let me die of hunger and my 2 children? Give but 5 karunis, and I will repay it threefold. If you had come last Porya, Salindu, I could have given it, but I owed 15 rupees to Nandayas, the boutique keeper in Kamburupataya, for clothes, and I took Kuru Khan to pay it. The barn is all but empty. Ayo, we must die of hunger then. Give but 1 measure, and I will repay 1 karuni at next reaping. I paid away all my grain that was in the barn. The grain which remains is my father's, and he keeps it for his use. You must go to the Mudalali in Kamburapataya, Salindu, and borrow from him, and when you go there, remember you must take a permit for the gun. Salindu felt that he had nothing more to say. He had the meat at home, which he would dry and take to Kamburupataya and sell in the bazaar. Then he would have to borrow from the Mudalali, who knew him too well to give anything but ruinous terms. Perhaps in that way he would manage to return to the village with a few karunis of Karakan and a gun license. He walked slowly away from the headman's compound. Baba Hami's little eyes twinkled as he saw Salindu move away, and he smiled to himself. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Salindu made the journey to Kamburupataya, obtained the license for his gun and some grain, but life continued to become harder for him. The headsman's ill feeling worked against him unostentatiously, and in all sorts of little things. He never thought about the motives and intentions of those around him, and Baba Hami always had some excuse for refusing a loan or pressing for payment of the body tax. He did not become conscious of Baba Hami's enmity, or aware that many of the difficulties of his life were due to it. The collection of the body tax was a good example of the way in which the headman worked against him. Every villager had to pay the 3-shilling tax, or do work on the roads, work which was the worst of hardships to them. It had always been Baba Hami's custom to pay himself the tax for each villager, and then recover what he had paid, with heavy interest, out of the crops at the time of reaping. But for some years after Dingi Hami's death, Salindu found that when the time to pay the tax came round, Baba Hami was always short of money. Salindu never had any money himself, and he was therefore compelled to work upon the roads. As the years passed, he became more sullen, more taciturn, and more lazy. Some evil power, one of the unseen powers which he could not understand, was, he felt, perpetually working against him. He tried to escape from it, or at any rate to forget it, by leaving the village for the jungle. He would disappear for days together into the jungle, living upon roots and the fruit of jungle trees, and anything which might fall to his gun. He talked with no one except Punchi, Manika, and Hini Hami. For them he never had a harsh word, and it was seldom that he returned to the hut without bringing them some wild fruit or a comb of the wild honey. Gradually the hut of the Vedas, as they were nicknamed, seemed to the other villagers to fall under a cloud. The headman's enmity and the strange ways of Salindu formed a bar to intercourse, and so it came about that Panchi Manika and Hini Hami grew up somewhat outside of the ordinary life of the village. The strangeness and wildness of their father hung about them. As the other women said of them, they grew up in the jungle and not in the village. But with their strangeness and wildness went a simplicity of mind and of speech which showed in many ways, but above all in their love for Salindu and each other. Their lives were harder even than those of the other village women. As they became older, the fear of hunger became more and more present with them. When Celindu was away from the village, they were often compelled to live upon the fruits and leaves and roots which they gathered themselves in the jungle. And when the chenna season began, they worked like the men and boys in the chennas. They cut down the undergrowth and burnt it. They cleared the ground and sowed the grain. They lay out all night in the watch huts to scare away the deer and wild pig, which came to damage the crop. When they were 15, Babun Apu, the brother of Nang Chohami, came to live in his brother-in-law's, the headman's house. He had previously lived in another house with his father, an old man, toothless and brainless. When the old man whom he had supported died, he abandoned his hut and came to live with his sister and her husband. The number of houses in the village thus sank to 8. At that time Babun Apu was 21 years old. He was tall for a Sinhalese, broad-shouldered and big-boned. His skin was a dark chocolate brown, his face oval, his nose small, his lips full and sensual. His expression was curiously virile and simple, but his brown eyes, which were large and oval-shaped, swept it at moments with something soft, languorous, and feminine. This impression of a mixture of virility and femininity was heightened by the long hair which he tied in a knot at the back of his head, after the custom of villagers. He was noted for his strength, his energy, and his good humour. The minds of most villagers are extraordinarily tortuous and suspicious, but Babun was remarkable for his simplicity. It used to be said of him in the village, Babun's Apu could not cheat a child, but a child who had not learnt to talk could cheat Babun Apu. For 2 years Babun had lived in the hut adjoining Celindu's without ever speaking more than a word or two to Punchi Manika, but her presence began to move him strongly. His lips parted, and his breathing became fast and deep as he saw her move about the compound. He watched in painful excitement her swelling breasts and the fair skin which went into soft folds at her hips when she bent down for anything. One night in the Chessa season, Punchi Manika had been watching the crop of her father's chenna. It lay 3 miles away from the village, at some distance from any other chenna. The track, therefore, which led from it to the village was used by no one except herself, her father, and sister. In the early morning she started back to the hut. There had been rain during the night, and the jungle was fresh and green. That freshness which the time of rain brings for so brief a time was upon all things. The jungle was golden with the great hanging clusters of the cassia flowers. The bushes were starred with the white caramba flowers, and splashed with masses of white and purple kattan. The grey monkeys leaped, shrieking and mocking, from bough to bough. The jungle was filled with the calling of the jungle fowl and the wild cries of the peacocks. From the distance came the trumpeting and shrieking of a herd of elephants. As Punchi Manika passed a bush, she heard from behind it the clashing of horns. Very quietly she peered round. 2 stags were fighting. The tines of the horns interlocked. Up and down, backwards and forwards, snorting, panting, and straining, they struggled for the doe which stood grazing quietly beside. Punchi Manika had crept up very quietly, but the doe became uneasy, lifted her head, and looked intently at the bush behind which Punchi Manika crouched. She approached the bush slowly, stamping the ground angrily from time to time, and uttering the sharp, shrill call of alarm. But the bucks fought on, up and down the open space. Punchi Manika laughed as she turned away. "Fear nothing, sisters," she said. "There is no leopard crouching for you. Fight on, brothers, for the prize is fair." Punchi Manika walked slowly on down the track. The blood in her veins moved strangely, stirred by the stirring life around her. The trumpet call of the sambar blared through the jungle, a terrific cry of desire. The girl, who had heard it, unmoved, thousands of times before, started at the sound of it. A sense of uneasiness came over her. Suddenly she stopped at the sight of something which moved behind a bush down the track. She stood trembling as Babun came out of the jungle and walked towards her. His eyes were very bright. His teeth showed white between his parted lips. The long black hair upon his breast glistened with sweat. He stood in front of her. "Punchi Manika," he said, "I have come to you." "Aiyo," she answered. "I was very frightened. I thought you were a devil of the trees, crouching there for me behind the bushes. Even when we were little children, our father warned us against the devils that would leap upon us from the bushes. I have come to you. Come with me out of the path into the thick jungle. Last night I could not sleep for thinking of you. So it came in the early morning along the path to meet you on your way from the Chenna. I cannot sleep, Punchy Manika, for thinking of you. I've watched you in the compound, and at the tank, your fair skin and the little breasts. Do not fear, I will not hurt you, Punchy Manika, but come quickly, out of the path. A strange feeling of excitement came over the girl, of joy and fear, as Baban leaned towards her and put out his hand to take her by the wrist. A great desire to fly from him, and at the same time to be caught by him, came over her. She stood looking down until his fingers touched her skin. Then with a cry she broke from him and ran down the track to the village. She heard his breathing very close to her as she ran, and when she looked round over her shoulder she felt his breath on her face, saw his bright eyes and great lips, through which the teeth shone white. Another moment, and she felt the great strength of his arms as he seized her. He held her close to him by the wrists. Why do you run? Why are you frightened, Punchy Manika? I will not hurt you. She allowed him to take her into the thick jungle, but she struggled with him, and her whole body shook with fear and desire as she felt his hands upon her breasts. A cry broke from her, in which joy and desire mingled with the fear and the pain. Io! Io! End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. In towns and large villages there are, especially among people of the higher castes, many rigid customs and formalities regarding marriages, always observed. It is true that the exclusion of women no longer exists, but young girls after puberty are supposed to be kept within the house, and only to meet men of the immediate family. A marriage is arranged formally. A formal proposal is made by the man's father or mother to the girl's father or mother. There are usually long negotiations and bargainings between the two families over the dowry. When at last the preliminaries are settled and the wedding day arrives, it is a very solemn and formal affair. All the members of each family are invited. The bridegroom goes with his friends and relations to the house of the bride, and then conducts her in procession, followed by the guests, to his own house. Much money is spent upon entertaining, and new clothes and presents. But in villages like Bergamo, these customs and formalities are often not observed. The young girls are not kept within the house. They have to work. The young men know them, and often choose for themselves. There is no family arrangement, no formal proposal of marriage. The villagers are too poor for there to be any question of a dowry. And yet the villager makes a clear distinction between marriage and what he calls concubinage. In the former, the woman is recognized by his and her families as his wife. Almost invariably she is openly taken to his house, and there is a procession and feasting on the wedding day. In the latter, the woman is never publicly recognized as a wife. Marriage is considered to be more respectable than concubinage, and in a headman's immediate family it would be more usual to find the women recognized wives than unrecognized wives. And though in the ordinary village life the unrecognized wife is as common as, or even more common than, the recognized wife, and is treated by all exactly as if she were the man's wife, yet the distinction is understood and becomes apparent upon formal occasions. For instance, a woman who is living with a man as his unrecognized wife cannot be present at her sister's wedding. When a man takes a woman to live with him in this informal way, the arrangement is, however, regarded as in many ways a formal one, a slightly lower form than the recognized marriage. The man and the woman are of the same caste always. There would even be strong objection on the part of the man or woman's relations if either the one or the other did not come from a respectable family. Baban knew well his brother-in-law's dislike of Selindu, and the contempt with which the Vedas were regarded by the other villagers. He knew that his sister and Baba Hami would be very angry with him if he chose a wife from such a family. But he had watched Panchi Manika, and gradually a love which was more than mere desire had grown up in him. The wildness and strangeness of her father and of Hini Hami were tempered in her by a wonderful gentleness. Passion and desire were strong in him. They would allow no interference with his determination to take her to live with him. The night after his meeting with Panchi Manika on the path from the Chenna, he broke the news to Nancho Hami and Baba Hami as he and his brother-in-law were eating the evening meal. "Sister," he said, "it is time that I took a wife." Nancho Hami laughed. "There is no difficulty. When you go to the Chenna, the women look after you and smile and say, 'Chi, chi, there goes a man. Oh, that he would take my daughter to his house!' But there are no women for you here. They are all sickly things, unfit to bear you children." "My father's brother married a woman of Kota Goda," said Baba Hami. "In those days wives brought dowries with them of land. He went to live on her land at Kota Goda. It lies 50 miles away towards Rahuna. His sons and daughters are married now in the village and have children. They are rich. It is a good village. Rain falls there, and there are coconut lands, and paddy grows. The village spreads and prospers, and the headman is a rich man. They say that tax is paid upon 60 men every year. It would be a good thing for you to take a wife from there, for she would bring you a dowry." "Yes," said Nancho Hami, "it would be a good thing for you to go to Kota Goda and take a woman from there, a daughter of my man's brother. She would bring you land, and you could settle there. What use is it to live in this village? Even the Chenna crops wither for want of rain. It is an evil place, this." "I want no woman of Kota Goda," said Baban, "nor will I leave the village. There is a woman, this Panchi Manika, the daughter of Selindu. I am going to take her to live with me." Baba Hami looked at his brother-in-law, his little eyes moving restlessly in astonishment and anger. Nancho Hami threw up her hands and began in a voice which shrilled and fluted with anger. "Oh, hey, so we are to take Vedas into the house, and I am to call a pariah sister, a fine and a rich wife, a pariah woman, a Veda, a daughter of a dog, Vesi, Vasiga, Dua. Oh, hey, the headman's brother is to marry a sweeper of jakes. Do you hear this? Will you allow these Tamils in your house? Yes, 'twill be a fine thing in the village to hear that the headman has given his wife and daughters to Rodayas, leopards, jackals." Baba Hami broke in upon his wife's abuse, but she, now thoroughly aroused, continued throughout the conversation to pour out a stream of foul words from the background in a voice which gradually rose shriller and shriller. "The woman is right," Baba Hami said angrily to Baban. "You cannot bring this woman to the house. I will take no other woman. I have watched her there about the compound. She is fair and gentle. She is unlike the other women of this village." Here he looked round at Nancho Hami, in whose mouths are always foul words. Baba Hami tried to hide his anger. He knew his brother-in-law to be obstinate as well as good-humored and simple. "No doubt the woman is fair, but if you desire her, is she not free to all to take? Does she not wander like a man in the jungle? They say that even kings have desired Rodaya women. If you desire her, it is not hard to take her, but there need be no talk of marriage or bringing her to the house. This morning I took her with me into the jungle, but it is not enough. The desire is still with me. I have thought about it. It is time that I took a wife to cook my food and bear me children. I want no other than this. I can leave your compound and build myself a new house and take her to live with me." Baba Hami's anger began to break out again. "Are you a fool? Will you take this beggar woman to be your wife? Is not her father always about my door crying for a handful of Kurakan? Fool, I tell you, my brother's children in Kota Goda will bring you land, paddy land, and coconuts. There's no difference between one woman and another. I tell you, I want no Kota Goda woman. I will take the daughter of Selindu. I want no strange woman of strange village. I can build myself a house here and clear Chennas, as my father did and his father." Is it for this I took you into my house? 2 years you have eaten my food. How much of my currican have you taken? I have taken nothing from you. I've worked 2 years in the Chenna, and the crop came to you, not to me. Is not the grain now in your barn from the Chenna cleared by me? Baba Hami was too quiet and cunning often to give way to anger, but this time he was carried away by the defiance of his brother-in-law, whom he regarded as a fool. He gesticulated wildly. Out of my house, dog, out of my house. You shall bring no woman to my compound. Go and lie with the pariahs in their own filth. Baban got up and stood over Baba Hami. I am going, he said quietly, and I will take Panchi Manika as my wife. The abuse of the headman and his wife followed him out of the compound. He walked slowly over to Salindu's hut. He found Salindu squatting under a ragged mustard tree which stood in the compound, and he squatted down by his side. He did not like Salindu. He had always an uncomfortable feeling in the presence of this wild man who never spoke to anyone unless he was spoken to, and he felt it difficult to begin now upon the subject which had brought him to the compound. Salindu paid no attention to him. Baban sat there unable to begin listening to the sounds of the women in the hut. At last he said, Salindu, I have come to speak to you about your daughter Panchi Manika. Salindu remained quite still. He apparently had not heard. Baban touched him on the arm. I'm talking of your daughter, Salindu, Panchi Manika. Salindu turned and looked at him. The girl is in the house. What have you to do with her? I want you to listen to me, Salindu, for there is much to say. I've watched the girl from the headman's compound, and a charm has come upon me. I cannot eat or sleep for thinking of her. So I said to my sister's husband, it is time for me to take a wife, and now I will bring this girl into the compound. But they were very angry, for they want to marry me to a woman of Goda because of the land which she would bring as dowry. Tonight they abused me, and there was a quarrel. I have left their compound. Now I will make myself a house in the old compound where my father lived, and I will take the girl there as my wife. Salindu had become more and more attentive as he listened to Baban. The words seemed to distress him. He shifted about, fidgeted with his hands, scratched himself all over his body. When Baban stopped, he took some time before he said, the girl is too young to be given to a man. Baban laughed. The girl has attained her age. She is older than many a woman who has a husband. The girl is too young. I cannot give her to you, or evil will come of it. Baban's patience began to be exhausted. His good humor had been undisturbed during the scene in the headman's compound, but this new obstacle began to rouse him. His voice rose. I cannot live without the girl. I've quarreled with my sister and the headman over her. I've left the compound for her. I ask no dowry. Why should you refuse her to me? They call us Vedas in the village, while you are the headman's house. Does the leopard of the jungle mate with the dog of the village? That is nothing to me. The wild buffalo seeks the cows in the village herds. The girl is very gentle, and my mind is made up. Also, the girl wishes to come to me. The loud voices of the two men had reached the women in the house. They had come out and stood listening behind the men. At the last words of Baban, Salindu cried out as if he had been struck. Ayo, ayo, they take even my daughter from me. Is there money in the house? No. Is there rice? No. Is there currican, or chilies, or jaggery, or salt even? The house is empty, but there is always something for the thief to find. They creep in while I am away in the jungle. They see the little ones whom I have fed, the little ones who laughed and called me a poachchi when I brought them fruits and honeycomb from the jungle. They creep in like the hooded snake and steal them away from me. Io, io, the little ones laugh to go. Panchi Manika rushed forward, threw herself at Salindu's feet, which she touched and caressed with her hands. She struck the ground several times with her forehead, crying and wailing, Apochchi, Apochchi, will you kill me with your words? I will never leave you, nor my sister. Baban turned upon her. Are the words in the jungle nothing then? Did you lie to me when you said you would come to my house? They are right, then, when they say that women's words are lies. In the morning one thing, at night another. Did I not tell you that I cannot be without you? Ayo, you told me there under the cassia tree that you would come to me and cook my rice. And in the evening I am homeless and without you. I should go now in the jungle and hang myself. Baban moved away, but Kalinahami caught hold of his hand and pulled him back. Panchi Manika threw herself on the ground again in front of Salindu. Apochi, it is true. I said I would go to him. Do not kill me with bitter words. I must go. I cannot be without him. I gave my word. What can I do? Panchamanika crouched down at Salindu's feet. He sat very still for a little while, and then began in a low, moaning voice. Did I not often tell you of the devils of the trees that lurk for you by the way? I've stood by you against them in the day. I have held you in my arms when they howled about the house at night. I told you that the place is evil, and evil comes from it. They lie in the shadows of the trees, and cast spells on you as you pass. And now one has got you, and you laugh to go from me. They sit in the trees among the gray monkeys, and laugh at me as I pass in the morning. They howl at me among the jackals as I come back in the evening. They take all from me, and the house is very empty. Apochi, the devils are not taking me. I shall not leave you. When you come from the jungle, I should be here with my sister. But the man has called to me, and I must go to him. The cub does not always remain in the cave by the father's side. Her time comes, and she hears her mate call from the neighboring rocks. She leaves her father's cave for another's. But Apochi, she will still look out for the old leopard when he returns. She will live very close to him. Ayo, ayo, the house will be empty. The doe cannot always stay with the herd. She hears the call of the buck, and they fly together into the jungle. The house is empty. There is no use for me to live now. Karlanahami, who had been growing more and more impatient, here broke in. Are you mad, brother? The child is a woman now, and it is time to give her to a man. Is she to die childless because she has a father? There is no need for her even to leave the compound. There is room for Baban to make himself a house here. Baban eagerly seized upon this suggestion. He assured Salindu that he had no intention of taking Panchamanika out of the compound. Panchamanika, still crouching at his feet, told her father that she would never leave him. It was eventually arranged that for the present Baban should live in the house while he put up another house for himself and Panchamanika. Salindu took no part in the discussion. After Karlanahami intervened, he became silent. There was nothing for him to do or to say which could help him. It was only one more of the evils which inevitably came upon him. The talk died down. The others went into the house to prepare the evening meal. He sat on under the mustard tree, staring at the outline of the trees against the starlit sky. The silence of the jungle settled down upon the compound. Panchamanika brought him his food. She tried to comfort him, to get him to come into the house, but for once she could not rouse him. He sat in the compound through the night, staring into the darkness and muttering from time to time, Ayo, the house is empty. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1. Baban put up a new hut in Salindu's compound, and 3 weeks after he left his brother-in-law, he and Panchamanika began to live together in it. It was the beginning of a far greater prosperity for the family. Baban worked hard. He cleared his chenna and watched it well. His crop was always the best in the village, and the produce went, with Salindu's, into a barn which served in common for the whole compound. Salindu did not again refer to Panchamanika's leaving him. He seemed hardly to be aware of Baban's existence in the compound. He very rarely addressed a word to him. In fact, he now scarcely ever spoke to any one except Hinihami. When he came back to the compound from the jungle or from the Chenas, he never went into the new hut where Panchamanika lived. He never called her to him, as he had been used to do. If she came out in the evenings to sit with him and speak with him, he answered her questions, but he no longer poured out to her everything that was in his mind, as he still did to Hinihami. It seemed as if he were unable to share her with another. And Panchamanika altered. Her blind love for her father and her sister remained, but it was swamped by a fierce attachment to Baban. She felt the barrier which had grown up and separated her from Celindu, and in a less degree from Hinihami. And as her life became different, she lost some of the wildness which had before belonged to her. She began to lead a life more like the other village women. She no longer went to or worked in the Chenna. The jungle began to lose its hold on her. She had listened from the time when she first began to understand anything to the tales of her father, and imperceptibly his views of life had become hers. She and he were only two out of the countless animals which wander through the jungle, continually beset by hunger and fear. But as she became more and more separated from him and attached to Baban, this view of life, always vague and unconsciously held, became vaguer and dimmer. The simplicity of Baban reacted upon her. She became the man's woman, the cook of his food, the cleaner of his house, the bearer of his children. There had always been considerable difference in character between Hinimahami and Panchamanika. There was very little of her sister's gentleness in Hinihami. There was, added to the strangeness and wildness which she derived from Celindu, a violence of feeling far greater than his. You could see this in her eyes, which gradually lost the melancholy of childhood, and glowed with a fierce, startled look through the long black hair, which hung in disorder about her pale brown face. The village women, who never tired of following Nanchohami's lead in jeering at Karlinahami and Panchamanika, soon learned to respect the passionate anger which it was so easy to rouse in Hinihami. And the passion of her anger was equalled by the passion of her attachment to Celindu and Panchamanika. The women soon learned that it was as dangerous to abuse in her presence her father or her sister as to risk a jibe at the girl herself. It was always remembered in the village how, when Angohami once, worked up by the bitterness of her own tongue, raised her hand against Panchamanika, Hinihami, then a child of 8, had seized the baby which the woman was carrying on her hip and flung it into the tank water. Hinihami had taken no part in the discussion about her sister's marriage, but when Baban took Panchamanika to live with him in the hut which he had built, she felt an instinctive dislike towards him, a feeling that she was being robbed of something. Her father and her sister were everything to her, for she had never felt for Karlinahami the blind affection which she felt for them. She could not understand, therefore, how Panchamanika could turn from them to this man whom she had scarcely known the day before. She saw and understood her father's anger and unhappiness, but she could not turn against her sister. Something had happened which she did not understand. An evil had come out of the jungle, and such evils come. If anyone could be blamed, it was the stranger Baban, but as her sister desired to go to him, she put on one side her own feelings of anger against him. She watched in silence the new house being put up, and she watched in silence Panchamanika leave the old hut for the new. She felt as if she were losing something, that her sister was going away from her, and that her life had greatly altered. She turned with an increased passion of attachment to her father. She refused to allow Karlinahami to cook his food for him. If he went out alone in the jungle, she would sit for hours in the compound, watching the path by which she knew he would return, and whenever he would allow her, she followed him on his expeditions. The marriage of Panchamanika and Baban created a great sensation in the village. The headman and his wife did not at first hide their anger, and the thought that they had been crossed was not unpleasant to many of the villagers. Moreover, Baban was liked and in many ways respected. The contempt in which the Vedas had been held could no longer be shown towards a compound where he had married and where he lived. The compound was no longer avoided. The men entered it now to see Baban, and the women began to come and gossip with Panchi Manika. It was not in Baba Hami's nature to remain long openly an enemy of any one. His cunning mind was inclined to and suited for intrigue. He understood how much easier and more enjoyable it is to harm your enemy if he thinks that you are his friend than if he knows you are his enemy. He was, however, too angry with Baban for any open reconciliation. He hid his anger, and though he never went into Baban's compound, nor Baban into his, when they met in the village paths, they spoke to one another as if there was nothing between them. But he often thought over the reckoning which he was determined one day to have, and it was Silindu and his family who he made up his mind would feel it most heavily. He was a man who never forgot what he considered a wrong done him. He could wait long to repay a real or imaginary injury. The repayment might be made in many divers ways, but until it was repaid with interest his mind was unsatisfied. As time passed, Silindu's family began again to enter into the ordinary village life. It was natural, therefore, that the hesitation which the villager might have felt to take a wife from the family died down before Baban's example. People who live in towns can hardly realize how persistent and violent are the desires of those who live in villages like Betagama. In many ways, and in this beyond all others, they are very near to the animals. In fact, in this they are more brutal and uncontrolled than the brutes, that while the animals have their seasons, man alone is perpetually dominated by his desires. Hini Hami, both in face and form, was more desirable than any of the other women. It was about a year after Baban and Panchi Manika began to live together that proposals began to be made about her. There lived in one of the huts with his old mother a man called Panchirala. He was a tall, thin, dark man, badly afflicted with parangi. The naturally crafty look of his face had been intensified by an accident. When a young man, he had been attacked by a bear, which met him crawling under the bushes in search of a hive of wild bees which he had heard in the jungle. The bear mauled him, and had left the marks of its teeth and claws upon his cheeks and forehead, and partially destroyed his right eye. The drooping lid of the injured eye gave him the appearance of perpetually and cunningly winking. He had some reputation in the village as a veterala, or doctor, and also as a dealer in spells. The result of his quarrel with his brother had made him feared and respected. They had cultivated a chenna in common, and a dispute had arisen over the division of the produce. Panchirala considered himself to have been swindled. He went out into the jungle and collected certain herbs, leaves, and fruit. He put them in a cocoanut shell together with a lime, and placed them at night in the corner of his brother's compound. The next morning his brother was found to be lying unable to speak or move. The wife and mother came and begged Panchirala to remove the spell. He denied all knowledge of the matter, and in 3 days his brother died. The brother's share of the chenna produce was handed over to Panchirala, as no one else was inclined to run the risk of the curse which appeared to attach to it. Panchirala was about 38 years old. The woman who had lived with him had died about a year previously, and the marriage of Baban had directed his attention towards Hini Hami. His first proposals were made to the girl herself. He was astonished by the fury with which they were rejected, but he was not discouraged. He watched for his opportunity, and some days later, when Hini Hami was not there, he went to Silindu's compound. He found Silindu sitting in the shadow of the hut. "I heard," he said to him, "that you have an ulcer in your foot. Let me see. Ayo, caused by a bad thorn. Here are some leaves. I brought them with me. They will do it good." Silindu had been unable to walk for some days owing to the swelling and pain. He was very glad to show the foot to the Veterala. Panchirala sat down to examine it, and Karla Nahami and Baban came out to see what was going on. This was exactly what Panchirala wanted. He heated the leaves by putting them in hot water, which he made Karla Nahami fetch. He tied them on with such ceremony, and then the whole party squatted down to talk. "This medicine I learned from my father," he told them. "It is of great power. It will draw the evil and the heat out of the foot into the leaves, and tomorrow you will be able to walk." The power of medicine and spells was a subject which never failed to appeal to Karlinahammy. "They say your father was a great man, and that in those days people came to the village from all sides for his medicine." "Ah, but he was a great man, and I have all my knowledge from him. Now the government builds hospitals and makes people go to them, and gives them government medicine which is useless, and so our work is taken from us, and people die of these foreign medicines. But my father was a great man. He knew of many charms, one which would bring any woman to a man. There is a tale about that charm. In those days there lived a Kerala Mahatmaya by the sea, a big-bellied man, a great lover of women. Down the coast beyond his village was a village in which only Malay people lived. The Malay women are, before all others in beauty, very fair, with eyes shaped like pomegranate seeds. They are Mohammedan people, and no Sinhalese can approach their women, for the men are very jealous and also strong and fearless. They are bad men. The Kerala Mahatmaya used to go to the village on government work, and every time he walked through the street and saw the women peeping at him from the doorways, and he saw their eyes shaped like pomegranate seeds shining beneath the cloths which covered their heads, he was very troubled and longed to have a Malay woman. At last he could bear it no longer, so he lay down in his house and sent a message to my father to say that he was very ill, and that he should come to him at once. Then my father went 3 days' journey to the Kerala's house, and when he came there, the Kerala Mahatmaya sent all the women out of the house, and he made my father sit down by his side, and he said to him, "Federala, I am very ill, I cannot sleep. I have a great desire day and night in me for a woman from the Malay village along the coast. I can get no pleasure from my own women, but if I be seen even talking to a Malay woman, the men of the village would rise and beat me to death. The desire is killing me. Now you, I know, have great skill in charms. You must make me one, therefore, which will bring a Malay woman to me to a place of which I will tell you." Then my father said, "Hama Doru, I dare not do this, for I must go and make the charm in the compound of the girl's house. And I know these Malay people. They are very bad men. If they catch me there, they will kill me." But the Kerala Mahatmaya said, "There is no need to fear. There is a house at the end of the village, standing somewhat apart from the others. There lives in it a young girl, unmarried, a daughter of Tuwan Abdid. I will take you there on a moonless night, and you will make the charm there. And if the next night the girl comes to me, I will give you £5. Then my father thought, if I refuse the Kerala Mahatmaya, he will be angry and put me into trouble and ruin me. And if I consent to his wish, I will gain £5, which is much money, and possibly a beating from the Malay men. It is better to risk the beating." So he agreed to make the charm on a moonless night. Then the Kerala Mahatmaya gave out that he was very ill, and that my father was treating him, and for 3 days my father lived in the house preparing the charm. On the 4th day the Kerala Mahatmaya and my father, taking cold cooked rice with them, set out from the house, saying they were going to my father's village for the treatment of the Kerala, with medicines in my father's house. But after leaving the village, they turned aside from the path and went secretly through the jungle to a cave near the Malay village. The cave was hid in thick jungle, and they lay there through the day. When it was night and very dark, they crept out, and the Kerala showed the house to my father. My father stood in the garden of the house and made the charm, and buried it in the earth of the garden, and returned to the cave with the Kerala Mahatmaya. All through the next day they lay in the cave, and ate only the cold rice, and the Kerala Mahatmaya talked much of the Malay women and their eyes, which were shaped like pomegranate seeds. And in the evening, at the time when the women go to draw water, the girl came to the cave, and the Kerala Mahatmaya enjoyed her. Then he sent her away, and he called my father, who was sitting outside in the jungle, and told him that the girl was cross-eyed and ugly, and not worth £5, but at the most 10 rupees. He gave my father 10 rupees, and told him he would give the other 40 some other time, but the money was never paid. Next day they went back to the Kerala's house, and told a tale about how the Kerala Mahatmaya had got well on the way to my father's village, and so they had returned at once. But the girl had seen the Kerala Mahatmaya in the village, and she recognized his black face and big belly, and she told her mother how she had been charmed to go to the cave. The mother told the Malay men, and they were very angry. Next time that the Kerala Mahatmaya went to their village, they set upon him and beat him with clubs and sticks until he nearly died. Then they put him in a bullock cart and tied his hands together above his head to the hood of the cart, and took him 12 miles into Kamburu Pitaya to the agent Hama Doru, and said that they had caught the Kerala Mahatmaya with a bag on his back stealing salt, and there was a great case, and the magistrate Hama Doru believed the story of the Kerala Mahatmaya, who had many witnesses to show that on the very day on which the girl said she had gone to the cave, they had seen him on the road to my father's village. So the Malay men all were sent to prison, but my father got a great name, for all the country, except the magistrate Hamaduru, knew of the charm by which he had brought the girl to the fat Kerala Mahatmaya in the cave. "Did your father teach you the making of the charm?" asked Kalinahami. "Am I not a Vedarala, and the son of a Vedarala? The learning of the father is handed down to the son." "Yes, I remember hearing my mother speak of him. There was no one in the district," she said, "so skilled in charms and medicines as your father." "Yes, he knew many things which other Vedaralas know nothing of. He had a charm by which devils are charmed to become the servants of the charmer. He learnt it from a man of Sinhala, who lived long ago in the neighbouring village. This man was called Tikiri Banda, and he wanted to marry the daughter of the headman. The headman refused to give her, and Tikiri Banda, being very angry, put a charm upon a devil which lived in a banyan tree. And the devil took a snake in his hand and touched the headman with it on the back as he passed under the tree in the dusk, and the headman's back was bent into a bow for the rest of his days." "Was that the village called Bogama?" asked Selundu, who had listened with interest. "Where the nuga trees now stand in the jungle to the south. The last house was abandoned when I was a boy, but the devil still dances beneath the nuga trees." "Yes, it was Bogama. It was a village like this in my father's time, and in your father's time. I can myself remember houses there, near the nuga trees." "Of course," said Kalinahami. "Bodhi Sinho's wife, Angohami, came from there. Ayo, when the jungle comes in, how things are forgotten." "Well, well," said the Vedarala, "the devils still dance under the trees, though the men have gone. The chenna crops were bad, and every year the fever came. It is the same now in this village. The old medicines of the Vedaralas are no longer used, but people go to the towns and hospitals for these foreign medicines, but they die very quickly, and where there was a village there are only trees and devils." The little group was silent for a while. Nothing could be heard but the sigh of the wind among the trees for miles around them. Then the Vedarala began to speak again. "Yes, that was a wonderful charm. The headman walked bow-backed for the rest of his life because he would not give the girl. Ayo, it is always the women who bring trouble to us men, and yet what can a man do? A man without a wife, they say, is only half a man. There is no comfort in a house where there is no woman to cook the meal." "There is no need to use your charm, Vedarala," said Kalinahami, "if you want one for yourself." "There is only one unmarried woman in the village now," said the Vedarala, "and she is Selundu's daughter." An uncomfortable silence fell upon the listeners. Kalinahami and Baban looked at Selundu, who remained silent, his eyes fixed upon the ground. The Vedarala's intentions were very clear, and the point of his previous stories very obvious now. Pancharala turned to Kalinahami. "I was thinking but yesterday that it is time that the girl was given in marriage. Baban here has taken her twin sister, and it is wrong that a woman should live alone. It is not for me to give the girl. She is her father's daughter." Selundu's face showed his distress. The Vedarala was a dangerous man to offend, but too much was being asked of him. He began in a low voice. "The girl is too young. She has not flowered yet." Pancharala laughed. "Did you bring the girl up for only filth, as the saying is? They are called twins, but the one has been married a year, and the other has not flowered yet." "Vedarala, I would give the girl, but she is unwilling. She told me last night that you had spoken to her. She is of the jungle, wild, not fit for your house. She was very frightened and angry." For a moment Pancharala was disconcerted that his rebuff was known, but anger came to his rescue. "Am I to ask the girl, then, when I want a wife? Can the father not give his child? So the child is angry, and the father obeys. Oh, hey, strange customs spring up. You are a fool, Selundu. If you tell the child to obey, there is no more to be said." The girl is a wild thing, I tell you. I cannot give her against her will." The Veterala got up. He smiled at Celinda, who watched him anxiously. "You will not give the girl, Celinda?" "I cannot, I cannot." "You will not give her? Remember the man of Sinhala, who taught my father." "Aiyo, how can I do this? And the headman of Bagama, and the devil that still dances beneath the trees." Celinda's face worked with excitement. "Ask anything else of me, Veterala. I cannot do this. I cannot do this." Pancharala walked away. The others watched him in silence. When he got to the fence of the compound, he turned round and smiled at them again. "And don't forget," he called out, "to tell the girl about the Malay girl who came to the Kerala Mahatmaya in the cave, a black-faced man and big-bellied. But she came, she came. I am an ugly man, and the bear's claws have made me uglier, a poor bedfellow for a girl. And so was he, black as Tamil, and a great belly swaying as he walked. But she came to the cave, to the calling of my father's charm. Oh yes, she came, she came." Pancharala walked away chuckling. Celinda was trembling with excitement and fear. Kalinahami burst out into a wail of despair. "Aiyo, what will become of us, brother? He is a bad man, very cunning and clever. There is no protection against his charms. He will bring evil and disease upon the house. He will make devils enter us. What have you done? What have you done? I. Baban was not as excited as the other two, but he was very serious. "It would perhaps have been better to give him the girl," he said. "The man is not a bad man if you do not cross him, and the girl is of age to marry. Even the bravest man does not go down the path where a devil lives." "Only the fool struggles against the stronger," said Kalinahami. "What the Veterala says is medicine, is medicine. It is not too late, brother, to undo the evil. To whom else in the village can you give the girl?" Celindu turned upon them in his anger and fear. "Have you too joined to plague me? Evils come upon a man. It is fate. What can I do? The girl is unwilling. Am I to throw away the Kurakan when the rice is already stolen? Am I to help the thief to plunder my house? I am a poor man, and the evil has come upon me. I can do nothing against it. His devils will enter me, and I shall waste away. But as for the child, what else is left to me? I will not force her to go to this son of a bad guy. Go into the house, woman, and cry there. And you, Baban, is it not enough that you have stolen from me one child, that now you should join with this dog to steal the other from me?" The other two were frightened by this outburst of Celindu. They saw that to argue with him would only increase his excitement. They left him. He remained squatting in the compound, and as his anger died down, fear possessed him utterly. He had no doubt of the powers of Pancharala over him. He knew that he had delivered himself into his power and the power of the devils that surrounded him. He had no thought of resistance in such a case. A terrible sense of a blank wall of fate, against which a man may hurl himself in vain, was upon him. He sat terrified and crushed by the inevitableness of the evil which must be. When Hinihami returned, he told her what had happened, and she shared in his terror and despair. End of chapter 5, part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2. The charms of the Veterala did not take long to act upon Celindu. He felt that he was a doomed man, and his mind could think of nothing but the impending evil. The banyan trees of the ruined village of Bagama obsessed his mind. He knew that ruin waited for him there, and yet a horrible desire to see them was always present with him. He could no longer remain in the hut or compound. He wandered through the jungle, fighting against the pull of the desire. His wanderings became a circle, of which the banyan trees were the center. He tried to go back to his hut, where he felt that there was safety for him, and found himself walking in the opposite direction. Darkness began to settle over the jungle, and the life which awakes only in its darkness began to stir. Voices mocked him from the canopy of leaves above him. Dim forms moved among the shadows of the trees. Suddenly a blind terror came upon him, and he began to run through the dense jungle. The boughs of the trees lashed him as he ran down the narrow tracks. The thorns tore him like spurs. He lost all sense of direction. Vague shapes seemed to follow him in the darkness. Enormous forms broke away from the track before him to crash away among the undergrowth and trees. The throbbing of his heart and throat became unendurable. But still his one idea was to run. As he ran, the jungle suddenly became thinner. The thorny undergrowth had given way to more open spaces. Even here it was very dark. He stumbled against the knotted root of a tree. A long, straight, swinging bough struck him in the face. A wild, derisive yell came from above. The blood seemed to rise and drown his eyes. He felt about vaguely with his hands. He recognized the root-like, stringy trunks of the banyan trees. He heard the cry ring out above his head, and he fell huddled together among the roots of the trees. Selindu did not hear again the cry of the devil bird from the tree-tops. He lay unconscious throughout the night. When dawn broke, he came to himself, stiff and cold. He dragged himself slowly to the hut. There was no necessity to tell the others what had happened. The pale yellow of his skin, his sunken glazed eyes, his shivering body told them that Pancharala's charms had already begun their work, and his devils had already entered Selindu. He lay down on a mat within the hut to wait for the slow sapping of his life by the spell. For the next 2 days Selindu lay in the hut, very slowly letting go his hold of life. A kind of coma was upon him, as he felt life gradually slipping from his body. From time to time the women began a shrill wail in the compound. Baban went to expostulate with Pancharala, but the Veterala, after listening with a malignant smile, replied that he knew nothing and could do nothing in the matter. Baban returned to lounge moodily about the compound. On the second day, Kalinahami determined in despair to go herself to the Veterala. She found him sitting in his compound. "You have come about your brother, no doubt, but I can do nothing. I'm only a poor Veterala. There is the government hospital in Kumburupataya, and a Mahatmaya in trousers, a drinker of arrack, a clever man. He will give you government medicines free of charge. Just a phantom or two for the peon who stands by the door. You should take your brother there. It is only 3 days' journey." "Veterala, my brother lies in the hut dying. He has covered his head with his cloth, and he will neither eat nor speak. Life is slipping from him. The doctor Mahatmaya will say it is the fever. He will give you a bottle of fever mixture free of charge. A clever man, the doctor Mahatmaya. Yes, you should take him to the hospital and get the medicine free of charge. It is a good medicine, though unpleasant to the taste, they tell me." "Aiyo, what is the good of going to the hospital? Why do you talk like that, Veterala? You are laughing at me. We know that it is the devils that have entered my brother, and that you alone have power to save him." "Devils? What do I know of devils? No, they tell me the doctor Mahatmaya keeps no medicine in the hospital against devils. The government says there are no devils. Surely it is fever, or fire fever, or dysentery. It is for these that they give government medicine. No, it is no good going to the hospital for devils." "Veterala, I have brought you Curacan here. It is all I have, and I will talk to the girl for you, yes, and to my brother if he gets well. But take the spell from him, Veterala. Take the spell from him, I pray you." "I know nothing of spells. I'm a poor village Veterala, with a little knowledge of roots and leaves and fruits. which my father taught me. Veterala, you yourself told us of the charms and spells. Your skill is known. Charm the devil to leave my brother. He meant no harm. He is a strange man. You know that, Veterala. He never meant to injure you. The girl will come to you. I will see to that. Only take the spell from my brother." Pancharala sat and looked at Kalinahami, smiling for a little while. Then he said, "Is the woman mad too? What do I know of charms and spells? I can work no charm on your brother, but I have some little knowledge of devils. My father taught me. Well, well, let me think now. If a devil has entered the man and is slowly taking his life from him, perhaps there is a way. Let me think. Do you know the village of Baragama?" "No, Veterala, no. I've heard of it, but I do not know it." "Well, it lies over there to the east, 5 days' journey through the jungle beyond Mahapotana and the river of jewels. Do you think you could take your brother there?" "Yes, Veterala, we could go there. There is a great temple there, and the great Baragama Devio lives in it. He is a Tamil god, so they say, but Sinhalese Kaparalas serve him in the temple. My father used to say that he is a very great god. His power is over the jungle and the devils who live in it. The devils of the trees obey him, for his anger is terrible. If a devil has entered a man and is harming him and taking his life from him, the man should make a vow to the god, so my father used to say. Then he should go to the temple at Baragama at the time of the great festival, and roll in the dust round the temple 3 times every day, and call upon the god in a loud voice to free him from the devil. And perhaps, if he call loud enough, the god will hear him and order the devil to leave him. Then the devil will be afraid of the god's power and will leave the man, who will be freed from the evil. Now the great festival falls on the day of the next full moon. Perhaps if your brother makes a vow to the Baragama Devio and goes to the great festival, the devil will be driven out by the god. You and the girl might take him there, and perhaps I will go too, for I have made a vow myself." Kalinahami fell at the Veterala's feet, salaaming and whimpering blessings on him. Then she hurried home. It took a long time to make Selindu understand that there was hope for him. At first he would not listen to their entreaties and exhortations. At last, when he was prevailed upon to believe that it was Pancharala himself who had suggested the remedy, some spirit to fight for life seemed to creep into him. He took some food for the first time, and sat listening to the plans for the pilgrimage. It was decided that they should start on the next day, and that Baban should accompany them. The next day the pilgrims set out on a journey, which, with the enfeebled Selindu, would they knew take them at least 6 days. Their road the whole way led them through thick jungle. Villages were few, and what there were consisted only of a few squalid huts. The only village of any size through which they were to pass was Mahapotana, an agricultural village, 1 day's journey from Baragama, which had sprung up around a vast tank restored by government. They carried their food with them and slept at night on the bare earth under bushes or trees. Every day they trudged, straggling along in single file from 7 to 11 in the morning, and from 3 to 6 in the evening. Selindu was dazed and weak, and often had to be helped along by Baban. The women carried large bundles of food in chatties wrapped up in cloths upon their heads. It was the hottest time of the year, when the jungle is withered with drought. The grass has died down, the earth is caked and cracked with heat, the trees along the paths and road are white with dust. The pools had dried up, and the little streams were now mere channels of gleaming sand. Often they had to go all day without finding a pool or a well with water in it. For 12 hours every day the sun beat down upon them fiercely. The quivering heat from the white roads beat up into their faces and eyes. The wind swept them with its burning gusts and eddies of dust. Their feet were torn by the thorns, and swollen and blistered by the hot roads. As Hinihami followed hour after hour along the white track which forever coiled out before her into the walls of dusty trees the old song which Karlinahamni had sung to them when they were children continually was in her mind, and she sang as she walked. Our women's feet are weary, but the day must end somewhere for the followers in the way. 2 days' journey from Betagama, they joined a larger and more frequented track. Here they continually met little bands of pilgrims, bound for the same destination as themselves. The majority of them were Tamils, Hindus from India, from the tea estates, and from the north and east of the island, strange-looking men, such as Hinihami had never seen before, very dark, with bodies naked to the waist, with lines of white and red paint on their shoulders, their foreheads smeared with ashes, and the mark of God's eye between their eyebrows. They wore clothes of fine white cotton, caught up between the legs, and they carried brass bowls and brass tongs. Their women, heavy and sullen-looking, followed, carrying bundles and children. There were, however, also little bands of Buddhists, Sinhalese like themselves, and to one of these bands they attached themselves. 4 of them were a family from a village only 20 miles north of Betagama, and jungle people like themselves. They were taking a blind child to see whether, if they called upon the god, he would hear them and give him sight. There were a fisher and his wife from the coast. They were childless, and the woman had vowed to go to the festival and touch the heel of the caparalla in order that the god might remove from her the curse of barrenness. Last, there was an old man, a trader from a large and distant village of another district. He wore immense spectacles, and all day long he walked reading or chanting from a large Sinhalese religious book, which he carried open in his hand. The rest of the party did not understand a word of what he read, but they felt that he was acquiring merit, and that they would share a little of it. He had been brought up in a Buddhist temple, and at night, after the evening meal, he gathered the little party round him and preached to them or read to them by the light of the campfire how they should live in order to acquire merit in this life. And at the appropriate places they all cried out together, "Sadhu, Sadhu," or he made them all repeat together aloud the sill or rules. And as their voices rose and fell in the stillness of the night air, Karlinahamni's face shone with ecstasy, and a sense of well-being and quiet, strange to her, stole over Hinihami. Even in Selindu there came a change. He joined in the chant, "Budhan Saranam Gacchami," with which they began and ended the day. He became less hopeless and sullen, and the look of fear began to leave his eyes. In the evenings, when the air grew cool and gentle after the pitiless heat and wind of the day, as they sat around the fire by the roadside, and the great trees rose black behind them into the night, and the stars blazed above them between the leaves, and up and down the road twinkled the fires of other pilgrims, and the air was sweet with the smell of the burning wood and the hum of voices, and the vast stillness of the jungle folded them round on every side, and they listened to the strange words, but half understood, of the Lord Buddha, and how he attained to nirvana. Then the sufferings of the day were forgotten, and a feeling stole over them of peace and holiness and merit acquired. And one evening, at Baban's suggestion, Karlinahamni told them a story which had always been a favorite with the village women. At first the old man with the book and spectacles showed signs of being offended at this usurpation, but he was soothed by their saying that they did not want to tire him, and by their asking him to read to them again after the story was finished. In the end he was an absorbed listener, as Karlinahamni told the following story. The Lord Buddha, in one of his previous lives, met a young girl carrying kunji to her father, who was plowing in the field. And when he saw her, he thought, "The maiden is fair. If she is unmarried, she would make me a fit wife." And she thought, when she saw him, "If such a one took me to wife, I would bring fortune to my family." And he said to her, "What is your name?" Her name was Amara Devi, which means undying. So she replied, "Sir, my name is that which never was, is, nor will be in this world." "Nothing," he said, "born in this world is undying. Is your name Amara?" She answered, "Yes, sir." Then the Buddha said, "To whom are you taking the kanji?" "To the first god." "You are taking it to your father?" "Yes, sir." "What is your father doing?" "He makes one into two. To make one into two is to plow." "Where is your father plowing?" "He plows in that place from which no man returns." "No man returns from the grave. Is he plowing near the burial ground?" "Yes, sir." Then Amara Devi offered the Buddha kanji to drink, and he accepted it, and he thought to himself, "If the maiden gives me the kanji without first washing the pot, I will leave her at once." But Amara Devi washed the pot first and then gave the kanji. The Buddha drank the kanji and said, "Friend, where is your house that I may go to it?" And Amara Devi answered, "Go by this path until you come to a boutique where they sell balls of rice and sugar. Go on until you come to another where they sell kanji. From there you will see a flamboyant tree in full blossom. At that tree take the path towards the hand with which you eat rice. That is the way to my father's house." And the Buddha went as Amara Devi had directed him, and found the house and went in. Amara Devi's mother was in the house, and she welcomed the Buddha and made him sit down. And he, seeing the poverty of the house, said, "Mother, I am a tailor. Have you anything for me to sew?" And she said, "Son, there are clothes and pillows to mend, but I have no money to pay for the mending." Then he replied, "There is no need of money. Bring them for me to mend." So the Lord Buddha sat and mended the torn clothes and pillows. And in the evening Amara Devi came back from the fields carrying a bundle of firewood on her head and a sheaf of jungle leaves in the folds of her cloth. And Buddha lived in the house some days in order to learn the behavior of the girl. At the end of 3 days he gave her half a seer of rice and said, "Amara Devi, cook for me kanji, boiled rice, and cakes." She never thought to say, "How can I cook so much out of half a seer of rice?" but was ready to do as she was told. She cleaned the rice, boiled the whole grains, made kanji from the broken grains, and cakes from the dust. She offered the kanji to the Buddha, and he took a mouthful and tasted the delight of its sweetness. But to try her, he spat it out on the ground and said, "Friend, since you do not know how to cook, why do you waste my rice?" Amara Devi took no offense, but offered him the cakes, saying, "Friend, if the kanji does not please you, will you eat of the cakes?" And the Buddha did the same with the cakes. Then Amara Devi offered him the rice, and again he spat out the rice and pretended to be very angry, and smeared the food upon her head and body, and made her stand in the sun before the door. The girl showed no anger, but went out and stood in the sun. Then the Buddha said, "Amara Devi, friend, come here." And she came to him, and he took her as his wife and lived with her in the city in the gatekeeper's house. And she still thought he was a tailor. And one day he sent 2 men to her with 1,000 gold pieces to try her. The men took the gold pieces, and with them tempted her. But she said, "These 1,000 gold pieces are unworthy to wash my husband's feet." And 3 times she was tempted, and at last he told them to bring her to him by force. So they brought her to him by force, and when she came into his presence, she did not know him, for he sat in state in his robes, but she smiled and wept when she looked at him. The Buddha asked her why she smiled and wept, and she said, "Lord, I smiled with joy to see your divine splendor and the merit acquired by you in innumerable births. But when I thought that in this birth you might by some evil act, such as this, by seducing another's wife, earn the pains of death, I wept for love of you." Then the Buddha sent her back to the house of the gatekeeper, and he told the king and queen that he had found a princess for his wife. And the queen gave jewels and gold ornaments to Amara Devi, and she was taken in a great chariot to the house of the Buddha. And from that day she lived happily with him as his wife. The other pilgrims, except the fisher who had fallen asleep, were delighted with Kalinami's story, and they wanted her to tell them another, but she was afraid to offend the old man again, so she refused. The old man read to them a while, and gradually, one after the other, they dropped off to sleep. And in the morning they started off again down the long white road, and at midday, when they were hot and footsore, the wall of jungle before them parted suddenly, and they came out into a great fertile plain. The green rice fields stretched out before them. dotted over with watch huts and clumps of cocoanut trees and red-roofed houses, and the immense white domes of dagobas gleaming in the sun. Beyond shone the pleasant sheet of water through which the jungle had yielded the smiling plain. The dead trees still stood up gaunt and black from its surface. Great white birds sat upon the black branches, or flapped lazily over the water with wild hoarse cries. Its bosom was starred and dappled with pink lotus flowers, and beyond again lay the long dark stretch of jungle, out of which, far away to the north, towered into the fiery sky the line of dim blue hills. It was the tank and village of Mahaputana, and when the weary band of pilgrims suddenly saw the monotony of the trees and of the parched jungle give place to the water and the green fields and the white dagobas, the shrines built by kings long ago to hold the relics of the Lord Buddha, they raised their hands, salaaming, and cried aloud, "Sadhu, sadhu." They picked lotus flowers and went to the great dagoba, which is called after an ancient king, and laid the flowers upon the shrine as an offering, and walked 3 times around crying, "Sadhu, sadhu," and thus acquired merit. Then they went into the bazaar, which was crowded with pilgrims, Hindus and Buddhists, and Indian faqirs and Moormen. Innumerable bullock carts stood on the road in paths and open spaces, and the air rang with the bells of the bulls, which lazily fed upon the great bundles of straw tied to the carts. And the old man who had noted the poverty of Selindu and his family bought them rice and curry and plantains. So they sat under the shade of a great bo tree and ate a meal such as Hinihami had never eaten before. Her eyes wandered vacantly from thing to thing. She was dazed by the crowd perpetually wandering to and fro, by the confused din of talking people, of coughing cattle and jangling bells. In the evening they went to another dagoba, and then returned to the bo tree and lighted their fire. All about them were other little fires, around which sat groups like themselves of pilgrims eating the evening meal. They ate rice again and cakes, and Hinihami grew heavy with sleepiness. A great peace came upon her as she heard Karlinahami tell of how she had before come on pilgrimage to the great Buddhist festival in Mahapatona, when the crowds were tens of thousands more. And the old man told of a pilgrimage to the sacred city of Anuradhapur on the great Poya day, when hundreds of thousands acquire merit by encircling the shrine, and the merit to be acquired by climbing Adam's Peak or by visiting the ruined shrines of Sitalpahua, which the jungle has covered, so that the bears and leopards have made their lairs in the great caves by the side of Buddhas, who lie carved out of rock. The air was heavy with the smell of cooking and the pungent smell of the burning wood. The voice of the old man seemed to come from very far away. She covered her head with a cloth and lay down on the bare ground. For the first time the bareness and fear and wildness of life had fallen from her. She fell asleep in the peace of well-being and the merit which she had acquired. Next morning, to the regret of all, they had to leave the pleasant village and resting place of Mahaputana, and face again the suffering and weariness of the jungle. For 2 days their path led them through low thorny jungle, where there was little shelter from the sun. The track became stony and rocky. Gray boulders of gray, lichen-covered rock were strewn among the thick undergrowth. At intervals could be seen enormous rocks towering above the trees. In the afternoon of the first day they caught their first glimpse of the sacred Baragama hill, which rises into 3 rounded peaks above the village and temple. Next day, towards evening, they had reached the high forest which, starting from its foot, clothed the hill almost to its peaks. Then once again the jungle parted suddenly, and they stood upon the bank of a great stream. The banks were deep, and enormous trees, Kumbuk with its peeling bark and the wild fig tree, shaded them. The season of drought had narrowed the stream of water so that it flowed shallow in the center of the channel, leaving on either side a great stretch of white sand. Up and down stream were innumerable pilgrims, washing from them in the sacred waters the dust of the journey and the impurities of life before they entered the village. They followed the example of the other pilgrims and performed the required ablutions, after which they put on clean white clothes and climbed a path on the opposite bank which led them into the village. They found themselves in a long, very broad street, on each side of which were boutiques and houses and large buildings, resting places for the pilgrims. The street was thronged with pilgrims, idling, buying provisions, hurrying to the temple. It was near the time for the procession to start from the temple. The festival lasted 14 days, and every night the god was taken in procession through the village. It culminated in the great procession of the 14th night, which falls when the moon is full, and in the ceremony of the following morning, when the caparala goes down, accompanied by all the pilgrims, into the bed of the river, and cuts the waters with a golden knife. Celindu and his party arrived in Bergama on the 9th day of the festival, so that they would remain 6 days in the village and take part in 6 processions. At either end of the broad, straight street stood temples. The one at the north end belonged to the Bergama Devayo. Devayo, the temple, or Dwala, itself was a small, squat, oblong building, above which at one end rose the customary dome-like erection of Hindu temples, on which are fantastically carved the images of gods. Around the temple was an enormous courtyard, enclosed by red walls of roughly baked bricks. Just outside the wall of the courtyard, on the east side, was another and a smaller temple belonging to the god's lawful wife. At the southern end of the street stood another temple. It was a square, dirty white building without a courtyard, but surrounded on all sides by a veranda, in which, among a litter of broken furniture and odds and ends, lounged and squatted and slept a large number of pilgrims. The only entrance to the shrine itself was through a doorway in the front, which was screened by a large curtain ornamented crudely with the figures of gods and goddesses. No one was allowed to enter behind this curtain except the caparalas, for the temple belonged to the mistress of the Bergama Devio. The solemnity of the pilgrimage was intensified in the minds of Celindu and Karla Nahami and the other pilgrims, who were villagers like themselves, by the mystery which surrounds the god. On the road and around the fires at night, in the streets of the village, and in the very courtyard of the temple, they listened to the tales and legends, and believing them all without hesitation or speculation, they felt through their strangeness far more than they had ever felt with the Buddha of Dagobas and Viharas, that this god was very near their own lives. Who was he, this Tamil god living in the wilderness, whom the Tamils said was Kandaswami, the great Hindu god? These Buddhist villagers felt that they could understand him. He was so near to the devils of the trees and jungles whom they knew so well. He had once lived upon the center of the 3 peaks of the great hill, ruling over the unbroken forest which stretched below him, tossing and waving north to the mountains and south to the sea. That was why every night throughout the festival a fire blazed from the peak. But one day, as he sat among the bare rocks upon the top of the hill and looked down upon the winding river and the trees which cooled its banks, the wish came to him to go down and live in the plain beyond the river. Even in those days he was a Tamil god. So he called to a band of Tamils who were passing and asked them to carry him down across the river. The Tamils answered, "Lord, we are poor men and have traveled far on our way to collect salt in the lagoons by the seashore. If we stop now, the rain may come and destroy the salt, and our journey will have been for nothing. We will go on, therefore, and on our way back we will carry you down and place you on the other side of the river as you desire." The Tamils went on their way, and the god was angry at the slight put upon him. Shortly afterwards a band of Sinhalese came by. They also were on their way to collect salt in the lagoons. Then the god called to the Sinhalese and asked them to carry him down across the river. The Sinhalese climbed the hill and carried the god down, and bore him across the river, and placed him upon its banks under the shadow of the trees, where now stands his great temple. Then the god swore that he would no longer be served by Tamils in his temple, and that he would only have Sinhalese to perform his ceremonies. And that is why to this day, though the god is a Tamil god and the temple a Hindu temple, the Kaparalas are all Buddhists and Sinhalese. The god, therefore, is of the jungle, a great devil, beneficent when approached in the right manner and season, whose power lies for miles upon the desolate jungle surrounding his temple and hill. a power to swear by, for he will punish for the oath sworn falsely by his ill, a power who will listen to the vow of the sick or of the barren woman, a power who can aid us against the devils which perpetually beset us. It was in this way that the pilgrims regarded the god, and they chose well the time of his festival to approach him, for the god loved a hind, and had made her his mistress, and had placed her in the temple which stood at the southern end of the street. On each of the 14 nights of his festival the caporales entered his shrine, and covering the god in a great black cloth, so that no one should look upon him, carried him out and placed him upon the back of an elephant. Then the pilgrims called upon the name of the god, and with bowls of blazing camphor upon their heads followed him in procession to his mistress's temple. There the caporales, blindfolded, took the god, hidden by the cloth, from the elephant, and carried him up the steps of the temple. Again the pilgrim shouted the god's name, and women pressed forward to touch the caporala as he passed, for in this way they escaped the curse of barrenness. The caporala carried the god to his mistress, and then retired. Amid the roar of tom-toms, the jangling of bells, the flaring of great lights, and the passionate shouts of the people, the pilgrims prostrated themselves. Then the caporala, still blindfolded, again slipped behind the curtain into the shrine, and brought out the god and placed him upon the elephant, and the procession followed him back to his own temple. Celindu and the others reached the village in the evening, only a little while before the procession started. They therefore made their way at once to the great temple, and took their stand among the pilgrims who crowded the courtyard. They had eaten nothing since the midday meal. They were hungry and dizzy after the long days upon the road. Celindu seemed too dazed and weak to take much notice of what was taking place about him, and he had to be helped along by Babun. Karlinahami was awed and devout. An old pilgrim, she knew the demeanor required of her. The effect upon Hinihami was different. Tired and hungry though she was, even the great crowd in the courtyard excited her. As each new pilgrim arrived, he called aloud upon the god, and the whole crowd took up the cry, which rose and fell around the shrine. She, who had before never seen more than 40 or 50 people in her life, felt the weight and breath of thousands that jostled and pressed her. Her heart beat as under the flare of the torches. Hundreds of arms were raised in supplication, and to the crash of the tom-toms the name of the god thundered through the air. The tears came into her eyes and ran down her cheeks as time after time the roll of the many voices surged about her. And when at last the great moment came, and the caporala appeared, carrying the god under the black cloth, and over the sea of arms, the elephant lifted up its trunk and trumpeted as the god was placed upon its back. She stretched out her hands and cried to the god to hear her. They followed in the rear of the procession, where men roll over and over in the dust, and childless women touch the ground with their forehead between every step, in fulfillment of their vows. Celindu, with drawn face and vacant eyes, dragged himself along, leaning on Baban. Karlinahami, devout and stolid, raised the ceremonial cry at the due stopping places. But Hinihami felt the power of the god in her, and over them all. She felt how near he was to them, mysteriously hidden beneath the great cloth which lay upon the elephant's back. She felt again the awe which great trees in darkness and the shadows of the jungle at nightfall roused in her, the mystery of darkness and power which no one can see. And again, as the procession halted and the cry of the multitude rolled back to them, her breath was caught by sobs, and again she lifted her hands to the god and called upon his name. She formulated no prayer to him. She spoke no words of supplication. Only in excitement and exaltation of entreaty she cried out the name of the god. They were too tired that night to go into the shrine of the big temple after the procession and see the ceremony there. They had lost sight of the old man in the crowd, so that they had to make their meal off a little food that they carried with them. Then, worn out by their journey and excitement, they lay down on the bare ground in the courtyard of the temple. Next morning Celindu was no better. He seemed weaker and more lifeless. It was clear that the devil had not yet left him. Baban remained with him, while Karlinahami and Hinihami went down to the river to bathe. The excitement of the previous evening had not died out of the girl, and there was much going on around her to keep it up. The village was a small one, and really consisted of little more than the one street of 30 or 40 houses, which were roofed with red tiles and had brown walls of mud. Most of the houses were turned into boutiques during the pilgrimage, and the inhabitants prospered by selling provisions to the pilgrims. When Karlinahammy and Hinnyhammy returned from the river, hundreds filled the street, lounging, strolling, gossiping, and purchasing. Every now and then the crowd would gather more thickly in one quarter, and they would see a pilgrim arrive performing some strange vow. There were some who had run a skewer through their tongue and cheeks. Another had thrust through the skin of his back a long stick from which hung bowls of milk. At another time they saw a man naked except for a dirty loincloth, his long hair hanging about his face, and a great halo of flowers and branches upon his head. 30 or 40 great iron hooks had been put through the skin of his back. To every hook was attached a long cord, and all the cords had been twisted into a rope. Another man held the rope, while the first, bearing with his full weight upon it, so that the skin of his back was drawn away from his body, danced around in a circle, and shouted and sang. As Karlinahammy and Hinnyhammy were making their way slowly through the crowd, they suddenly heard a soft voice behind them say, "Well, mother, has not the hospital cured your brother of his fever?" They turned and saw the smiling face and winking eye of the Veterala. Hinnyhammy shrank away from him, behind Karlinahammy. "Veterala," said Karlinahammy, "I must speak with you. Come away from all these people." They pushed through the crowd, and going down a narrow opening between two boutiques, found themselves in the strip of quiet forest upon the bank of the river. The Veterala squatted down under a tree and began to chew betel. Karlinahammy squatted down opposite to him, and Hinnyhammy tried to hide herself behind her from the eye of the Veterala, which seemed to her maliciously to wink at her. Pancharala leaned round and peered at the girl. "Well, daughter," he said, ironically emphasizing the word daughter, "what have you come to the god for? Have you touched the caporala's foot and prayed for a child? Truly they say he is the god of the barren wife. Chi, chi," she covers her face with her hands. "Is the man dead then? What has the widow to do in Baragama? Oh, hey, now see, she has come to the god for clothing and food, as they say. May the god give her a man, young and fair and strong, a prince, with cattle and land, for the girl is fair. Even I, the one-eyed old man, can see that, and the god is a great god." "Don't talk this nonsense, Veterala," broke in Karlinahammy impatiently. "You shame the girl and frighten her. The god is a great god, we know that. And as you told me, we brought my brother here. Io, the long road and the hot sun. We are burnt as black as Tamils. And look at our feet. On the road the strong and healthy fall sick, and the sick man grows weaker. Have you sent my brother here to kill him? He lies now in the temple with no strength in him. Last night we took him in the Parahara, and called upon the god to hear us. I pray you, Veterala, you are a wise man, and renowned for your knowledge, tell me what wrong have we done? The devil remains. The god has not hurt us, nor driven him out. Be patient, mother. This fever is a hard thing to cure. Did I not tell you that even in the hospital there is no medicine against it? And it is hard for a man to find the lucky hour. The gecko calls, and the man starts from the house. The man does not hear the sign. He is saying, "You there, bring that along," and "You here, where is the bundle with the curacan?" So he starts on the journey in an unlucky hour. We heard no gecko, nor any other bad sign, but we had to start quickly, for the time was short. We had no time to consult an astrologer to find the lucky hour. Yes, perhaps that is it. And it is no easy matter, as I told you, to find a cure for these fevers. But, Veterala, what are we to do now? The man's strength goes from him. Even to take him back the long way to the village will be difficult. Patience, mother, patience. You must call louder to the god nightly until the moon is full. Perhaps even now the devil, the fever, is fighting against him. Io, what help for the cultivator when the flies have sucked the strength from the paddy? He sowed in an unlucky hour, and not even the god can help him. Piteous Veterala, will you not come with us and look at my brother now? Why should I see your brother? Said the Veterala angrily. What good can I do? Did I not tell you, woman, that I cannot cure your brother's fever? Where the god fails, can the man succeed? Oh, the minds of these women, they say in the village. Here he looked round and smiled at Hinihami, that even the little one is like an untamed buffalo cow. Do not be angry with me, Federella. You are the only help left for us. We are weary with walking and in grief. How can the women of the house not raise the cry when the brother and father lies dying within? If I have spoken foolishly, pardon my words. Pancharala sat silently looking at Hinihami. The girl was crying. The memory of the great god whom she had seen go riding by upon the elephant amid the flames and the shouts, the wild god who ruled over the jungle, and whom the men crowned with flowers and leaves were now dancing in the street, the god to whom she cried so passionately on the night before, had left her. Her excitement and exultation had died out as she listened to the jeering words of Pancharala. She hated him as she had hated him when he approached her before, but as she listened to him talking to Karlinahami, fear, the fear that she felt for unknown evils, gradually crept upon her. She cried helplessly, and Pancharala smiled at her as he watched her. Karlinahami watched his face expectantly and anxiously. At last Pancharala began again slowly. How the girl cries! And for her father too. I'm thinking that there is yet something for you to do. I'm a poor Federala, and my powers are small. But there is a man here, a great man, a holy man, who they say is very skilled in medicine and magic, and knows the mind of the god. He is a sannyasi from beyond the sea, from India, and his hair is 10 cubits in length. Perhaps if you take Salindu to him and inquire of him, he will tell you the god's mind, but you must take money for him. Ayo, what is the use of talking of money to the starving? Pancharala fumbled in the fold of his cloth and drew out his batel case. From this he took a very dirty rag in which were a number of copper and silver coins. He made it the sum of 95 cents and handed it over to Karlinahami. Here you are then, a rupee. Even the gods require payment. You can pay me 3 shillings in Kurakan when the crop is reaped. The sannyasi sits behind the little temple under a banyan tree. Today, when the sun sinks behind the trees of the jungle, take your brother to him and make inquiry. Pancharala got up and began walking away, followed by the obeisances and profuse thanks of Karlinahami. The 2 women hurried back to the temple. They found that the old man and the fisher and his wife had joined Salindu and Baban. The whole party agreed that the only thing to do was to consult the sannyasi. They waited, dozing and talking, through the hot afternoon, until the hour fixed by the Vedarala arrived. As soon as the sun sank behind the jungle and the shadow of the trees fell upon the temple courtyard, they went in a body to the banyan trees. They found the sannyasi sitting with his back against the trunk of a tree with a brass bowl by his side. He was unlike any sannyasi whom they had seen before. He had a long black beard reaching below his waist, a big hooked nose, and little twinkling black eyes. He wore a long white cotton robe, which was indescribably dirty, and an enormous dirty white turban. As they approached him, he unwound the folds of his turban and displayed his hair to the crowd which surrounded him. It was plaited and matted into 2 thin coils upon the top of his head, and its length had not been by any means exaggerated by Pancharala. The sannyasi spoke only a strange language, unintelligible to the Tamils and Sinhalese in the crowd, but there stood by him an old Tamil man who interpreted what he said. Baban led Salindu up to the sannyasi and dropped the money in the bowl. He explained what he wanted to the old Tamil, who understood and spoke very badly Sinhalese. The crowd pressed forward to listen. The sannyasi and his interpreter muttered together. The old man then addressed the crowd and told them that the holy man could not consult the god or give an answer with them pressing upon him. There was much talking and excitement, but at last a large circle was cleared, and the crowd was induced to move away out of earshot. Most of the people squatted down, and though they could not hear a word of what followed, they watched in hope of some exciting development. Baban and Salindu squatted down in front of the sannyasi. Karlinahami, Hinihami, and the others of their party stood behind them. Salindu, weak and dejected though he was, for the first time for several days, seemed to take some interest in what was passing. It had been arranged that Baban should explain the case to the sannyasi. "Will you tell the holy man," he said to the interpreter, "that we are poor folk and ask pardon of him?" This man is my wife's father, a hunter, a very poor man. There is also a Yaka who lives in the banyan trees in the jungle over there." Baban made a sweep with his arm towards the west. "This Yaka has entered this man, and his life is going from him." "Why has the Yaka entered the man?" "There is another man in the village. That man is skilled in charms and magic, and is angry with this man. Therefore he charmed the devil to do this." Well then, when this had happened, the woman went to him and prayed him to charm the devil away again. Then he said, "Take your brother to Baragama and pray to the god there at the great festival." So we walked and walked to this place with the sick man. We went in the Parahara and called to the god, but the god does not hear us, and the man's life is going from him. Then the woman went again to the man, for he too is here, and told him. He said, "I can do nothing. Take the man to the holy man who sits under the banyan tree, and make inquiry of him." So we waited for the lucky hour, and have brought him. The interpreter talked in the strange tongue with the Sannyasi, and then said to Baban, "The holy man says that the offering is too small. Father, it is all we have. We are very poor. Rain never falls upon our fields, and we have no land. We pray him to help us." There was another muttered conversation, and then the interpreter said, "It is very little for so great a thing, but the holy man will help you." The little group became very still. Everyone watched the Sannyasi anxiously. He muttered to himself, fixed his eyes on the ground in front of him, made marks in the sand with his finger, and swayed his body from side to side. Then, looking at Salindu intently, he began to speak very volubly. Salindu watched him fascinated. At last the Sannyasi stopped, and the interpreter addressed them. "The holy man says thus: It is true that a devil of the jungle has entered the man, that this devil is of great power. Why has this happened? The man is a foolish man. There has come into the holy man's mind another man, his face marked with scars, and one-eyed. He is a Viradarala, very skilled in charms. You have not told why the one-eyed man is angry, but the holy man knows, because of his holiness and wisdom. The one-eyed man came and said, 'Give me your daughter.' But this man, being mad, refused and spoke evil. Then the one-eyed man was very angry and went away and made a charm over the devil, and the devil entered the man. When the one-eyed man made the charm, he said to the devil, 'Unless she be given to me, do not leave him.'" A cry broke from Hinihami. She covered her face with her hands and crouched in fear upon the ground. The interpreter paid no attention to her. "Now even the one-eyed man cannot loose the charm, so he has sent you to the god. The god is of great power over devils. He heard your prayer, and he said to this devil, 'Leave the man.' But the Yaka answered, fighting against the power, 'Something must be given.' The master said, 'Unless she be given, do not leave the man.' Am I to die for this foolish man's sake?" Then the god said, "Yes, something must be given, either the man or the girl. The holy man knows this, and says that you must remain here and take the man every night in the Parahara until the night of the full moon, and on the morning of the next day you must return to the village. But on the evening of the first day's journey, the one-eyed man will meet you in an open stony place beside two palu trees. Then you must go to him and say, 'There is the girl, take her.' He will take the girl, and the devil will leave the man. Otherwise, if you do not do this, the man will die, for something must be given, either the man or the girl. Remember, too, that the girl cannot be given during the festival." Hinihami pressed her body against the ground, but her eyes were dry now. She was broken, tired, and numb with fear and despair. She had always known that it was she who was bringing death upon her father. Instinctively, like a wild animal against a trap, she had fought against the idea of giving herself to Pancharala. At the thought of her body touching his, the skin seemed to shrink against her bones. Celinda was everything to her, and she knew that now she was everything to him. At first she had felt that she was being driven inevitably to sacrifice herself. But when Karlanahami returned from Pancharala's compound and told them of the pilgrimage, hope came to her. The hardships and excitement of the road, her ecstasy before the god, had driven away her first feeling of despair. The god would certainly help them, but fear had crept in again at the first sight of Pancharala, and as she listened to his talk with Karlanahami, her hope grew cold. Now she knew that she must inevitably sacrifice herself. Had not the Sannyasi known the truth which Baban had not disclosed, she knew that not even the god could help her. She had heard his words. Yes, something must be given, either the man or the girl. Once more evil had come out of the jungle. The effect upon the other listeners had also been great. The holy man had seen what Baban had hidden. They knew well that they had heard from him the reply of the god. They walked back to the temple talking about it in low voices. There was no suggestion of doubt in any one as to what should be done. Even Selindu had given in. The god had spoken. It was fate, the inevitable. The girl would be given. The remainder of the festival passed slowly for them. They followed the Parahera dispirited and called upon the god nightly, but there was no hope or even doubt now to excite them. Selindu, listless, waited for his release. Hinihami was cowed and dulled by despair. The nights passed, and the morning following the new moon came, and they went down dutifully to the river to take part in the cutting of the waters. They were a melancholy little group among the laughing, joking crowd, which stood knee-deep in the river. And when the supreme moment came, and the caparalla cut the waters, and the crowd with a shout splashed high over themselves and one another the waters which would bring them good fortune through the coming year, Hinihami stood among them weeping. The pilgrimage was over, and a line of returning pilgrims began at once to stream across the river westwards. The old man and the fisher and his wife said good-bye to them, for they felt that it was not right for them, being strangers, to be present at what was to take place upon the homeward journey. Then they too set out. They walked all that day slowly, for Selindu was very weak, and in silence. When the shadows began to lengthen, the jungle became thinner, and the ground more stony. They knew that they must be nearing the place. The track turned and twisted through the scrub. The air was very still. They passed a bend, and there before them stood the Veterala under some palu trees. They stopped for a moment and looked at one another. Karlinahami touched Selindu on the arm. He took Hinihami by the hand and went up to Pancharala. His eyes seemed to be fixed upon something far away beyond Pancharala. He spoke very slowly. "Here is the girl. Take her." Pancharala looked at Hinihami and smiled. "It is well," he said. Selindu turned, and with Karlinahami and Baban walked on down the track. Neither of them looked back. Hinihami was left standing by the Veterala, her arms hanging limply by her side, her eyes looking on the ground. End of chapter 5, part 2. Chapter 6 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. It became clear on the morning after Hinihami had been given to the Veterala that the Sannyasi had rightly interpreted the will of the god, and that the devil had left Selindu. His eyes no longer presented the glazed appearance which is the sign of possession. He ate eagerly of the scanty morning meal, and though still weak, walked with a vigor unknown to him since the night when he fell beneath the banyan trees in the jungle. Throughout the homeward journey, strength and health continued to return to him, and by the time they reached the village, the color of his skin showed that he had been restored to his normal condition. Though they traveled very slowly, they had not again seen the Veterala and Hinihami on the way home. Pancharala made no haste to return to the village, and he only appeared there 2 days after Selindu arrived. He showed no signs of pleasure in his triumph. He was more quiet and thoughtful than usual. In the house he seemed to his mother to be uneasy and a little afraid of Hinihami. The girl had yielded herself to him in silence. In the long journey together through the jungle, he had without success tried many methods of breaking or bending her spirit, but he had failed. His jeers and his irony, his anger and his embraces had all been received by her in sullen silence. He would have put her down to be merely a passionless, stupid village woman, had he not seen the light and anger in her eyes, and the shudder that passed over her body when he touched her. On the morning after she arrived in the village, Hinihami was alone in Pancharala's compound. The Veterala had gone out, and his mother was in the house. She saw Selindu coming along the path, and ran out eagerly to meet him. They sat down under a tamarind tree just outside the stile in the compound fence. "The Yaka has gone," said Selindu. "The god drove him out after the Veterala took you. But now what to do? The house is empty without you, child." "I must come back, Apochi. I cannot live in this house." "But is it safe? Will not he bring evil again upon us? The god said one must be given. And now if I take you again, will he not kill you?" "The gods said that one must be given, and it was done. I was given, and the man took me. Surely the gods cannot lie. The evil has been driven out. And as for the man, I'm not frightened of him." "Ane," said the mocking voice of the Veterala behind them, "they are not frightened of the man." "Oh no, nor of the devils either, I suppose." Selindu and Hini Hami got up. The old fear came upon Selindu when he saw Pancharala, but the girl turned angrily upon the Veterala, who was astonished by her violence. "Pancharala," she said, "I'm not frightened of you. The god did not say I was to live with you. There is no giving of food or clothing. I was given that the devil might leave my father. Was the god disobeyed? I was given to you, you dog. The devil is flown. The god heard us there at Baragama. He will not allow you again to do evil." "Mother, mother, come out. Listen to the woman I brought to the house. She has become a Veterala. The pilgrimage has made her a sannyasi, I think, knowing the god's mind, skilled in magic. Keep your words for the women of the house. I am going." "And are there no other charms, Selindu? No other devils in the trees? You've learned wisdom surely from a wise woman." "Do not listen to him, Apochi. He can no longer harm us. The god has aided us." She turned upon Pancharala. "Do you wish me to stay in the house?" "Yes. There are still devils in the trees. Do not I, too, come from the jungle? I shall be like a yakini to you in the house, you dog. You can tell them, they say, by the eyes which do not blink. Rightly the village women call me yakini. I will stay with you. Look at my arms. Are they not as strong as a man's arms? I will stay with you. But as you lie by my side in the house, I will strangle you, Pancharala." Pancharala instinctively stepped back, and Inihami laughed. "Oh, hey! Are you frightened, Pancharala? The binder of yakas is frightened of the yakini. You can tell her, they say, because her eyes are red and unblinking, and because she neither fears nor loves. It is better for you that I should go to the trees from which I came, mighty Veterala. Otherwise I would strangle you and eat you in the house. Come, Apochi, we will go out into the jungle together again, as we did long ago. Ayo, the long time. I was a little thing then, and a little sister too. Come, Apochi, do not fear this Rodaya dog. He is frightened, and now I will never leave you." Pancharala was really frightened. He stood and watched the girl walk slowly away with Selindu along the path. Things had not happened quite as he had expected or hoped. He had enjoyed his first triumph over the girl, but he had soon grown to doubt whether her continued presence in his house would add to his comfort. He had felt without understanding that the giving of her body to him had only made her spirit more unyielding. Even on the way from Baragama, he had felt nervous and uncomfortable with her. He was angered by his defeat and by her taunts, but he watched her disappear with a distinct feeling of relief. The Veterala made no further attempt to molest Selindu, and the next 9 months were a period of unwonted prosperity and happiness in the Veta family. Towards the end of October, great clouds rolled up from the northeast, and great rains broke over the jungle. For days the rain fell steadily, ceaselessly. The tank filled and ran over. The dry sandy channels became torrents, sweeping down old rotten trunks and great trees through the jungle. A mist of moisture rose from the parched earth and hung gray upon the face of the jungle. Suddenly the ground became green, and soon the grass stood waist high beneath the undergrowth. The earth at last was sodden, and as the rain still fell, and the streams overflowed. The water spread out in a vast sheet beneath the trees. Not for 40 years, it was said, had rain fallen so abundantly. A great Chenna crop was assured. The more energetic began to talk of rice cultivation, now that the tank was full, and to regret the want of seed paddy. Then a rumor spread that the government was going to make advances of seed, and at last one day the Kerala Mahatmaya appeared in the village, and the rumor was confirmed. Promissory notes were signed, buffaloes were borrowed to turn up the soil of the fields, and at last, after 12 years, the village again saw paddy standing green in the water below their tank. Salindu's family, principally owing to Baban, had a large share in the prosperity which came to the village from the wonderful chenna and rice crops. Their store was full of kurakan and millet and rice. They were well fed, and even Salindu became happy. After the return of Hinihami, he seemed to change greatly. They were almost always together, and the fearlessness which she had shown towards Pancharala, and which seemed to have changed her suddenly from a child into a woman, inspired him. The fear of evil overhanging him no longer oppressed him. He worked with Baban cheerfully in the chenna and rice fields. He began again to talk with Panchi Manika, and sometimes he would sit in the compound and tell his strange stories to her and to the child who had been born to her 18 months before, and he was happy as he had been happy with her and with Hinihami years ago when they were children. His happiness and Hinihami's was greatly increased when she gave birth to a daughter. The child conceived during the pilgrimage was a pledge to them from the god that, as his word had been obeyed, the evil had been finally conquered. To the physical joy which Hinihami felt as she suckled the child was added her exultation in the knowledge that she was holding in her arms a charm against the evil which had threatened Salindu. Her hatred for the father only increased, therefore, her love for his child. But the love and care which she showed from the moment of her birth to Panchi Nona, as she called her daughter, were from the first to be shared with another. On the morning following the evening on which the child was born, Salindu came back from the jungle, carrying in his arms a fawn newly dropped by its mother. He went straight to Hinihami, who lay in the hut nursing the child, and kneeling down by her, placed the fawn in her arms. Hinihami, with a little laugh, took it, and nestling it against the child, was soon suckling the one at one breast and the other at the other. Salindu watched in silence. He was very serious. "It is well, it is well," he said when he saw that the fawn was sucking quietly and nestling against Hinihami and the child. "The little weakling," said Hinihami, gently touching with her fingers the soft skin of the fawn. "How hungry for milk the little one is! Where has it come from?" "It has come to you from the jungle. The gods have sent it." She bent her head and very softly drew her lips backwards and forwards over its back. "It takes the milk like the child. Has the god given another gift, a poached cheek?" "The gods sent it. Last night I went to the water hole, but nothing came while the moon was up. Then clouds gathered and the moon was hidden, and it became very dark. I heard a doe cry near by in pain, 'Amma, Amma,' but it was too dark to see, so I lay down and slept on the top of the high rock. I woke up with the first light, and as I lay there, I heard below the moving of something among the leaves. Very slowly looked over the rock, and there below, in the undergrowth, I saw the back of a doe. Her head was down, hidden by the leaves, and she murmured, licking something on the grass. Slowly, slowly, I took up my gun and leaned it over the rock and fired. Everything was hidden from me by the smoke, and I lay quiet until the wind blew it from before me. When I looked again, I saw the doe stand there still, the blood running down her side, and she stretched up her head toward me from the jungle, and her gray eyes rolled back with fear and showed wide, and she opened her mouth and cried terribly to me. I was sorry for her pain, and I said, 'Hush, mother, the evil has come. What use to cry? Lie down, that death may come to you easily.' But again she stretched out her neck toward me and cried aloud in pain, 'Amma, Amma, Ayo, Ayo.' It is you who have brought the evil, Yaka, to the child here that I dropped last night, and that lies now between my feet. Little son I have borne you to be food for the jackal and the leopard. Then I came down from the rock and stood by her and said, Mother, the daughter at home, this night bore a child. I will take this one to her, and she will give it the breast. Then she stretched out her head, and she cried out again, and fell dead upon the ground by the side of the fawn. Henny Hami pressed the fawn to her. Yes, he has come to me out of the jungle, a sign from the god, a great charm against evil. Did not the god himself take the doe as his mistress? They told it to us at Baragama, and now in the same night he has sent me a son and a daughter from the jungle. So Henny Hami suckled the child and the fawn together. The village looked on with astonishment and disapproval. The woman is as mad as the father, was the general comment. It was commonly rumored that she showed more love for Punchy Apu, as the fawn was called, than for her daughter. And though she did not realize it herself, it was true. The son from the jungle inspired in her a passionate love and tenderness, the great eyes which watched her, and the wonderful skin that she was never tired of caressing. He had come to her out of the jungle with something of the mystery and exaltation which she had felt in Baragama towards the god who went by upon the elephant, and her love was increased by the attachment of Panchi Apu to her. Long before Panchi Nona could crawl about the compound, the fawn would trot along by her side, crying to be taken up and fed, and even after it grew old enough to feed upon grass and leaves, it never left her, following her always about the house and compound and through the village and jungle. The year of the great rains and rice and plenty was followed by a year of scarcity and sickness. For 4 months, from June to October, the sun beat down from a cloudless sky. The great wind from the southwest failed at last, but even then the rain did not come, and the withering heat lay still and heavy over the jungle. The little puddle, thick with mud in the tank which supplied the village with water, dried up, and the women had to go daily 4 miles to fetch water from an abandoned tank in the jungle. In November, the chennas were still standing black and unsown. At last a little rain fell, and the seed was sown. The crop just showed green above the ground, and drought came again, and the young shoots died down. Then, when it was too late to save the crops, the rains came, and with them sickness. Want had already begun to be felt by bodies weakened by the long drought, and fever and dysentery swept over the country. There was not a family in Batagama which did not suffer, nor a house in which death did not take the old or the children. The doctor Mahatmaya, whom Pancharala despised, appeared in the village, bringing the medicines which he despised still more, but his efforts were no more or less successful than those of the village Vedarala. When at last the sickness passed away, it was found that the village had lost 16 out of its 41 inhabitants, and the jungle pressed in and claimed 2 of the 8 houses, after dysentery and fever had taken the men, the women, and their children who lived there. Even Salindu's house did not escape. There death took its toll of the young. First Panchi Manika's child sickened, and then Panchi Nona. Day after day the mothers, helpless, watched the fever come and shake the children's bodies, and sap and waste their strength. The wail of the 2 women, each for her dead child, was raised in one night. It was Salindu who seemed to feel the loss of the children more than any one else in the house. This time clearly the envious powers had grudged him his little happiness. He had been foolish to show his pleasure in the children crawling about the house. He had brought disaster upon them and upon himself. The misery he had felt at losing Panchimanika came upon him again. It was his own fault. He was a fool to tempt the evil powers that stood around him, eager for their opportunity. After their first wild outburst of grief, Panchi Manika and Henny Hami felt their loss less than Salindu. The death of the child is what every mother must continually expect. They had seen it too long in the village to be surprised at their own suffering, the birth of children every year, and then the coming of the fever to carry them off. Their grief was lightened by the feeling of resignation to the inevitable. And in Henny Hami's case there was a further consolation. She still had Panchi Apu, in whose attachment she could forget the child's death. All her love for the child was now merged in her love for him. He was the mysterious gift and pledge of the god. and she felt that so long as he followed by her side, so long as she felt the caress of his lips upon her hand, no real evil could come to her. Hinihami's extraordinary love for the deer was well known in the village, and had never been approved. At first it was regarded merely as the folly of the mad woman. These views were, however, very rarely expressed to the girl herself, for most of the villagers stood in some fear of her passionate anger. But about the time when the epidemic of fever and dysentery was decreasing, a new feeling towards them made its appearance in the village. It was started by Pancharala. "The mad woman and her child," he would say. "What sort of madness is that? An evil woman, an evil woman. I have some knowledge of charms and magic. I took her to my house to live with me. But did I keep her? I drove her away very soon. I did not want the evil eye and a worker of evil to bring misfortune on my house. My mother knows, for she heard her call herself a Yakini. Only because of my knowledge of charms was I able to keep away the evil with which she threatened me. And then comes this deer which they say is found in the jungle. Was not the woman herself in travail that very night? Do not she devils give birth to devils? Do village women suckle deer? Surely it is a devil, born of a devil. Look at the evil that fell upon the village when it came. The crops withered, and the old and the young died. It has brought us want and disease and death." The village soon came to believe in Pancharala's opinions. Small children were hurried away out of sight of Hinihami as she passed. The deer was certainly a devil who had brought misfortune on the village. Some said that at night it went out and ate the corpses in the new graves. It had been clear for some time that the ill feeling against them had been growing when an event occurred which required immediate action. The son of the headman died suddenly and apparently for no cause. Then it was remembered that 3 days before the child had been carrying some leaves when he met the deer and Hinihami. The deer had gone up to the child and tried to nibble the leaves, but the boy had snatched them away. The headman and the Vedarala were convinced that Hinihami and the deer were the direct cause of the child's death. There was much talk between Babahami and Pancharala. Other villagers were sent for. There was much coming and going and discussion in the headman's compound, and eventually action was decided upon. The next day Hinihami was collecting firewood in an old chana. The deer was with her, feeding at a little distance from her upon the young leaves and grass. Suddenly she was aroused by noise and movements near her. A small band of men and boys from the village had crept quietly through the jungle, and now were between her and the deer. As she looked up, the first stone was thrown. It missed its mark, but another followed and struck with a thud upon the deer's side. He bounded forward. Hinihami cried out and ran towards him. At the sound of her voice he stopped and looked round. A shower of stones fell about him. Thin streams of blood began to trickle down his flanks. Suddenly he plunged forward upon his head, his 2 forelegs broken at the knees. A cheer broke from the men. Hinihami, as she dashed forward, was caught by 2 men and flung backwards upon the ground. She fell heavily, and for a moment was stunned. Then she heard the long, bleating cry of pain, and saw the deer vainly trying to raise itself upon its broken legs among the jeering knot of men. She felt the blood surge up to her forehead and temples as a wave of anger came over her, and she flung herself upon the 2 men who barred her path. Swinging their arms wildly, they gave her blow upon blow with the open hand upon her head and breast. Her jacket was torn into shreds, and at last she fell exhausted. The sight of the bleeding deer and the woman lying on the ground, naked to the waist, seemed to send a wave of lust and cruelty through the men. They tore Hinihami's cloth from her, and taking her by her arms, dragged her naked up to the deer. "Bring the Vesi to her child," they shouted. "Comfort your Yakini. Is there no milk in your breast for him now?" They held her that she might see what they did. The deer was moaning in pain. One of the men cut a thick stick and struck him upon the hind legs until they were broken. Hinihami fought and struggled, but she was powerless in their hands. At length, when they had become tired of torturing them, they threw her down by the deer's side and went away. Hinihami was unhurt, but she was stunned by the violence of anger and horror. The deer moaned from time to time. She tried to lift him with some vague idea of carrying him back to the house, but he screamed with pain at the slightest movement, and he had grown too big for her to carry. She felt that he was dying. She flung herself down by him, caressing his head and calling to him not to leave her. Panchiapu, Panchiapu, she kept repeating, you must not die. Surely the God who gave you to me will save you. Panchiapu, Panchiapu, you cannot die. Then gradually a sense only of dull despair settled upon her. She sat through the long day unconscious of the passing of time. She was unaware when the deer died. She knew that he was dead now, and that with him everything had died for her. There was nothing for her to live for now, and already she felt life slipping from her. She thought of the child who had died too. She had missed her and grieved for her, but she had never loved the child as she loved the deer. He had come to her, a wild thing from the jungle, the god's mysterious gift. Now he was lying there dead, his broken limbs twisted under him, the dead white eyes bulging, the tongue hanging out from the open mouth. She shuddered as she remembered the scene, shuddered as she recalled the thud of the stones and the blows. She was found by Ceylon next morning, still sitting naked by the body of the deer, her hair wet with the dew, and her limbs stiff with the chill of the jungle at night. He tried in vain to rouse her. She recognized him. Let me be, Apocchi. She kept repeating, let me die here, for he is dead. Let me die here, Apocchi. Then Celindu wrapped her cloth about her and carried her in his arms to the house. She cried a little when she felt his tears fall upon her, but after that she showed no more signs of grief. She lay in the house, silent and resigned to die. She had even ceased to think or feel now. Life had no more a hold upon her, and in the hour before dawn, in deep sleep, she allowed it to slip gently from her. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1. Celindu knew well now that Hinihami had been a victim to save him. Both the devil and the god had said, either the man or the girl must be given. It was the girl who had been given, but it was he who should have died when the devil still possessed him. He knew now, when it was too late, that in giving Hinihami to the Veterala, he was giving her to certain death. He had gained nothing by his first refusal of the Veterala, but pain and trouble, and now the bitterest of griefs. In the end he had lost her utterly. Now indeed the house was empty. He was a fool. Yes, a fool. He knew that. But how can a man know how to walk, surrounded by all the snares of evil and disaster? A man may wash himself clean of oil, but however much he rubs himself, he will never rub off fate. And then there was Pancharala. It was he who was the real cause of the evil. Why had he ever come with his hateful face into the compound? He would go in the early morning and take his gun and shoot the Veterala dead as he came out of his house. And yet what would be the good of that now that Hinihami was dead? It would only be more evil. It would be useless. It was useless for him to do anything now. For days Celindu sat about the compound thinking and thinking, as Panchimanika called it. She alone had any influence with him, and even she had no power to console him. In time grief lost its first bitterness, and he sank into a perpetual state of sullen despair. An air of gloom and disaster seemed to hang about the compound. It was not long after the life of the village had been stirred by the death of Hinihami that another event happened which caused no little excitement. It was seen that Baba Hami, the headman, was having a house built on the open ground adjoining his compound, and as soon as it was finished there came to live in it a man from Kamburu Pataya, known as Fernando. Many of the villagers had had dealings with him. He kept a small boutique in Kumburo Pattaya and lent money on the usual and even more than the usual interest. He was not a Sinhalese and spoke Sinhalese very badly. Some people said he was a Tamil. His black skin and curly black hair pointed to the fact that he had Kaffir blood in his veins. He was a typical town man, cunning, unscrupulous, with a smattering of education. He wore the ordinary native cloth, but above it a shirt and coat, and the villagers therefore called him Mahatmaya. It was obvious that some very peculiar circumstances had brought such a man to settle down in a village like Betagama. The fact was that the headman and many of the villagers were deeply in his debt. The failure of the previous year's chenna crop had made it impossible to recover anything. In fact, he was pestered with requests for further loans to tide the debtors over the hot season until the chennas could again be sown. The creditor was faced with an unpleasant alternative. If he refused further loans, he would lose what he had lent already, through the death or emigration of his debtors, or they would borrow from others, and thus make it difficult for him to recover. On the other hand, the complete failure of the chenna crop made his own position far from easy. The debt outstanding, together with the interest, would be in itself a heavy charge on the next crop, even if it were a really good one. To be safe in giving still more credit, he required additional security. It was Baba Hami, the headman, who devised a scheme to meet these difficulties. 4 acres of chenna would be allowed to each debtor. The permits would be given in favor of the debtors, who were to assign their rights to Fernando for 1/5 of the crop. It was tacitly understood that if the 4/5 of the crop exceeded the amount of the loans and interest, the debts would be considered cancelled. Fernando was to come to the village and himself supervise the working of the chennas. Practically, therefore, the money lender was hiring labor for the cultivation of chennas for 1/5 of the crop, an exceedingly paying transaction, while his rights and power of action for the outstanding debts remained unaffected. The villagers were completely in his hands, and both sides were fully aware of it. The whole transaction, certainly so far as the headman was concerned, was illegal. Baba Hami knew this, but his needs were pressing, and his own profit would be great. For while his consent was purchased by the cancellation of his debts, by a private arrangement with Fernando, his own 4 acres of chenna were not assigned to the money-lender. To the villagers, Fernando was, owing to his dress and habits, a Mahatmaya. He did not treat them as his equals, and they, being in his debt, treated him as a superior. He was, however, on terms of intimacy with Baba Hami, and although he had a small boy with him as servant, he took all his meals in the headman's house. Panchi Manika very soon attracted Fernando's attention. Her face and form would have been remarkable even in a town. To find her among the squalid women of so squalid a village astonished him. He wanted a woman to live with him. He was always wanting a woman, and it would be far more comfortable to have his food cooked for him than to go always to the headman for his meals. He anticipated no difficulty. She was a mere village woman, and the husband was a village boor and in his debt. Despite his confidence, Fernando decided to act cautiously. He knew very little about villages, but he knew the many proverbs about women and trouble, and he had heard many tales of violence and murder, of which women had been the cause. He was quite alone, among people whom he did not really understand, far away from the boutiques and police court, the busy little town which he understood and where alone he really felt secure. He was a timid man, and he hated the jungle, and though he despised these people who lived in it, he was not comfortable with them. His first move was to try to learn something about the family from the head man. He sounded Baba Hami cautiously. The result pleased him greatly. They were bad people, according to the headman, Vedas, gypsies, traffickers in evil, whores, and vagabonds. By evil charms they had enticed Baban to their compound, and now they boasted that he, the brother of the headman's wife, had married Panchamanika. They were dangerous people. They had brought misfortune and death into the village. Fernando was not greatly impressed by their reputation for working harm by magic. As became a town man, he was somewhat skeptical, but what was clear to him was that the headman hated the whole family. They would get in no eventuality any help or sympathy from him. This knowledge was as valuable as it was pleasing to him. Then one evening he surprised them by coming and chatting to Baban, almost as if he were an equal. It was evening, just about the time before the lamps are lit in the house, when the air grows cool, and the wind dies down, and the afterglow of the setting sun is in the sky. The work in the chenna for the man, and in the house for the woman, was over. Baban was squatting in the compound near the house, and Panchamanika stood behind him, leaning against the door-post. From time to time a word or two was spoken, but for the most part they were content to allow the silence of the evening to descend upon them, as they watched with vacant eyes the light fade out of the sky. Panchamanika brought the wooden mortar in which the grain was pounded, turned it upside down, and dusted the top with a piece of cloth. "Will you sit down, Aya?" said Baban. Fernando sat down upon it. Baban squatted opposite to him, while Panchamanika stood behind, leaning against the door-post. "Well, Baban," said Fernando, "will the chenna crop be good, do you think?" "Who can say, Aya, who can say? Only a fool measures his grain before it is on the threshing floor." "Then all these villagers do that, for they are all fools. Ayo, what cattle! What trouble they give a man! We are poor men, Aya, and ignorant." "I'm not thinking of you, Baban, but of the others. There's only one man in the village, all say that, and I've seen it myself, but the others, they will ruin me. How much do they owe me? Only a very good crop will pay it, but they don't care. They don't fence the chenna or watch it. They sit and sleep in the compound, and the deer and pig go off with my rupees in their bellies. Isn't that true?" "It's true, Aya. And what can I do? A town man with all these chennas. I ought to have a gambaraya." "Yes, you want a gambaraya." "So I thought, and I thought too. This Baban is the only man in the village. Why shouldn't he be my gambaraya? Well, what do you say? You could look after the other chennas, and also cultivate your own." Baban was silent with astonishment. It was a piece of good fortune which he could never have dreamed of. "I would give you 1/20th of the crop, after the fifth had been paid to the cultivators," Fernando went on. "Would you do it for that?" "Yes, Aya, I will do it for that, gladly." "Very well, that's settled. You are my gambaraya now." Fernando sighed and stretched himself. "What a place this jungle is," he said. "It is not fit for a sensible man to live in. Of course, these other villagers, if they went anywhere else, what could they do? The cattle? They do not know the east from the west. As the tale says, if they get into a bazaar, they are frightened and run about like a scared bull. But you, Baban, you are young and strong. You are a knowing man. Why do you starve here when you could eat rice and grow fat elsewhere?" "So my sister and her man said, Aya. They wanted me to go away and marry in another village over there. Rain falls and rice grows there, but it is a great evil to live in a strange place among strangers." Fernando laughed. "An evil, you call it? But how many have got wealth and fortune by going to strange places? Have you not heard of Mahapotana? Many years ago it was all trees and jungle like this, and no one lived there. Then they built the great tank in the jungle, and people went there from all the villages of the West. Poor men living in villages like this. Now it is a town, and all are rich there, and eating rice." "Yes, Aya, we know that. The tank was built in my father's time, and the Kerala Mahatmaya and the Rata Mahatmaya came to the village and spoke as you speak now, and they said, that land would be given to all that went there, and water from the tank for the cultivation of rice. It was in a year, I remember my father telling me, when rain had not fallen, like the last crop with us, and there was want in the village, and many died of fever. They urged my father to go, for he was a good man. They knew that, and my father said to them, so he told me, how can I go to this strange place? Can I take the woman and the child with me? I have no house there, and no money to buy. In the bazaar, among strangers, and in strange places, evil comes. Here my father lived, and his father before him, in this house, and they cleared the chenas as I do, and from time to time, when rain fell, sowed rice below the tank. What folly for me to leave my home and field in the chenna, to meet evil in strange places. My father said this to the headman, and all the other men of the village also refused to go, except one man, Apu, they called him. He went with his wife, and was given land under Mahapotana, and nothing was heard of Apu for many months. And his brother, who still lived here, at last went to Mahapotana to inquire about him. And when he came there, the people told him that Apu was dead of the fever, and that his wife had gone away, and no one knew where she had gone. But people die of fever in Betagama. Yes, of course, many people die of fever here too, but they die among their relations and friends and people who are known to them, in houses where their fathers lived before them. Surely it is a more bitter thing to die in a strange place. I am a poor man and ignorant, and I cannot explain it to you better. There is always trouble and evil in strange places, when a man goes even upon a journey or pilgrimage to Kamburu Pitaya or Mahapatana or Baragama. Always, Aya, he is troubled and afraid. In the bazaars and boutiques and on the roads, people unknown to him, and everywhere he is thinking of his village and his house and the tank and the jungle paths which he knows there, and people living in the village, all of whom he knows. That is why a man will not leave his village even when the crops fail, and there is no food, no, not even when the headmen come, and they come now every year and say, there is good land to be given in such a place, there is work upon such a road, or in such a village, why starve here? I've heard people say that far away in the west there are large towns, Colombo and Kalatuara and Gala, where everyone has food and money always. But Aya, not even to those towns do you see a man going who has been born and lived all his life in a village. Am I not now among strangers? What evil will befall me? May the gods keep it away from you, Aya. But how can a man tell what evil is before him? But you are not an ignorant village man like us, and besides, after the chenna is reaped, you will return to your house. Fernando was silent for a while. When he spoke again, he had a curiously seductive effect upon his listeners. His low, soft voice and broken Sinhalese, the languorousness and softness which seemed to pervade him, fascinated them even more than what he said. What can the buffalo born in the fold know of the jungle? Or does the wild buffalo know how to work in the rice fields? I was born far away, across the sea, on the coast. I was only a little child when they brought me to Colombo to live there in the shop which my father kept. He had no fear to leave his village and to cross the sea, nor had he any desire to go back again there. He was a rich man. Oh, hey, what a town is Colombo! There we lived in a great building, and all around us were houses and people, no jungle or snakes or wild beasts, not even a paddy field or a coconut tree, always streets and people walking backwards and forwards on the red roads, and very few even known to you by sight, and bullock carts and carriages and rickshaws, hundreds upon hundreds. And there are houses very high as the hill at Baragama, full of white Mahatmayas, and their women, always coming and going from the ships. How many times have I stood outside when a boy and watched them, always laughing and talking loud like madmen, and dancing, men and women together. And how fair are the women, fair as the lotus flower, as the tale says, very fair and very shameless. Is it true, then, that the women of the white Mahatmayas are shameless? Broke in Panchimanika. In Colombo all say they are shameless, very fair, very mad, and very shameless. Their eyes are like cats' eyes. The proverb says, if the eyes of a woman are like the eyes of a cat, evil comes to the man who looks into them. The hair of the English Mahatmayas women is very fair, the color of the young coconut flowers. Yes, they are mad. In the evening, strange music is played by many men sitting high up near the roof. Then every Mahatmaya takes a woman in his arms, and looking into her eyes, goes round and round very quickly on the floor. Ayah, ayah, is this a true tale? Why should I tell you what is false? Did I not live 20 years there, in Colombo? It is a great town. In the morning I went and walked on the stone road that has been built into the sea, and within is the harbour, full always of great ships, bigger than villages. Always the Mahatmayas are coming and going in the great ships. From where they come and where they go, no one can tell. You stand upon the stone road, and you see the great ship come in across the sea in the morning, filled with white Mahatmayas, and in the evening it carries them out again across the sea. They are all very rich, and for a thing that costs 1 shilling they willingly give 5. Also they are never quiet, going here and there very quickly and doing nothing. Very many are afraid of them, for suddenly they grow very angry, their faces become red, and they strike any one who is near with the closed hand. Fernando stopped. He had become quite excited as he recalled his life in Colombo in his youth. He had forgotten where he was. Suddenly he became aware of his surroundings, the little village so far away from everything, the ignorant, uncouth villager who listened to him, the woman behind him for whose sake he had come to the hut, and whom for the moment he had forgotten. For a while Baban did not like to disturb his silence. Then he asked diffidently, "But if Colombo is your village, how is it that you now live in Camburupataya?" Fernando laughed. "What talk is this of villages?" he said. "Everywhere here the question is, of what village is he? And then he is of Batagama, or Bogama, or Baragama, or any Gama. And the liver in villages says as you did but now, how can I leave my Gama? Did I not tell you that I am of no village? My father's village is beyond the sea, and they say that the father's village is the son's. I've never seen that village. I've forgotten its name. I was born in Colombo, which is no village but a town. Oh, what a town it is! How pleasant, the houses and the noise and smell of the bazaar for miles, and the dust and people everywhere. What folly to live here, like a sannyasi on the top of a bare rock. Perhaps one day I shall return to Colombo and live in a great house as my father did. My father was a rich man, but always gambling. No money stayed in the house, and I spent much money upon women. There was a nautch girl from the coast. Her eyes had made me mad, and she devoured me. It was always rupees and bracelets and anklets and silk cloths. Then my father was very angry, for all the money had gone on the gambling and jewelry. There was no money to pay the merchants for goods for the shop, but worst of all, he had no money for gambling. The girl had taunted me because I had come empty-handed, saying that she would shame me openly if I came back again with nothing. So I again asked my father for money. He drove me away, cursing me. So I went into the shop and took goods and sold them, and taking 2 handfuls of silver, flung them down before the girl. But when my father found what I had done, he cursed me again and beat me and drove me out of the house, saying that if I returned he would give me to the police. I ran out very sad because of the girl. I was also sorry that I had given her both handfuls of silver, and had not kept one for myself. I stood at a street corner thinking that now I would die of hunger, and that it would be better to hang myself. Just then there passed a Moorman, Cassim, a man of Calatara, a merchant whom I had often seen in my father's shop. He laughed at me when he saw me, and said, speaking Tamil, "Now I see that the feet of the girl have danced away with the old man's wealth and the young man's life." At that the tears ran down my face, and I told him all that had happened. Then he said, "Come with me to Kalutara. You can sell there for me in my shop." So I went with him to Kalutara, and stayed there selling for him for 2 years. After that he sent me to sell for him in Camburupataya, and there I now live and have a shop of my own. Fernando paused for a while, then he began again. "You see, I have no village. I live always among strangers, but no evil has come. I left Colombo without a cent, and now I have become rich. What folly to starve where one was born, when there are riches to be got in the neighbouring village. Well, I'm going now." Baban accompanied his guest to the stile of the compound, and took leave of him with the usual words, "It is well. Go and come again." Fernando was quite satisfied with his interview. He thought he had gauged Baban, and that he would have no difficulty with him. He seemed so simple and mild. Both the man and woman had obviously been impressed by him and by his wealth. He was, however, still cautious. He decided to make his first overture, through the servant boy, whom he could trust. The boy was instructed carefully. He was to go to Punchy Manika as if on his own initiative. His master was a rich man and a great lover of women. He had already remarked upon her beauty. The boy was quite sure that, though his master had not actually said so, he desired her greatly. If she agreed, he would tell his master that the next night that Baban was watching in the Chenna, she would come to his house or would receive him in hers. It would benefit both her and her husband, for his master was very kind and generous. The attempt was a failure. Punchy Manika listened to what the boy had to say, and then gave him a sound smack in the face, which sent him crying back to his master. She was very angry with the badness of these boys from the town, and she did not suspect that he had been sent by his master. Fernando beat the servant boy, and himself went to Punchy Manika's compound one evening, when he knew that Baban would be watching at the Chenna. "Woman," he said, "you have beaten my servant boy. Why is that?" "He came here with evil words, Aya." "Evil words? A child of 8? Chi. But he came here with evil words and lies." "Lies? What did he say? That your face is very fair, and that all men desire you?" Aya, do not speak like that. He spoke shameful words. I cannot tell you what he said." "Nonsense. You have beaten my servant, and you must tell me why, or I must go to the head man." "Aya, why force me to tell what is shameful? What nonsense! Are you a child, then? What shame is there in words?" "The boy came here with shameful words, saying that you desired a woman. He called me to come to you secretly at night, when my man goes to the Chenna." Fernando looked very hard at Punchy Manika. He smiled when her eyes dropped. But what if the boy did not lie? What if he was sent by his master? "Hush, Aya, do not speak like that." "Why? Am I so foul that the woman of the villager Baban shrinks from me?" "It is not that." "What is it, then?" "The women of Colombo and Camburu Pataya have not found me foul. Are you afraid?" "Yes, Aya, I am afraid." "Afraid of what? What harm can come? Who need know? And what can Baban do? He is a fool. He owes me money. What can he do?" "I am afraid it is difficult for me to explain to you, for I see you will grow angry. I am a village woman, ignorant. I am not a woman like that. I went to the man willingly, even against my father's will. He has been the father of my child that is dead. He is good to me. Let me alone, Aya, let me alone, to keep his house and cook his meals for him as before." "Why not? I do not ask you to come to Camburu Pataya to be my wife. There is no talk of leaving your husband. I am rich and can give you money and jewels. You will bring good fortune to your husband, for I will cancel his debts and give him the share of the other Chennas, which I promised him." "I cannot do it, Aya." "What folly! There is nothing to fear. The houses are near, with the same fence. No one will know if you come to me through the fence after nightfall. If I say, 'Come, I want you,' is it not enough? Do you wish me to lie on the ground before you and pray to you?" Enough, Aya. Pardon me, I cannot do it." "Will you bring ruin on your man, then?" "I do not understand." "What? She doesn't understand? What cattle these people are! Is Baban in my debt? Is he to get a share of my Chennas?" "Yes, Aya, I heard you tell him so." "Well, is anything given for nothing? Do they give you rice in the bazaar for nothing, or currican, or cloth?" "Do they? Fool! Why do you stand there looking at me like a buffalo? You, your man, tell him that I have been here, and what I said. Will he sell you to me like a sack of currican? If not, he is a fool too, a dog, a pig. If not, he gets no share of the crop from me. His debts stand, and the interest too. I can ruin him. I will ruin him. Do you hear that? Well, what do you say?" "What is there to say, Aya? I cannot do it. If this thing must come to us, what can we do? Always evil is coming into this house. From the jungle, my father says. At first there was no food. Then the devil entered into my father. Then more evil upon my sister and her child, and upon my child. The children died. They killed Punchy Apu. They killed my sister, and now evil again." Punchy Manika had spoken in a very low voice, very slowly. Fernando stood looking at her. For a moment he was affected by the resignation and sadness of her tone. Then he thought he had been a fool to lose his temper and threaten openly. But how could one deal with cattle like these people? He began to grow angry again, but he recognized that it was useless and dangerous further to show his anger and disappointment. He returned without another word to his house. His failure astonished him almost more than it annoyed him. His first thought was to approach Baban himself. Probably the woman was only frightened of her husband, and probably the husband would see more clearly the advantages to be gained by giving his consent. But Fernando had lost a good deal of his confidence. He felt the need of an adviser, an ally. there could be no danger in consulting the head man. In any case, it would be dangerous for Baba Hami to oppose him, and there was every reason to believe that Baba Hami would be only too glad of an opportunity of working against Baban and Panchi Manika. Next day, after he had eaten the evening meal in the headman's house, and while he was sitting in the compound with Baba Hami chewing betel, he opened the subject. I thought to get your wife's brother to oversee my chenas. He is a good man, I think. Baba Hami spat. What will you pay him? 1/20th of the crop. He is a good man to work. He is a good worker. His chena is always the best, but he is a fool. He has brought disgrace upon us. Is he married to that woman? No, he went to her father's house and lives there with her. It would be a good thing to take him from them. Is he not tired of her now? He was mad about her. He would not listen to reason. Ah, but that was at first, long ago. They say the man first finds heaven in a woman, later in a field, and last in the temple. Would you like to get him back to your house? Yes. Well, why not? Fernando moved nearer to Baba Hami and lowered his voice. Rala Hami, I must live here some months without a woman. What comfort in a house. The woman is not ill-looking and could cook my meals for me. I had thought of this for some days, so I sent my servant boy to her. She answered that she would come, but she was afraid of her man. Then I thought of speaking to the man, but it is not easy for a stranger. I thought if he marries this woman, it is a disgrace to the headman. It is better that his friends speak to him. Probably he is tired of the woman, and will marry from another village some girl who has a dowry of land. Baba Hami seemed to be considering the ground in front of him with great attention. From time to time he spat very deliberately. It was impossible to tell from his face what impression Fernando's suggestion had made upon him. His silence irritated Fernando. What swine these villagers are, he thought. Well, he said at last, what do you say? Did she say she would come to you, if Baban allowed her? Yes, but why do you ask that? If the man agrees, what difficulty can there be? Perhaps none, Aya, but who can say? They are mad, those people. It happens so sometimes to people who live as we do in the jungle. The spirits of the trees, they say, enter into a family, and they are mad and a trouble to the village. Who knows what such people will do? Well, what more is there to say now? Is the plan good? Yes, but will you help me? The plan is a good one, certainly, but I'm on bad terms with my wife's brother. We quarreled about the girl. What can I do? If you talk to him now, Ralahami, you quarreled when he was hot after the girl. That was long ago. And a man soon tires of the woman that has borne him children. And there are many ways, Ralahami, to persuade him if you will help me. There are the debts and the chenas and many other ways. What is there that a headman cannot do? It is wrong for him to sit still and watch disgrace come upon him and his family. Have you given him his permit to chena yet? No, not yet. Well, you can keep it back. How can they live without chenas? Then there are the courts. I can help you there, for being of Kambur Pataya, I know the ways of the courts well. There will be cases and trouble for him and for them. Baba Hami was not to be hurried. He considered the proposal for some minutes. It was the sort of persecution which appealed to him. He would at the same time be injuring those he disliked, helping those in whose debt he stood, and pleasing himself. He could see very little risk in it, and much to gain. Well, Aya, he said at length, I will help you if I can. I will speak to Baban. Shall it be done soon? Yes, quickly. Send for him now. There's no harm in doing it before me, and there's no time to lose if I am to get the woman. Baba Hami was at first averse to doing things with such precipitation. He liked to think over carefully each move in his game, but he was over-persuaded by Fernando, who could not restrain his impatience. A message was sent to Baban that the headman wanted to speak to him. Baban was very much astonished at receiving this message, and still more so at his reception. He was given a chew of betel and welcomed warmly. Brother, said the headman, it is a bad thing for those of the same blood to quarrel. This Mahatmaya has been speaking of it, saying that you are a good man. All that is very long ago, and it is well to forget it. I have forgotten it. I've never had a bad thought of you in my mind, brother. Good, nor I of you, brother, really. Well, and how are things with you now? The light half of the moon returns. This Mahatmaya is giving me his chenas to work for a share of the crop. Good. Where there is food, there is happiness. Never have I known a year like this, and I'm growing an old man now. On the Poya day 2 months back, there was not a Karani of grain in all the village. I went to the Kerala Mahatmaya. I said to him, can men live on air? He is a hard man. He said his stomach swollen with rice. For 10 years now, I have told you to leave your village. There are fields and land elsewhere. There is work elsewhere. They pay for work on the roads. If you make your paddy field on rock, do you expect the rice to grow? I said to him, the government must give food or the people will die. Then he said, go away and die quickly, and he abused me, calling me a tom-tom beater, and drove me away. So I went to this Mahatmaya and arranged about the Chenas. Had not it been for him, we should all have starved. I know the Mahatmaya has been very good. And now again the Mahatmaya said to me, it is a foolish thing to quarrel with a brother. It is long ago, and about a woman. A young man hot after a woman, what use is it? Send for him and be friends. The Mahatmaya is very good to us. I was wrong, brother. I say it to you myself. I use shameful words to you, but that was long ago. A young man must have a woman. It is foolish to stand in his way. Even the buck will turn upon you in the rutting season. All that is forgotten now. So the Mahatmaya says, it is time, he said, for him to marry. Send for him and become friends again, for the heat of youth is now past. So I sent for you. I have come. He said to me, now is the time. The boy has become a man. When he learns about the woman, he will do as you ask. I do not understand that. The woman has offered to go and live with the Mahatmaya and cook his meals for him. So the Mahatmaya says, very well, I will take her to live with me while I am here. I will give her food and money, and also to her father. I will give work in my chenas to your brother, so your brother can leave the woman and marry from another village. I do not understand. I do not wish to marry from another village. And what offer of the woman do you talk of? The woman came to the Mahatmaya while you were away in the chena. She offered herself to him. The Mahatmaya said to her, I cannot take you unless the man gives you. Then he came to me. He said to me, this woman says this and that to me. It would be better for me to take her to live with me while I am here, and you should marry your brother to an honest woman. So I sent for you. It must be lies, brother. It must be lies. Who told this to you? The Mahatmaya himself. Would he tell lies? Is this true, Ayah? Baban asked Fernando. Yes, it is true. The woman came to me. The woman is a whore, brother. I told you so long ago. It is better that you should give her to the Mahatmaya and marry now from another village. You can come back to my house and live here meanwhile. Baban was dazed. His first instinct had been to disbelieve entirely the story about Panchamanika. He did not believe it now, but he could not disbelieve it. Why should the Mahatmaya lie? He could not tell him to his face that he was lying. He got up and stood hesitating. The others watched him. Fernando had difficulty in repressing his laughter. Several times Baban opened his mouth to speak and then stopped. I do not understand, he said at last. I do not understand this. The woman went to the Mahatmaya, offered herself. Ayah, that cannot be so. Surely she would be afraid. Yet you yourself say it's true. Ayo, I do not understand. I must go to the woman herself. Babahami got up and caught hold of Baban by the arm, trying to prevent his leaving the compound. Do not do that, brother. Let her go. Let her go to the Mahatmaya. And do you stay here? My house is always open to you. Stay now, and I will tell the woman to go to the Mahatmaya. No, no, I must see her myself. What is the use? There will only be abuse and angry words. It is always lies or foul words in a woman's mouth. I must go, brother. I must see her myself. What folly! But you would never listen to me, and see what has come of it. She is a whore. It was known before, but you would not believe it. You would not listen. Hark, the lizard chirps. It is an evil hour, but again you do not listen. You are going, brother, to meet misfortune. Baban allowed himself to be brought back into the compound. His mind worked slowly, and he was dazed by the shock and by the insinuating stream of the headman's words. But there was a curious obstinacy about him which Babahami recognized and feared. Baban came back, but he did not squat down again. He stood near Fernando. His forehead was wrinkled with perplexity. Surely the story could not be true, and yet how could it be false? Why should the Mahatmaya and Babahami lie to him? The simplicity of his character made him always inclined to believe at once, and without question, anything said to him. The headman had reckoned on this, and his plan would probably, but for Fernando, have succeeded. Suddenly, however, the latter could no longer restrain his amusement. The wrinkled forehead, the open mouth, the pain and hesitation in Baban's face as he stood before him seemed to him extraordinarily ridiculous. He laughed. The laugh broke the spell. Baban turned again. I must see the woman herself, he said as he walked away. That was foolish, Ayah, said Babahami to Fernando. Very foolish. He would have stayed. I know, but I couldn't help it. He stood there like a bull, pulled this and way and that, with a string in his nose. What now? He will come back. Then we shall see. It is spoiled now, I think. This bull is an obstinate brute. When it jibs, we may have to use the goad. It will be the only way, I think." They waited in silence. The headman proved right. Babun returned. He did not speak to Fernando, but addressed himself to Baba Hami. "The Mahatmaya was right to laugh at me for a fool. Yes, I am a fool. I know that. The tale was false. It was the Mahatmaya who called the woman to come to him, and she refused. I knew it. Yes, brother, I knew it. But I was frightened by your words. I thought, he is my sister's man. Why should he lie to me? It was lies. The woman wept for shame when I told her. It was true, brother. It is the woman who is lying now to you. She is frightened of you, frightened that you should know what she has done. I'm a fool, brother, but what use is there in repeating lies now? The story was false. It was the Mahatmaya who came to my house and called the woman to him. She refused. She would not leave me." He turned to Fernando. "Aya, why come and trouble us? We are poor and ignorant, and you have wealth and women in the town, as you told us. Leave us in peace, Aya, leave us in peace." "It is not lies," broke in Baba Hani. "Truly you are a fool. The woman is ashamed now and lies to you, and you believe, but what has that to do with it? The Mahatmaya is now ready to take the woman. It is time that this folly should end. Let him take her and come back to this house. She refuses, I tell you. What has that to do with it? It is time for you to marry and leave that filth. What is the good, brother, of beginning this again? It will only lead to angry words again. I told you so many years back that I want no other wife than this. It is the same now. I will live with no one else. All these lies and words are useless." "Oh, hey, oh, hey. It may lead to angry words, yes, but are they useless? Last time you refused to listen to me. Well, I did nothing. I allowed you to go your own way. You brought shame on me and my family. I did nothing. I let you go, but now it is different. Suppose they were lies, the words spoken by me just now. They weren't, but suppose they were. What then? The Mahatmaya wants the woman now. He calls her to him. She will not come. You refuse to give her. Is it wise? Wise, brother? Think a little. Is there much Kurakan in the house after the drought? The Mahatmaya has made you overseer of his genus. If the woman is refused, will you remain overseer? The 20th of the crop will go, I think, to someone else. Is it wise for the bull to fight against the master when he has the goad in his hand? Is it wise, too, always to be fighting against the headman? Even the headman has a little power still. The Chenna permit has not yet come for you. Perhaps it may never come. Who knows? The Mahatmaya will not do that. And you are my brother. If the woman is not given to me, said Fernando, neither will the 20th be given to you. I have not come here to be laughed at by cattle like you. First the woman is offered, and then I'm refused. What does it mean? Would you try to make me out a fool? Very well, Aya, then I will not have the 20th. The woman cannot be given to you. Fool, said Barbara Hami, so you refuse again to listen to me. But remember, this time it will not be as it was before. You shall not always disgrace and insult me. I have never spoken nor thought evil of you, brother. But I tell you, as I told you before, I will not live without this woman. It is useless to talk more, for nothing but angry words will follow. Therefore I am going. Baban did not wait for any answer from the two men, but went quickly from the compound. The other two sat on discussing the matter for long. They had to take their steps quickly, for Fernando would only be a few weeks in the village, and he was very anxious, now that he was really opposed, to possess Panchamanika. Their plans were laid that night. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. Babun and Celindu very soon became aware of the web that was being spun around them. They had already begun to cultivate a chenna together. 2 days after Babun's conversation with Baba Hami and Fernando, they found another man, Baba Sino, a near relation of Baba Hami, in occupation of it. Babun went to the headman to inquire what this meant. The headman was quite ready to explain it. No permit could be given to Babun and Celindu this year. It was a government rule that permits were to be given only to fit persons. Babun and Celindu were not fit persons, therefore no permits could be given to them. That was all. They returned to the compound, amazed, overwhelmed. Baban explained to Selindu the real cause of the headman's act, the proposal of Fernando and its reception. It was clear that the two men would stop at nothing, that they had determined upon the complete ruin of Selindu's family, unless Panchi Manika were given up. For if no Jena were given, it meant starvation, for they had at the utmost food only for a month, and besides that, nothing but their debts. They saw that Baba Sino was but a foil. They did not dare to turn him out by force, because they had no permits which would give them the right to do so. If they had felt that there was any one in the village who would openly take their part, it would have been different, but they knew that no one would dare to side with them against the headman and Fernando, who already held the whole village enmeshed in their debt. The more they discussed it, the more horrible became their fear. In a month they would be starving or forced to leave the village. There was only one thing for them to do, to put the whole case before the assistant government agent. Baban set off for Kamburu Pataya next morning with this object. His trouble and his fear drove him, and he did the 3 days' journey in 2. On the morning of the 3rd day, hours before the office opened, he was standing, haggard and frightened, on the Kachjeri veranda, waiting to fall at the feet of the assistant agent. At last a peon or two arrived, and later some clerks. At first no one took any notice of him. Then a peon came and asked him what he wanted. He told him that he had come to make a complaint to the assistant agent. The peon said, "The assistant agent is always on circuit. You must send a petition." "When will he be back?" "I don't know." "Where is he now, Ayah?" "I don't know." He had not the few cents necessary to buy him a fuller answer. He went from one peon to another, and from one clerk to another, trying to learn more particulars. They told him nothing. They did not know, they said, when the assistant agent would return, or where he was. He had better have a petition written and come again a week later. He became stupid with fear and misery. He hung about the veranda hour after hour, doing nothing and thinking of nothing. At last, late in the afternoon, he wandered aimlessly into the bazaar. He was passing the shop of the Moorman, who had previously made many loans in Batagama. Kasim, who was sitting within doing nothing, knew Baban and called out to him. "What are you doing in Kamburu Pataya, Baban? Like cotton down in a storm. What is the matter with you? I hear the dog Fernando is in Batagama. May he die of the fever." "I've been to the Kachcheri to lay a complaint before the agent Hama Doru. The agent Hama Doru is away on circuit. I cannot learn where he is or when he returns." "Oh, hey, a complaint! Those dogs of peons! Every one knows where the agent Hama Doru is, except the peon, and he only knows when there are phantoms in his hand. The agent Hama Doru is in Galbadapatu on circuit. He will not return for another 10 days. Every one knows that." "Ayo, then we are ruined." "Why, what is it?" "We are ruined. Only the agent Hama Doru could help us, and now it will be too late. Our Chena is taken from us. Ayo, ayo." "Is this one of Fernando's games? They say that the Chenas are his now, and not the government's. The low-caste fisher, Vesiga Puda, he is a Madalali now. I expect he hopes to be made the agent Hamadoru one day." "It is he, Ayah, he and the headman. They want me to give my wife to the Madalali. I refused. Now they have taken my chenna from me. They will ruin me. The agent Hamadoru, if he knew, would have interfered to stop this, but now it will be too late by the time I can complain to him. It will be too late, Aya." The fat Moorman rolled from side to side with laughter. "Oh, the dog! Oh, the dog! Oh, the dog! There is no one like these fishers for finding money and women everywhere. Allah! They call us Moormen, cunning and clever. The only thing I ever found in Batagama was bad debts. And here the swine of a fisher finds not only bags of grain and bags of rupees there, but women too. But I am sorry for you, Baban. I remember you. You were a good man in that accursed village. Come in here now, and I'll see what I can do for you. I should like to stop that swine's game, but it is difficult. One wants time. We must send a petition. The agent Hamadoru would stop it if he knew, but there are always peons and clerks and headmen in the way before you can get to him. Cents here and cents there, and delays and inquiries. You want time, and we haven't got it. But there is nothing for it but a petition. Here, now, I'll write it myself for you to spike that dog Fernando." The Muddalali made Baban give him all the particulars, and he wrote the petition and stamped and posted it. He told Baban to come in again to Kamburu Pataya in 10 days' time to see him about it. He also gave him food and made him sleep that night in his veranda. The next day Baban, somewhat comforted, set out for his village. He was very weary by the time that he reached it. He felt that he could show little gain from his journey to Salindu and Panchamanika. Ruin seemed very near to them. They could do little but sit gloomily, talking of their fears. But Baba Hami and Fernando were meanwhile not idle. The cunning headman and the townman, with his energetic, fertile mind, were a strong combination. On the morning after Baban's return to the village, a rumour spread through the village that the headman's house had been broken into during the night, and that Baba Hami had left at once to complain to the Kerala. Late in the afternoon of the same day, the Kerala and Baba Hami arrived in the village. They called to them 3 or 4 of the village men and went with them straight to Salindu's compound. The Kerala, a fat, consequential, bullying man, went in first and summoned Baban, Salindu, and Panchi Manika. They were handed over to Baba Hami's brother, who was instructed to keep them in the compound and not to allow them out of his sight. The news of the burglary had not reached Baban and Salindu. They were bewildered by what was passing. They saw the Kerala go into the house with Baba Hami. They were some time in the house, while the men in the compound talked together in whispers. A little group of men and women had gathered outside the fence, and Fernando stood in the door of his house, watching what was happening. At last the 2 headmen came out of the house. The Kerala was carrying a bundle. He walked up to Baban and showed him the bundle. It consisted of 2 cloths, a pair of gold earrings, and some other pieces of gold jewellery. "Where did you get these from, Yako?" he asked. "I know nothing about them. They are not mine." "Don't lie, Yako. They were in your house. Where did you get them from?" "Hamadoru. I know nothing about them. Someone must have put them there." "Lies. They were stolen last night from the Arachchi's house. The Muddalali saw you leaving the house in the night. Curse you, I shall have to take you into Kamburu Pataya. Now to the court and the magistrate Hamadoru. And what about this fellow?" pointing to Salindu. "Do you charge him as well?" "Yes, Mahatmaya," said Baba Hami, "but there is the box too. Should not the jungle round the house be searched for it?" "Yes. Hi there, you fellows, go and search that piece of jungle there." 3 or 4 men went off slowly and began a desultory search in the jungle which lay behind the compound. Suddenly there was a cry, and one of them lifted up a large box. He brought it to the Kerala. The lock had been forced open. It was recognized as the headman's. The case was complete, and the onlookers recognized that the evidence against Baban was damning. Baban and Celindu were taken off to the headman's house. They had to spend the night in the verandah with Baba Hami's brother, who was there to see that they did not run away. The injustice of this new catastrophe seemed to have completely broken Baban's spirit. His misfortunes were too many and sudden for him to fight against. He refused to talk, and squatted with his back against the wall, silent throughout the night. The effect upon Celindu was different. She saw at last the malignity of the headman, and how his life had been ruined by it. This last stroke made him aware of the long series of misfortunes, which he now thought were all due to the same cause. This knowledge roused him at last from his resignation, and from the torpor habitual to his mind. He talked incessantly in a low voice, sometimes to Baban, but more often apparently to himself. They call me a hunter, a Veda, a fine hunter, to be hunted for years now, and not to know it. It is the headman who is the Veda, a very clever hunter. I've been lying here like a fat old stag in a thicket while he was crawling, nearer and nearer, round and round, looking for the shot. Where was the watching doe to cry the alarm? Always he shot me down as I lay quiet. But the old hunter should be very careful. In the end, misfortune comes. Perhaps this time I am a buffalo, wounded. The wise hunter does not follow up the wounded buffalo where the jungle is thick. Ha, ha! The wounded buffalo can be as clever as the clever hunter. He hears the man crawling and crawling through the jungle. He stands there, out of the track in the shadows, the great black head down, the blood bubbling through the wound, listening to the twigs snap and the dry leaves rustle, and the man comes nearer and nearer. Fool, you cannot see him there, but he can see you now. He will let you pass him, and then out he will dash upon you, and his great horns will crash into your side, and he will fling you backwards through the air as if you were paddy straw. The old buffalo knows, the old buffalo knows. The young men laugh at him. Buffalo's eyes, they say, blind eyes, a foolish face like a buffalo. But he is clever. Amma, he is clever. When wounded, when he hears the hunter after him, cleverer than the cleverest hunter. And when it has gone on for years, all his life, what will he do then? Will he lie quiet then? Oh, he will lie quiet, yes, and let them take all from him, daughter and home and food. He will shake his head and sigh the great sigh, and lie quiet in the mud of the wallow, very sad. And then at last they come after his life. Shall they take that too? Then at last he knows, and is angry, very angry, and he stands waiting for them. The fools, they come on, crawling still. They do not know that he is ready for them now. The fools, the fools. The next morning the Kerala took with him the complainant, the accused, and the witnesses, of whom Fernando turned out to be one, and started for Kamburupataya. Panchi Manika went with them. They travelled slowly and reached Kamburupataya on the fourth morning. Celindu had relapsed into his usual state of sullen silence. Baban's spirit appeared to be completely broken. He scarcely understood what the charge against him was. He knew nothing of why or on what evidence it had been made. He waited bewildered to see what new misfortune fate and his enemies would bring upon him. The parties and witnesses in the case were taken at once to the courthouse. They waited about all the morning on the veranda. The court was a very large oblong room with a roof of flat red tiles. At one end was the bench, a raised dais with a wooden balustrade around it. There were a table and a chair upon the dais. In the centre of the room was a large table, with chairs round it for the bar and the more respectable witnesses. At the further end of the room was the dock, a sort of narrow oblong cage made of a wooden fence with a gate in it. Celindu and Baban were locked up in this cage, and a court peon stood by the gate in charge of them. There was no other furniture in the room except the witness box, a small square wooden platform surrounded by a wooden balustrade on three of its sides. Nothing happened all the morning. Baban and Celindu squatted down behind the bars of their cage. They were silent. They had never been in so vast or so high a room. The red tiles of the roof seemed a very long way above their heads. Outside they could hear the murmur of the sea and the rush of the wind and the whispered conversation of the witnesses on the veranda. But inside the empty room the silence awed them. About 1 o'clock there was a stir through the court. The headman hurried in. A proctor or two came and sat down at the table. The peon nudged Baban and Selindu and told them to stand up. Then they saw white Hamadoru, an Englishman, appear on the dais and sit down. The court interpreter, a Sinhalese Mahatmaya in coat and trousers, stood upon a small wooden step near the bench. The judge spoke to him in an angry voice. The interpreter replied in a soothing, deferential tone. The conversation, being in English, was unintelligible to Baban and Selindu. Then the door of their cage was unlocked, and they were led out and made to stand up against the wall on the left of the bench. The court-house stood on a bare hill which rose above the town, a small headland which ran out into the sea to form one side of the little bay. The judge, as he sat upon the bench, looked out through the great open doors opposite to him, down upon the blue waters of the bay, the red roofs of the houses, and then the interminable jungle, the grey jungle, stretching out to the horizon, and the faint line of the hills. And throughout the case this vast view, framed like a picture in the heavy wooden doorway, was continually before the eyes of the accused. Their eyes wandered from the bare room to the boats and the canoes, bobbing up and down in the bay, to the group of little figures on the shore, hauling in the great nets under the blazing sun, to the dust storm sweeping over the jungle miles away where they lived. The air of the court was hot, heavy, oppressive. The voices of those who spoke seemed both to themselves and to the others unreal in the stillness. The murmur of the little waves in the bay, the confused shouts of the fishermen on the shore, the sound of the wind in the trees floated up to them as if from another world. It was like a dream. They did not understand what exactly was happening. This was a case, and they were the accused. That was all they knew. The judge looked at them and frowned. This increased their fear and confusion. The judge said something to the interpreter, who asked them their names in an angry, threatening voice. Selindu had forgotten what his gay name was. The interpreter became still more angry at this, and Selindu still more sullen and confused. From time to time the judge said a few sharp words in English to the interpreter. Selindu and Baban were never quite certain whether he was or was not speaking to them, or whether, when the interpreter spoke to them in Sinhalese, the words were really his own, or whether he was interpreting what the judge had said. At last the question of the names was settled. Baba Hami was told to go into the witness box. As he did so, a proctor stood up at the table and said, "I appear for the complainant, Your Honor." "Any one for the defense?" said the judge. "Have you a proctor?" the interpreter asked Selindu. "No," said Baban, "we are very poor." "No, your worship," said the interpreter. Baba Hami knew exactly what to do. It was not the first time he had given evidence. He was quite at his ease when he made the affirmation that he would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He gave his name and his occupation. Then his proctor stood up and said to him, "Now, Arachchi, tell us exactly what has happened." Baba Hami cleared his throat and then told the following story in a rather sing-song voice. About 4 days ago, when I woke up in the morning, my wife had gone out into the compound. I heard her cry out, "Ayo! Someone has made a hole in the wall of the house." I ran out and saw a hole on the western side of the house. The hole was big enough for a man to crawl through. There are 2 rooms in the house, one on the eastern side and one on the western side. We, my wife and I, were sleeping that night in the room on the east side. In the other room was a wooden box in which were clothes and 2 new sarong cloths and jewelry belonging to my wife. The box was locked. When I saw the hole, I ran back into the house to see if the box was safe. I found it had disappeared. At that I cried out, "Ayo, my box has been stolen." Then the Madalali, who had been staying in the hut next to mine, hearing the cries, came up and asked what was the matter. I told him. He said, "Last night about 4 payas before dawn, I went out into the compound for a call of nature. I heard a noise in your compound. Thinking it was a wild pig, I stepped back into the doorway and looked. Then I saw your brother-in-law come running from your compound carrying something in his hands. He ran into the jungle behind his own house. I went straight off to the village of the Kerala Mahatmaya. It lies many miles away to the north. Then when the sun was about there, pointing about 3/4 way up the wall of the court, I met the Kerala Mahatmaya on the road. The Kerala Mahatmaya said, 'What are you coming this way for, to trouble me? I'm going to Kamburupataya.' I told him what had happened and turned with him to go back. We came to the village in the afternoon. The Kerala Mahatmaya went to the accused house and searched. In the roof between the thatch he found the 2 sarong cloths and my wife's jewelry, and the box with the lock broken was found in the jungle behind the house." When Baba Hamid began his story, Baban and Selindu had not really listened to what he was saying. They were still dazed and confused. They did not quite understand what was going on, but as he proceeded, they gradually grasped what he was doing, and when he told the story about the Mudalali, they saw the whole plot. Their brains worked slowly. They felt they were trapped. There was no way out of it. Baba Hamid's proctor stood up to examine him, but the judge interrupted him. "The first accused, I understand, is the brother-in-law of the complainant. Is that correct? I propose to charge the accused now. But is there any evidence against the second accused? Selindo, isn't his name, Mr. Perara?" The proctor called Baba Hamid to him and had a whispered conversation with him. "There is no evidence, sir," he said to the judge, "to connect him directly with the theft, but he was in the house in which the first accused lived on the night in question. He must have been an accessory. He is the owner of the house, I understand, and might be charged with receiving." "No, certainly not. If that's your only evidence to connect him with the theft, I should not be prepared to convict in any case, Mr. Pereira. I shall discharge him at once, especially as the man does not look as if he is quite right in the head." "Very well, sir. Charge the first accused only," said the judge to the interpreter. "There is no evidence against the second accused. He can go." This conversation had been in English, and therefore was again unintelligible to the 2 accused. Their bewilderment was increased, therefore, when the interpreter said to Selindu, "You there, go away." Selindu, not knowing where he had to go, remained where he was. "Can't you hear, Yako?" shouted the interpreter. "Clear out." The peon came up and pushed Selindu out onto the veranda. A small group of idle spectators laughed at him as he came out. "They'll hang you in the evening, father," said a small boy. "I thought the judge Hamadoru said 10 years rigorous imprisonment," said a young man. Selindu turned to an old man who looked like a villager and said, "What does it mean, friend?" Everyone laughed. "You are acquitted," said the old man. "Go back to your buffaloes." Baban also did not understand the acquittal of Selindu. Things appeared to be happening around him as if he were in a dream. The interpreter came and stood in front of him and said the following sentence very fast in Sinhalese: "You are charged under section 1010 of the Penal Code with housebreaking and theft of a box, clothing, and jewelry in the house of the complainant on the 9th of the 10th instant, and you are called on to show cause why you should not be convicted." "I don't understand, Hamadoru." "You heard what the complainant said?" "Yes, Hamadoru." "He charges you with the theft. Have you anything to say?" "I know nothing about this." "He says he knows nothing about this," said the interpreter to the judge. "Any witnesses?" said the judge. "Have you any witnesses?" said the interpreter to Baban. "How can I have witnesses? No one will give evidence against the headman." "Any reason for a false charge?" asked the judge. "Hamadoru, the headman is on very bad terms with me. He is angry with me because of my wife. He is angry with my wife's father. He wanted me to marry from another village. Then he wanted me to give my wife to the Dalali, and because I refused, he is angry. Anything else?" Baban was silent. There was nothing more to say. He looked out through the great doors of the jungle. He tried to think where Beta Gama was, but looking down upon it from that distance, it was impossible to detect any landmark in the unbroken stretch of trees. "Very well, Mr. Pereira," said the judge. Mr. Pereira got up again and began to examine Baba Hami. "How long have you been a headman?" 15 years. Have you ever had a private case before?" "No." "Are you on bad terms with your brother-in-law?" "No, but he is on bad terms with me." "How is that?" "There is a government order that chenas are only to be given to fit persons. The accused is not a fit person. He could do work, but he is lazy. Therefore chenas were refused to him. He thought that I had done this. It was a Kachchari order from the agent Hamodoru. Last week he was very angry and threatened me because of it. The Mudalali heard him." "Is the Mudalali a friend of yours?" "How could he be, Ayah? He is a Mahatmaya of Kamburu Pataya. I'm only a village man. How could he be a friend of mine? He comes to the village merely to collect debts due to him." "And when he comes, you let him stay in the unoccupied house next to yours. Otherwise you do not know him?" "Yes, that is true, Ayah." "Is the Kerala related to you?" "No." "A friend of yours?" "No. He was on bad terms with me. He said I troubled him and was a bad headman." Mr. Pereira sat down. "Any questions?" said the judge. "Any questions?" the interpreter asked Baban. "I don't understand," said Baban. "Yako," said the interpreter angrily, "do you want to ask complainant any questions?" "What questions are there to ask? It is lies, what he said." There was a pause while the judge waited for Baban to think of a question. The silence confused him, and all the eyes looking at him, he fixed his own eyes on the jungle. At last Baban thought of a question. "Did you not ask me to give the woman to the Mudalali?" "No," said Baba Hami. "Did not the Mudalali call her to go to his house?" "I know nothing of that." "Weren't you angry when I married the woman?" "No." Baban turned desperately to the judge. "Hamadoru," he said, "it is all lies he is saying." The judge was looking straight at him, but Baban could read nothing in the impassive face. The light eyes, the cat's eyes of the white Hamadoru frightened him. "Is that all?" said the judge. Baban was silent. "Who is this Mudalali?" said the judge sharply to Baba Hami. "Fernando Mudalali, Hamadoru. He comes from Kamburu Pataya. He is a trader. He lends money in the village." "What's he doing in the village now?" "He has come to collect debts." "When did he come?" "About a week ago." "When is he going?" "I don't know." "Is he married?" "I don't think so. I don't know." "Why do you give him a house to live in?" "Hamadoru, the little hut was empty. He came to me and said, 'Arachchi,' he said, 'I must stay here a few days. I want a house. There is that hut of yours. Can I live in it?' So I said, 'Why not?'" "Whose is the hut?" "Mine." "Why did you build it?" "It was built, Hamadoru, for this brother-in-law of mine." "When?" "I don't know." "What do you mean?" "Hamadoru, last year, I think." "But your brother-in-law lives with his father-in-law." "Yes." "And why did you build him a house?" "There was talk of his leaving the other people." "Has the Mudalali ever stayed in the village before?" "No." "Do you owe anything to him?" "No." "Next witness." Baba Hami stood down, and the Kerala entered the witness box. He was examined by Mr. Pereira. He told his story very simply and quietly. He had met Baba Hami, who had told him that his house had been broken into and that a box had been stolen. He described the box and its contents. He suspected his brother-in-law, who had been seen going away from his house in the night by the Mudalali. The Kerala then described how he went in and searched the house, and how he found the cloths and jewellery, which answered to Baba Hami's previous description. He then produced them. The proctor examined him. "Are you on good terms with the complainant?" "I'm not on good terms or bad terms with him. I only know him as a headman." "Do you complain of his troubling you?" "I complained that he was a bad headman. He has troubled me with silly questions. He is an ignorant man." Mr. Pereira sat down. "Any questions?" asked the judge. "Any questions?" asked the interpreter of Babun. Babun shook his head. "What questions are there?" he said. "Do you know this Muddalali?" said the judge to the Kerala. "I've seen him before in Kumburu Pitaya." "Have you seen him before in Betagama?" "No." "Did you know that he was there?" "No." "Do you know of any ill feeling between complainant and accused?" "No, I did not know the accused at all. I live many miles from Betagama." "Next witness." Fernando was the next witness. He wore for the occasion a black European coat, a pink starched shirt, and a white cloth. He was cool and unabashed. He told how he had gone out in the night for a call of nature, how he had heard a noise in the compound of the headman, and had then seen Baban come out carrying something and go with it into the jungle behind his own house. "Could you see what it was?" asked the proctor. "Not distinctly. He walked as if it were heavy. It was rather large." "How did you recognize him? Can you swear it was he?" "I can swear that it was the accused. I recognized him first by his walk, but I also saw his face in the moonlight." "Are you on bad terms with the accused? Does he owe you money?" "I'm not on bad terms with him. I scarcely know him. He owes me for Kurakan lent to him. I had arranged to make him my Gambaraya. All the villagers there owe me money." "How long have you been in the village?" "About 10 days. I'm making arrangements for the recovery of my loans. Last crop failed, and therefore much is owed to me." The proctor sat down. "Any questions?" said the judge. "Any questions?" said the interpreter to Baban. Baban shook his head. "It is lies they are telling," he murmured. "Are you married?" the judge asked Fernando. "No." "You live with a woman in Kumburapataya?" "Yes." "How did you come to settle in the hut in Betagama?" "I was getting into difficulties with my loans because the crop failed last year. I thought I must go to the village during the Chenas season and arrange for the repayment. I saw the hut empty there, and went to the headman and asked whether I might live there. He said yes." "Do you know the accused's wife?" "I have seen her. Their compound adjoins that of the hut. Otherwise I do not know her." Next witness. The man who had found the box gave evidence of how and where he had found it. Various villagers were then called, who identified the things found in Salindu's hut and the box as having belonged to Baba Hami. They all denied any knowledge of ill feeling between Baban and the headman, or of any intimacy between the headman and Fernando. This closed the case for the prosecution. The judge then addressed Baban in a speech which was interpreted to him. Baban should now call any witnesses whom he might have. It was for him to decide whether he would himself go into the witness box and give evidence. If he gave evidence, he would be liable to cross-examination by Baba Hami's proctor. If he did not, he, the judge, might draw any conclusion from his refusal. Baban did not really understand what this meant. He did not reply. "Well," said the interpreter, "I don't understand. Are you going to give evidence yourself?" "As the judge Hamadoru likes." "Explain it to him properly," said the judge. "Now look here. There is the evidence of the Kerala that he found the things in your house. There is no evidence of his being a prejudiced witness. There is the evidence of Fernando that he saw you leaving the complainant's hut at night. You say that Fernando wants your wife, and that the headman is in league with him against you. At present there is no evidence of that at all. According to your story, the things must have been deliberately put into your house by a complainant, or Fernando, or both. Listen to what I'm saying. Have you any witnesses or evidence of all this?" "Hamadoru, how could I get witnesses of this? No one will give evidence against the headman." "I will adjourn the case if you want to call witnesses from the village." "What is the good? No one will speak the truth." "Well, then, you'd better, in any case, give evidence yourself." "Get up here," said the interpreter. Baban got into the witness box. He told his story. The judge asked him many questions. Then the proctor began cross-examining. "Are you on bad terms with the Kerala? Do you know him well?" "I'm not on bad terms. I scarcely know him." "Do you know that Fernando came to the village to recover money, that he has arranged to get the chena crops from many of the villagers in repayment of his loans?" "Yes." Did he ask you to act as overseer of those chenas, and promise you a share of the crop if you did? Yes. Because he thought you the best worker in the village? Yes, I think so. When did this happen? About a week ago. The proctor sat down. Baban called no witnesses. There was a curious look of pain and distress in his face. The judge watched him in silence for some minutes. Then he told the interpreter to call Selindu. Selindu was pushed into the box. The interpreter recited the words of the affirmation to him. He said, I do not understand, Hamadoru. It took some time to make him understand that he had only to repeat the words after the interpreter. He sighed and looked quickly from side to side like a hunted animal. The eyes of the judge frightened him. He was uncertain whether he was being charged again with the theft. He had not listened to what was going on after he had been sent out of the court. It occurred vaguely to him that the best thing would be to pretend to be completely ignorant of everything. He still thought of the wounded buffalo, listening to the hunter crawling after him through the scrub. He doesn't move, he muttered to himself, until he is sure. He stands quite stupid and still, listening always, but when he sees clear, then out he rushes, charging. Stop that muttering, said the judge, and listen carefully to what I ask you. You've got to speak the truth. There's no charge against you. You've got nothing to fear if you speak the truth. Do you understand? I understand, Hamadoru, said Selindu, but he thought, they are cunning hunters. They lie still in the undergrowth, waiting for the old bull to move. But he knows. He stands quite still. Is there any reason why the headman should bring a false case against you and the accused? I don't know, Hamadoru. You are not on bad terms with him personally. I've nothing against him. He doesn't like me, they say. Why doesn't he like you? Hamadoru, how should I know that? You have never had any quarrel with him? No, Hamadoru. Are you related to him? I married a cousin of his wife. The accused lives in your house. He is married to your daughter. Yes, Hamadoru. Do you know of any quarrel between him and the headman? How should I know that? There was no quarrel at the time of the marriage. They say this and that, but how should I know, Hamadoru? You know nothing about it yourself, then? No, Hamadoru. Do you know the Madalali Fernando? No, Hamadoru. You don't know him? Doesn't he stay in the hut adjoining your compound? I've seen him there. I've never spoken with him. Did you hear of anything between him and your daughter? They talk, Hamadoru. What did they say? They said he wanted my daughter. Who said? When? This man, pointing to Baban. When? 3 or 4 days ago. You know nothing more yourself about this? No, Hamadoru. Neither Baban nor Baba Hami's proctor asked Selindu any questions. He was told to go away and was pushed out of court by the peon. The case was over. Only the judgment had to be delivered now. The judge leant back in his chair, gazing over the jungle at the distant hills. There was not a sound in the court. Outside, down on the shore, the net had been hauled in, and the fish sold. Not a living being could be seen now, except an old fisherman sitting by a broken canoe and looking out over the waters of the bay. The wind had died away, and sea and jungle lay still and silent under the afternoon sun. The court seemed very small now, suspended over this vast and soundless world of water and trees. Baban became very afraid in the silence. The judge began to write. No one else moved, and the only sound in the world seemed to be the scratching of the pen upon the paper. At last the judge stopped writing. He looked at Baban and began to read out his judgment in a casual, indifferent voice, as if in some way it had nothing to do with him. The interpreter translated it sentence by sentence to Baban. There is almost certainly something behind this case which has not come out. There is, I feel, some ill feeling between complainant and accused. The complainant impressed me most unfavorably, but the facts have to be considered. There can be no doubt that complainant's things were found hidden in the house in which accused lives, and that the box was found in the jungle behind the house. The evidence of the Kerala is obviously trustworthy on these points. There is clear evidence, too, that a hole had been made in complainant's house wall. Then there is the evidence of the Madalali. As matters stand, it was for the accused to show that that evidence was untrustworthy. He has not really attempted to do this. His father-in-law's evidence, if anything, goes to show that there is nothing in complainant's story that Fernando wanted to get hold of his wife. Accused defense implies that there was a deliberate conspiracy against him. I cannot accept his mere statement that such a conspiracy existed without any corroborating evidence or motive for it. He has no such evidence. Even if there were ill feeling over the refusal of a cenna or something else, it would cut both ways. That is, it might have been accused's motive for the theft. I convict accused and sentence him to 6 months' rigorous imprisonment. Baban had not understood a word of the broken sentences of the judgment until the interpreter came to the last words, 6 months' rigorous imprisonment. Even then it was only when the peon took hold of him by the arm to put him back again into the cage that he realized what it meant, that he was to be sent to prison. Hamadoru, he burst out, I have not done this. I cannot go to prison. Hamadoru, it is all lies. It is lies that he has said. He is angry with me. I have not done this. I swear on the Paragama temple I have not done this. I cannot go to prison. There is the woman, Hamadoru. What will become of her? Oh, I have not done this. I have not. The proctors and idlers smiled. The peon and the interpreter told Baban to hold his tongue. The judge got up and turned to leave the court. I'm sorry, he said, but the decision has been given. I treated you very leniently as a first offender. Everyone stood up in silence as the judge left the court. As soon as he left, everything became confusion. Proctors, witnesses, court officials, and spectators all began talking at once. Baban crouched down, moaning in the cage. Panchi Manika began to shriek on the veranda until the peon came out and drove her away. Only Celindu maintained his sullenness and calmness. He followed Baban when he was taken away by the peon to the lock-up. At one point, when he saw that the peon was not looking, he laid his hand on Baban's arm and whispered, It is all right, son. It is all right. Don't be afraid. The old buffalo is cunning still. Very soon he will charge. He smiled and nodded at Baban, and then left him to find Panchi Manika. It took some time for Celinda to find Panchi Manika. She had wandered aimlessly away from the court through the bazaar. Celinda was now extraordinarily excited. He seemed to be almost happy. He ran up to her, took her by the hand, and began leading her quickly away out of the town. We must go away at once, he said. There is much to think of and much to do. It is late, but we at least do not fear the jungle. The jungle is better than the town. We can sleep by the big trees at the second hill. But Apochi, my man, what will become of him? What will they do to him? Will they kill him? Baban is all right, I've told him. The government do not kill. There is no killing here. But in the jungle, always killing. The leopard and jackal, and the hunter. Yes, and the hunter always killing. The blood of deer and pig and buffalo. And at last the hunting of the hunter. Very slow, very quiet, very cunning. And at the end, after a long time, the blood of the hunter. But Apochi, stop, do. What does it mean? They are taking him to prison. What will they do with him? Shall we never see him again? The hunter, yes, we shall see him again very soon, but he will not see us. What is this about the hunter? It is my man I'm talking about. Oh, Baban, he is all right. The white Hamadoru said 6 months rigorous imprisonment. I heard that quite clear at the end. 6 months rigorous imprisonment. It was all that I heard clearly. He is all right. There is no need for you to cry. They will take him away over there. Celindu pointed to the east. There is a great house. I remember I saw it a long time ago when I went on a pilgrimage with my mother. They will put him in the great house and give him rice to eat, so I hear. Then he will come back to the village, but it will be after the hunting. Oh, Apochi, are you sure? Yes, child, all will be well after the hunting. But now I must think. Panchi Manika saw that it would be impossible to get anything more out of Celindu in his present state. They walked on in silence. As they walked, his excitement began to die down. He seemed to be thinking deeply. From time to time he muttered to himself. Late in the evening they came to the big trees. Celindu collected some sticks and made a fire. Then he squatted down while Panchi Manika cooked some food which they had carried with them. Once or twice as they sat round the fire after having eaten the food, Panchi Manika began to question Celindu about Baban. But he did not reply. He did not seem to hear her. Her mind was numbed by the fear and uncertainty. She lay down on the ground, and an uneasy sleep came to her. Suddenly she was aroused by Celindu shaking her. She saw in the light of the fire how his face was working with excitement. Child, there are 2 of them. 2 of them the whole time, and I never saw it. What do you mean? Where? Hunting me, child, hunting us all. Me, you, and Baban, and Hinihami. They killed Hinihami, your sister. I found her lying there in the jungle dying. They did that. But they shall not get you. There are 2 of them. Listen, I hear them crawling round us in the jungle. Do you hear? Now, there. I thought there was only one. Fool that I was. The little headman. But now I hear them both. The little headman first, and then the other. The man with the smooth black face and the smile. It was he, wasn't it? Didn't Baban say so? He came to you and called you to come to his house. Baban said so. I heard him. Fernando, the Mutalali. He wanted to take you away, but he couldn't. Then he went to the headman, and together they went to hunt us. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? Yes, Apochi, yes. It was because they wanted me for the Mutalali. Then they took the Chenna away, and then they brought the case. They have taken my man from me. What shall I do? Hush, I'm here. They shall do no more. Listen, child. It is true that they have taken Baban from you. For 6 months he will be over there. Very well, they think. They thought to send me there too, but the judge, Hamadoro, was wise. Get out, he said to me. I did not understand then, and they laughed at me, but I understand now. Well, those 2 will come back to the village. The man, they think, is away over there for 6 months. Only the woman and the mad father are here. What can they do? The Mutalali can now take the woman. Is this true? Apochi, it is what I fear. It is true. It is true, but do not be afraid. The old father is there, but he is not altogether mad. The Mutalali will come back tomorrow, perhaps, or the next day, with the headman. Then they will begin again. Yes, yes, that is what I fear, Apochi. What can we do? We must go away. Hush, child, do not cry out. There is no need to be afraid. We cannot go away. How can we live away from the village and the jungle which we know? That is foolish talk. There in the town I do not understand even what they say to me, and the noise and the talking in the bazaar, and people always laughing, and the long hard roads, and so many houses all together. How could we live there? But in the village I am not altogether mad. It is folly to talk of leaving it and the jungle. Very soon I shall feel the gun in my hand again. Then I shall be a man again, slipping between the trees, very quietly. Ha, ha! We know the tracks, little Arachi. I remember, child, when I was but a boy. I went out once with my father for skins and horns. He was a good hunter and knew the jungle well. We went on, many days, round and round too, he leading and I following, and at last we came to very thick jungle, which not even he knew, and a sort of madness came on us to go on and on always, and we had forgotten the village and the wife and another. The jungle was tall, dense, and dark, and the sky was covered with cloud day after day, so that one could not tell the west from the east. And at last, when we had many skins and horns, my father stopped and stood still in the track and laughed. Child, he said, we are mad. We have become like the bear and the elephant. It is time to return to the village. Then he turned round and began to walk. Soon he stopped again, frowning. It was very dark. He stood there for a little, thinking, and then climbed a very big tree and looked around for a long time. Then he came down, and I saw from his face that he was very afraid. We said nothing, but started off again. For many payas we walked, and always through very thick jungle. Again he stopped and climbed a tree, and again, when he came down, there was a great fear in his face. Ayo, that was the first time that I saw the fear, the real fear of the jungle. But then I did not understand. Apochi, I said, what is the matter? Boy, he said, and his voice trembled, we are lost. I do not know where we are, nor where the village lies, nor how we came, nor which is east and which is west. From the trees I can see nothing which I know, not even the hill at Baragama, only the tops of the trees everywhere. Therefore we must be very far from the village. I've heard of such things happening to very good hunters, but always before I've known the way. Panchi Apu must have died like that, wandering on until no powder is left and no food. Ayo, the jungle will take us, as they say. Then I said, Apochi, do not be afraid. I do not know which way we came, and I cannot tell just now which is west and which is east because of the clouds, but I know where the village lies. It is over there. Can you lead the way? He asked, and I said, yes. Then he said, perhaps you know, perhaps you do not. But now one way is as good as another for me. You go first, At that I was pleased, and led on straight to where I knew the village must lie. For 2 days I led the way, and my father said nothing, but I saw that he became more and more afraid, and on the 3rd day suddenly he cried out, "I know this. This track leads to the village. You are going right." It was a track I had never been on, but I still led the way, and on the 4th day we entered the village. Well, what was I saying? Yes, I know the tracks. Even in those days when I was a boy, I knew the jungle, but this time it requires clever hunting. Yes, Approach-G, but what to do now when they come back to the village? Those two? Ah, now you listen, child. I thought over it all this time, and there's only one way. I shall kill them both. Kill them? Oh, Approach-G, no, no, you are mad. Am I mad? And what if I am? Haven't they always called me mad? The mad Veda? Well, now let them see if I am mad or not. Have they not hunted me for all these years, and am I always to go running like a stupid deer through the jungle? No, no, little Arachchi, no, no. This time it is the old wounded buffalo. 3 times, 4 times that night in the hut when I saw it first I got up to get my gun and ended, and again after the cord I would have done it had I had a gun. But I thought, no, not yet. For once we must act cunningly, not in anger only. The buffalo's eye is red with anger, but he stands quiet until the hunter has passed. Then he charges. But Approach-G, you must not say that. You cannot do it. You must come away. They will take you and hang you. What can I do? I cannot leave the village. I will not. I have told you that. There is no other way. But what are you going to do? Ah, I must think. It needs cunning and skill first. I must think. No, no, Approach-G, no, no. It would be better to give me to the Muddalali. I would rather kill you than that. Do you hear? I shall kill you if you go to the Muddalali. Oh, oh, isn't it enough that they should have taken my man from me? And now more evil comes. I tell you that I will end this now. Now I shall sleep, and tomorrow think of the way. Celinda refused to listen any further to Panchamanika's expostulations. He lay down by the fire and soon slept. Next day and throughout their journey to the village he was very silent and refused to discuss the subject at all with her. The lethargy habitual to him had left him completely. He was in an extraordinary state of excitement, goaded on perpetually by great gusts of anger against Babahami and Fernando. When he got back to his house, he sat down in the compound in a place from which he could see the headman's house, and waited. He watched the house all day, and when in the evening he saw the headman return, he smiled. Then he got up and went into the hut. He took his gun, which stood in the corner of the room, unloaded it, and reloaded it again with fresh powder and several big slugs. He examined the caps carefully, chose 2, and put them in the fold of his cloth. Then he lay down and slept. Next morning he was very quiet and thoughtful, but if any one had watched him closely, he would have seen that he was really in a state of intense excitement. After eating the morning meal, he took his gun and went over to the headman's house. To the astonishment of Babahami and his wife, he walked into the house, put his gun in the corner of the room, and squatted down. Babahami watched him closely for a minute or 2. He felt uneasy. He noted that the curious, wild look in Celinda's eyes was greater than ever. "Well, Celinda, what is it?" he said. "Arachchi, I've come to you about this Chenna. I cannot live without Chenna. You must give it back to me." "You heard in court that the Chenna cannot be given to you. It has been given to Apu. Let us have an end of all this trouble." "Yes, Arachchi, that is why I have come to you. I want an end of all this trouble. Do you hear that? An end now to-day of trouble. Trouble, trouble for years. We must end it to-day. Do you hear?" "What do you mean?" "Yes, what did I say? This. Now, Arachchi, that was nothing. Do not mind what I said then. I was thinking. You know, they call me mad in the village. Well, I was thinking, you know, now that Babun is over there for 6 months. I heard the Judge Hamadoru say that clearly, but to me he said merely, 'Clear out.' I was never a friend of that Babun. All the trouble has come from him. He took Panchamanika from me, and then Hinihami. I saw her lying in the jungle by the deer. What did we call him? Kalu Apu. Panchi Apu. Yes, Panchi Apu. That was long ago. They beat her. They threw stones at her. That was long ago, in the jungle. But now Babun is away for 6 months. When he comes back, I shall say to him, 'Clear out,' as the Judge Hamadoru said. They laughed at me then. A foolish old man, a mad old man, eh? Ha, ha! Little Arachti, you have laughed at me too, for years, haven't you? What is all this, Celinda? What do you mean? I don't understand." "Ah, Arachti, it is nothing. Do not mind what I say. I do not know what I was saying. I'm a poor man, Arachti, very ignorant, a little mad. But I am a quiet man. I've given no trouble in the village. You know that well, Arachti, don't you? I cannot speak well, like you, Arachti, in the court. But this is what I want to say. I do not like this Baban. All the trouble has come from him. I'm a quiet man in the village. You know that. I said to my daughter on the way here by the big palu trees at the second hill, I said to her, the man is now sent away. He will be over there for 6 months. He is a foolish man. It is he who has brought the trouble. The Madalali is a good man. The Arachti, too, is a good man. Why should we quarrel with those two? There is no shame in your going to the Madalali. Then my daughter said, I will do as you think best, Apochti. Do you understand now, Arachti? Salindu stopped. The Arachti had been watching him narrowly. He began to understand the drift of Salindu's incoherent words, but he still felt uneasy. As Salindu spoke, his suppressed excitement became more and more apparent in his voice and words, but Baba Hami knew well that he was mad and that he was also wonderfully stupid. It was just like him to do things in this wild way. The more Baba Hami thought of it, the more he became convinced that the conviction of Baban had done its work. Salindu and Panchi Manika had given in. Yes, I think I understand, he said. It is true that the Madalali will take your daughter. He is a good man, and the trouble came from Baban, as you say. That is it, Arachti, that is it. Let the Madalali take Panchi Manika. My daughter cannot live with thieves now. She will go to the Madalali. Do you understand? Yes, Salindu, but it must be done quietly. She cannot go openly to his house, or there will be silly talk after what was said in the court. No, no, it must be done quietly, very quietly. I will tell the Madalali, and she can come at night to him. Afterwards, perhaps she can live at the house, but at first she must go secretly at night. Aha, Arachti, you are clever. How clever you are. You think of all things. Yes, it must be all done quietly, quietly. Very well, Salindu. I will tell the Madalali. It is a good thing to end all this trouble like this. Yes, it is a very good thing to end it like this. Yes, like this, like this. But now the Chenna, Arachti, I cannot live without the Chenna. Without a Chenna I must starve. You cannot see me starve. Even now there is no grain in my house. You must give me the Chenna. Baba Hami thought for a while. Then he said, well, I will see what can be done. Perhaps I can arrange with Apu about the Chenna. We will see. Yes, Arachti, but let us have done with it once for all. The thing is settled. Apu cannot be left there. Come. Why, what do you want? Don't you trust me? Yes, I trust you. Why not, Arachti? But I'm afraid of Apu. If he is left there to do work, he will refuse to go. He is in the Chenna now. It would be better to go and tell him at once. I cannot go now. Tomorrow, perhaps. Arachti, it is but 2 miles. You said it is a good thing to end the trouble. Let us settle it now, today, and the Madalali can have Panchi Manika tonight. Baba Hami was silent. He disliked being hurried. On the other hand, he would be very glad to see the whole matter settled. His action with regard to the Chenna troubled him because it was dangerous. He knew that the petition had been presented, and he was not at all sure that he would come off as well in an inquiry as he had in the court. It would also be wise to bind Salindu to him by giving him back the Chenna, and not to risk his changing his mind about Madalala and Panchi Manika. He argued a little more, and stood out half-heartedly against Salindu's urgings to start at once. At last he gave in, and they started for the Chenna. They followed a narrow jungle track which had been lately cleared. The tangle of shrubs and undergrowth and trees was like a wall on each side of the track. The headman walked first, and Salindu, carrying his gun, followed. For the first 3/4 of a mile they walked in silence, except for a word or two which the headman shouted back to Salindu without turning his head. Salindu had fallen somewhat behind. He quickened his pace and came up close to the headman. He was muttering to himself. What do you say? Asked Baba Hami. What? Was I talking? I do not know, Arachti. They say the hunter talks to himself in the jungle. It is a custom. Have you ever been a hunter, Arachti? No, you know that well enough. Oh, yes, you are no hunter. Who should know that better than I? But do they call me a good hunter, Arachti? Skillful, cunning? Do I know the tracks, Arachti? Of course, every one knows you to be the best hunter in the district. Ayo, the best hunter in the district. And do you know, Arachti, that I'm afraid of the jungle? So they say. What are you afraid of? Salindu began to speak with great excitement, As he went on, his voice began to get shriller and shriller. It trembled with anger and fear and passion. I'm afraid of everything, Arachti, the jungle, the devils, the darkness, but above all of being hunted. Have you ever been hunted, Arachti? No, of course. You are not a hunter, and therefore have never been hunted. But I know it happens sometimes to the cleverest of us. The elephant, they say, but that I have never seen. But the buffalo, I have seen that, here on this very track, before it was cleared many years ago. The buffalo is stupid, isn't he, little Arachti? Very stupid. He does not see. He does not hear. He goes on wallowing in his mud, and they hunt him year after year, year after year. He does not know. He does not see them. He does not hear them. Do you know that? I know it. I'm a hunter. Then, having crept close, they shoot him. It was near here. At first crash, he tears away through the jungle, the blood flowing down his side. He is afraid, very afraid, and in pain. But the pain brings anger, and with anger, anger. Arachti comes cunning. And now, Arachti, now comes the game, the dangerous game. The young men laugh at it, but the wise hunter would be afraid. There he stood, do you see, there, under that myalitan tree, head down, very still, and the hunter, fool, crept after him through the undergrowth. There was no track then. Ah, it was thick then. He could not see anything but the shrubs and thorns. He did not see the red eyes behind him, nor the great head down, for the other was cunning now, cunning and very angry. And when the hunter had gone on a little, just where you are now, Arachti, then, do you hear, little Arachti, then out and crash he charged like this. Babahami had at first hardly listened, but the fury and excitement of Salindu had at last forced his attention. As Salindu said the last words, Babahami half stopped and turned his head. He just saw Salindu's blazing eyes and foam on the corner of his lips. At the same moment he felt the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against his back. Salindu pulled the trigger, and Babahami fell forward on his face. A great hole was blown in the back, and the skin round it was blackened and burnt. The chest was shattered by the slugs which tore their way through. The body writhed and twisted on the ground for a minute, and then was still. Salindu kicked it with his foot to see whether it was dead. There was no movement. He reloaded his gun and turned his back towards the village. His excitement had died down. The old lethargy was coming upon him again. He felt this himself and walked faster, muttering, "Even now it is not safe. There were two of them. There is still the other." When Salindu got back to the village, Fernando was in the headman's compound. When he saw Salindu, he came down towards the fence and called out to him, "Where is the Arachti? They say he went out with you." Salindu walked up towards the stile and, stopping, levelled his gun at the Muddalali. Fernando stepped back, his mouth wide open, his eyes staring, his whole face contorted with fear. He cowered down behind the stile, stretching his hands vaguely out between the wooden bars, and shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The stile was little or no protection. Between the two bottom bars, Salindu could see the Muddalali's fat stomach and legs. He took careful aim between the bars and fired. Fernando fell backwards, writhing and screaming with pain. Salindu went and looked over the stile. At the same moment, Babahami's wife rushed out of the house, but he saw that his work had been accomplished. Blood was pouring from the Muddalali's stomach. His two legs and one of his hands were shattered. "The trouble is ended," he muttered. He walked very slowly to his house. He put the gun in the corner of the room, thought for a minute, and then immediately left the hut. He saw that already there was a crowd of people in the headman's compound. The women were screaming. Salindu turned into the jungle at the back of his house, and walking quickly cut across to the track which led to Kamburpataya. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 8 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Before Salindu reached the Kamburpataya track, he stopped and squatted down with his back against a tree. He wanted to think. After the wild excitement which had possessed him now for 3 days, a feeling of immense lassitude came upon him. His mind worked slowly, confusedly. He had no clear idea of where he was going, or of what he ought to do. He was very tired, very unhappy now, but he felt no regret for what he had done, no remorse for the blood of the Arachti and Fernando could trouble him, so far as they were concerned. he only felt a great relief. He wanted to lie down and sleep. He leant back against the tree and began to doze, but he started up again immediately, listening for footsteps of pursuers. His first idea had been simply to run away into the jungle, to get away at any rate from the village. The hunt would begin. He would be hunted once again. He knew that. Then he thought of going east, where the thick jungle stretched unbroken for miles. He could live there, in some cave among the rocks. He could live there safe from his hunters for months. He had heard stories of other men doing this, strange men from other districts, whom the government and the police were hunting down for some crime. They came down from the north, so it was said, flying to the sanctuary of the uninhabited jungle, where they lay hidden for years. They lived alone in caves and in trees, eating leaves and wild fruit and honey, and the birds and animals which they managed to snare or kill. They were never caught. There were no villages in that wilderness from which information could come to the police. Sometimes one of the few bold hunters, who were the only people to penetrate these solitudes, would catch a glimpse of a wild, naked man in a cave or among the shadows of the trees. Some of them, perhaps, eventually, trusting to the lapse of time and to the short memory of the government, went back to their villages and their homes, but most of them died of fever in the jungle to which they had fled. If such a life were possible for men from distant villages who did not know the jungle, it would be easy for Celindu. But as he squatted under the trees, thinking of what he should do, a feeling of horror for such a life crept over him, and his repugnance to flying became stronger and stronger. He was very tired. What he desired, and the desire was sharp, was to rest, to be left alone, untroubled in the village, in his hut, in his compound, to sleep quietly there at night, to sit hour after hour through the hot day under the mustard tree in the compound. But in the jungle there would be no rest. It was just in order to escape that terror, the feeling of the hunted animal, the feeling that someone was always after him, meaning evil, that he had killed the Arachchi and the Mudalali, and if he fled into the jungle now, he would have gained nothing by the killing. He would live with that feeling for months, for years, perhaps forever. The hunt would begin again and again. It was he who would be the hunted. Then he thought of returning to the village, but that too would be useless. He would get no peace there. He knew well what would happen. The Kerala would be sent for. He would be seized, worried, bullied, ill-treated, probably. That would be worse than the jungle. Suddenly the conviction came to him that it would be best to end it all at once, to go into Kamburupataya and give himself up to the Radha Mahatmaya and the white Hamadoru to confess what he had done. He got up and started for the town immediately, keeping to the game tracks in the thick jungle and avoiding the main tracks, for he did not wish to meet anyone. He walked slowly, following instinctively the tangled, winding tracks. His lassitude and fatigue increased. He reached Kamburupataya in the evening of the third day, and asked his way to the Radha Mahatmaya's house. When Celindu reached the Radha Mahatmaya's house, no news of the murder had yet come to Kamburupataya. He had walked slowly, but what was a slow pace for him was faster than that of the other villagers. He went into the compound and walked cautiously round the house. In the veranda, through the lattice work, he saw the Radha Mahatmaya lying in a long chair. There was a table with a lamp upon it beside him. Celindu coughed. The Radha Mahatmaya looked up and said sharply, "Who is there?" "Hamadoru, it is I. May I come into the veranda?" "What do you want at this time? Come tomorrow. I can't attend to anything at night." "Hamadoru, I come from Betagama. There has been a murder there." "Come in, then." Celindu came into the veranda and salaamed. He stood in front of the Radha Mahatmaya. "Hamadoru," he said, "I've killed the Arachchi and the Mudalali." The Radha Mahatmaya sat up. "You what? What do you mean? Who are you?" I'm Selindu of Betagama. The Orachchi brought a false case against me and my son-in-law. May I sit down, Hamadoru? I'm very tired. Babun was sent to prison by the judge, Hamadoru, but to me he said, clear out. The case was false. They were trying to bring evil upon me and my daughter. The Madalali wanted the girl. They were still trying to bring evil on me. So I said enough. I took the gun and I went out with the Orachchi over there to the Chenna, and I shot him through the back. He is dead, lying there on the track. Then I went back to the village and shot the Madalali in the belly through the stile. He was not dead then, but I looked over and saw the blood coming fast from the belly low down. He must be dead now. The Radha Mahatmaya was not a brave man. As he listened to Selindu's short, expressionless sentences, the bald description of the shedding of blood, given in the tired voice of the villager, he became afraid. He sat up in his chair, looking at Selindu, who crouched in front of him, motionless, watching him. The light of the lamp fell upon the dark, livid face. It was the face of the grey monkeys, which leap above the jungle among the tree-tops and peer down at you through the branches, a face scarred and pinched by suffering and weariness and fear. It was as if something evil from the darkness, which he did not understand, had suddenly appeared in his quiet veranda. He looked out nervously over Selindu's head into the night. The light of the lamp in the veranda made it seem very dark outside. The Radha Mahatmaya became still more afraid in the silence which followed Selindu's speech. He suddenly got up and shouted for his servant. There was the sound of movement in the back of the house, and a dirty servant boy in a dirty vest and cloth came blinking and yawning into the veranda. The Radha Mahatmaya told him to stand by Selindu. Radha Mahatmaya drew in a deep breath of relief. The beating of his heart became quieter. Now, Yako, he said in a sharp, angry tone, stand up. Selindu did not move. He looked up at the Radha Mahatmaya with weary eyes and said, Hamadoru, I'm very tired. For days now there has been no rest for me. Ayo, I cannot remember how long it is now since I sat quiet in my compound. Let me sleep now. I have come straight to you and told you all. I thought at first I would run away. I could have lived out there for months, and you would not have caught me. But I was tired of all this. I'm very tired. I thought, no, what is the good? Out there away from the village and the hut and the compound and the daughter, it is the evil all over again. Ayo, how tired I am of it. It is better to end it now. So I came here. I have told you no lies. What harm can I do now? Let me sleep here, and tomorrow you can do what you like to me. Do you hear what I say? Stand up, Yako, stand up. Make him stand up. The servant boy kicked Selindu in the ribs and told him to stand up. Selindu rose slowly. Now then, you say you have killed the Orachchi and the Madalali. Is that Fernando, the boutique keeper? Yes, Hamadoru, yes, Fernando, the boutique keeper. Fetch me ink and paper and a pen. The servant boy fetched the paper, ink, and pen. Meanwhile, Selindu again squatted down. The Radha Mahatmaya prepared to write. Didn't you hear me tell you to get up? Get up, Yako. The servant boy kicked Selindu again. Now then, when did you kill them and how? 3 or 4 days ago. It was in the morning. I went with the Orachchi to the Chenna. I shot him through the back. Where did you get the gun? It was my gun. I had it in my house. Was it licensed? Yes, Hamadoru. I'm very tired. What is the good of all these questions? I tell you I killed them both. Let me be. I cannot think of these things now. Tomorrow, perhaps tomorrow. Surely you have me here safe and can do with me what you like tomorrow. The Radha Mahatmaya was a self-important, fussy little man. He was also timid and not fond of taking responsibilities. The sudden appearance of Selindu with this strange story out of the darkness had upset him. He was very annoyed when Selindu again sank down into a squatting position. Stand up, fellow, he said. Stand up. Didn't you hear me, pariah? Stand up. You've got to answer my questions. Now then, what did I ask last? Now then, he paused and thought for a moment. It is not perhaps too late. Perhaps I'd better take him at once to the magistrate. Yes, that's better. You there, get the bull put into the hackery. No, no, stop there. You must look after the man. Keep him there. Kalu apu, call kalu apu, hoy, do you hear? Wake up. Put the bull in the hackery and hurry up. At last another servant boy was woken up. The bull was put into the hackery. The Radha Mahatmaya put on a dark coat and with many curses and complaints got into the cart. Salindu followed slowly with the servant boy. They trailed wearily along the dark roads for 3/4 of a mile. Then the cart stopped in the compound of the magistrate's bungalow. The Radha Mahatmaya got out and went round to the back of the house to announce his arrival through the servants. Salindu squatted down near the hackery. He was no longer quite conscious of what was going on around him. After a while the Radha Mahatmaya called to him to come round into the house, and the boy who had driven the bullock poked him up with the goad. He was taken along a broad, dark veranda and suddenly found himself in a large, well-lit room. Had it not been for the stupor of his fatigue, he would have been very frightened, for he had never seen anything like this room before. It seemed to him to be full of furniture, and all the furniture to be covered with strange objects. In reality, there was only a little travel-battered furniture in the barn-like whitewashed room. There was matting on the floor and rugs on the matting. An immense writing-table, littered with letters and papers, stood in front of the window. There were 3 or 4 tables on which were some ugly ornaments, mostly chipped or broken, and a great many spotted and faded photographs. A gun, a rifle, and several sentimental pictures broke the monotony of the white walls. The rest of the furniture consisted of a great many chairs, 2 or 3 lamps, and a bookcase with 30 or 40 books in it. When Salindu entered the room with the Radha Mahatmaya, the magistrate was lying in a long chair reading a book. He got up and went over to sit down at the writing table. He was the white Hamadoru whom Salindu had seen before in the court. He was dressed now in black, in evening dress. He sat back in his chair and stared at Salindu in silence for a minute or two with his cat's eyes. He looked cross and tired. Salindu had instinctively squatted down again. The Radha Mahatmaya angrily told him to stand up. The magistrate seemed to be lost in thought. He continued to stare at Salindu, and as he did so the look of irritation faded from his face. He noted the hopelessness and suffering in Salindu's face, the slow weariness of effort with which he moved his limbs. "He need not stand," he said to the Radha Mahatmaya. "He looks damned tired, poor devil. You can take a chair yourself, Radha Mahatmaya. God, this is a nice time to bring me work, and you seem to have brought me a miserable-looking wretch. You say it's a murder case?" "Yes, sir, or rather it appears so. I do not know much about it. In fact, sir, only what this man has told me. He appeared at my place just now, not half an hour ago, and says that he has killed the Arachchi of his village and another man. I brought him straight to you, sir." "Oh, damn it, that means I'll have to go out there tomorrow. How far is it, Betagama? I don't know the place." "It's up the north track in the jungles, sir. It must be between 50 or 60 miles away, sir." "Oh, damn! And there are any number of cases fixed for tomorrow. Well, poor devil, he looks pretty done himself, by Jove. I believe he is the man who was before me as an accused in that theft case the other day. I would not charge him, I remember. No evidence against him. It might have been better for him, perhaps, if I had, and convicted him too." He turned to Salindu and said in Sinhalese, "You were accused of theft before me a few days ago, weren't you?" "Yes, Hamadoru." "Ah, I thought so. Well, Radha Mahatmaya, I suppose I'd better record your statement first in form. Come on now." The Radha Mahatmaya made a short statement of how Salindu had come to him and what he had said. The magistrate wrote it down, and then turned to Salindu and explained to him that the offence with which he was charged was murder, and that he was prepared to take down anything he wished to say, and that anything which he did say would be read out at his trial. Salindu did not quite understand, but he felt vaguely encouraged by the white Hamadoru. He had spoken Sinhalese to him. He had not spoken in an angry voice, and he was the same Hamadoru who had told him to clear out of the court when he was charged before. "It is as the de Mahatmaya said. I've killed the Arachchi and the Madalali. If the Hamadoru sends to the village, he will find that what I say is true. The Hamadoru remembers the previous case. He knew that they brought a false case against me. He told me to clear out, but the whole case was false. Against Baban, too. Am I to tell everything? I am very tired, Hamadoru. For 3 days now I have been walking, and no food but the jungle fruit and leaves. If I might rest now a little, and sleep until tomorrow. What can I do? I've told all. I'm almost an old man, very poor. What can I do? I think I had better take down what you have to say now, but you need not stand. You'd better begin from the case. What happened after that? Ayo, Hamadoru, ayo, I'm very tired. After the case, it was a false case. The Irachchi for long had been trying to do me harm. How long I can't remember, but for many years it seems to me. At that time it was because of my daughter. He wanted to take her from Baban and give her to the Madalali. Well, after the case, I set out for the village with the daughter, and all the way I was thinking how to end this evil, for I knew well that when they came back to the village it would begin again, all over again. They had put Baban in jail. It was a false case, but how should the Hamadoru know that? With all the lies they told him, they would get Panchi Manika for the Madalali. Then as I went, I thought of the old buffalo who is wounded and charges upon Salindu, caught sight of the gun and rifle and stopped. Ah, the Hamadoru is a hunter too. He knows the jungle? He asked eagerly. Yes, I know the jungle. Good, then the Hamadoru will understand the evil and the killing there. Yes, it is time, I thought, to end the evil. I must kill them both. I was a quiet man in the village, all know that. I harmed no one. I wanted to live quietly. I went back to my compound and sat down and waited. In the evening came the Panchim Arachchi to his house. I saw him go in. Then I took my gun and went to him and said, Ralahami, you may give the woman to the Madalali, and in return give me back my chena. The Irachchi thought to himself, here is a fool, but he said, very well, I will give the chena back to you. Then we started for the chena, and as he went down the track, I shot him from behind. He is lying dead there now, on the track which leads from the village to the chena. If the Hamadoru sends someone, he can find the body. Yes, and then Hamadoru, I loaded the gun again, and went back to the village. There was still the Madalali. I saw him in the Irachchi's garden. He called to me, where's the Irachchi? I went close up to him. He was standing by the stile, and through it I saw his big belly. I shot him too. He must be dead now. Yes, and then I went to my house, for the women ran out screaming. I put the gun in my house and went out into the jungle. I was tired. I'm a poor man, and I've harmed no one in the village. I'm getting old. I wanted to live quietly in my hut. I wanted to rest, Hamadoru. What good, I thought, to fly into the jungle? Only more evil. So I came straight to the Disanmahatmaya. I told him what I had done. That is all. The magistrate wrote down what Salindo said, and when he had finished, sat thinking, the pen in his hand, and looking at Salindo. It was very quiet in the room. Outside was heard only the drowsy murmur of the sea. Suddenly the quiet was broken by the heavy breathing and snoring of Salindo, who had fallen asleep where he squatted. Leave him alone for a bit, the magistrate said to the Radha Mahatmaya. There's nothing more to be got from him tonight. We shall have to push on to Betagama early tomorrow. I suppose it's true what he says. I think so, sir. Damned curious. I thought he wasn't right in the head when I saw him in court before. Well, I'm glad I shan't have to hang him. You think he will be hanged, sir? He'll be sentenced at any rate. Premeditation on his own showing clearly, and a good enough motive for murder. A very simple case, so they'll think it. You think so too? It seems to be a simple case, sir. I see you would make a very good judge, Radha Mahatmaya. I don't mind telling you, unofficially of course, that I'm a very bad one. It does not seem at all a simple case to me. I shouldn't like to hang Salindu of Betagama for killing your rascally headman. Now then, Radha Mahatmaya, here you are, a Sinhalese gentleman, lived your whole life here among these people. Let's have your opinion of that chap there. He's a human being, isn't he? What sort of a man is he, and how did he come suddenly to murder 2 people? It's difficult, sir, for me to understand them, about as difficult as for you, sir. They are very different from us. They are very ignorant. They become angry suddenly, and then they kill like animals, like the leopards, sir. Savages, you mean? Well, I don't know. I rather doubt it. You don't help the psychologist much, Radha Mahatmaya. This man now, I expect he's a quiet sort of man. All he wanted was to be left alone. Poor devil. You don't shoot, I believe, Radha Mahatmaya, so you don't know the jungle properly, but it's really the same with the other jungle animals, even your leopard, you know. They just want to be left alone, to sleep quietly in the day, and to get their food quietly at night. They won't touch you if you leave them alone, but if you worry 'em enough, follow 'em up and pen 'em up in a corner or a cave and shoot 450 bullets at them out of an express rifle, well, if a bullet doesn't find the lungs or heart or brain, they'll get angry, as you call it, and go out to kill. I don't blame them either. Isn't that true? I believe it is, sir, and it's the same with these jungle people. They want to be left alone, to reap their miserable chenas and eat their miserable currican, to live quietly, as he said, in their miserable huts. I don't think that you know, any more than I do, Radha Mahatmaya, what goes on up there in the jungle. He was a quiet man in the village, I believe that. He only wanted to be left alone. It must take a lot of cornering and torturing and shooting to rouse a man like that. I expect, as he said, they went on at him for years. This is not letting one another alone. It's at the bottom of 9/10 of the crime and trouble, and in 9/10 of that 9/10 there's one of your head man concerned, whom you are supposed to look after. It's very difficult, sir. They live far away in these little villages. Many of them are good men and help the villagers, but they are ignorant too. Oh, I'm not blaming you, Radha Mahatmaya. I'm not blaming anyone, and it's late if we are to start early tomorrow. You'd better take your friend away with you and put him in the lock-up. Tell them to give him some food if he wants it. Good night. The Radha Mahatmaya shook Ceylon until he woke up. It was some little while before he realized where he was, and then that he had to set out again with the Radha Mahatmaya. He turned to the magistrate. Where are you taking me to, Hamadoru? You will be taken to the prison. You will have to stay there until you are tried. But I have told the truth to the Hamadoru. Let him give his decision. It is to end it all that I came here. I can't try you. You will have to be tried by the great judge. Ayo, it is you I wish to judge me. You are a hunter and know the jungle. If they take me away now, how do I know what will happen? What will they do to me? Let it end now, Hamadoru. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. You will be charged with murder. I can't try you for that. The great judge tries those cases. But no harm will come to you. You will be able to rest in the jail until the trial. And what will they do to me? Will they hang me? I'm afraid I can't tell you even that. You must go with the Disa Mahatmaya now. Ceylon, passive again, followed the Radha Mahatmaya out of the room. The latter, grumbling at the late hour and the foolish talk of the magistrate, got into his hackery, and the procession trailed off again into the darkness towards the lock-up. Here a long delay occurred. A sleepy sergeant of police had to be woken up, and the whole story had to be explained to him. Eventually Ceylon was led away by him and locked up in a narrow, bare cell, which, with its immense door made of massive iron bars, was exactly like a cage for some wild animal. In it at last he found himself allowed to lie down and sleep undisturbed. The rest, which the magistrate had promised him, seemed, however, to be still far off, for early next morning he was taken out of his cell and made to start off with the police sergeant for Betagama, the magistrate riding on a horse, and the Radha Mahatmaya in his hackery passed them when they were 2 or 3 miles from the town. A little while afterwards a messenger from Betagama met the party, bringing the news of the murder to the Radha Mahatmaya. Ceylon was being taken to Betagama to be present at the magistrate's inquiry, but he did not understand this. He was weak and tired after the excitement of the trial and the murder, the long days upon the road, and the little food. He began to think that he had been a fool to give himself up as he walked behind the police sergeant through the jungle, of which he knew every tree and track. A great desire for it and for freedom came upon him again. He thought of the great bars of the cell door through which he had seen the daylight for the first time that morning. But Bun was even now lying behind such bars, and would lie there for 6 months. And he himself, he might never see the daylight except through such bars now for the rest of his life, unless they hanged him. He thought of the great river that cut through the jungle many miles away. It was pleasant there to bathe in the cool, clear water, and to lie on the bank under the great wild fig trees in the heat of the day. If he had not given himself up, he might have been there by now, watching the elephant sluicing water over its grey sides, or the herd of deer coming down the opposite bank to drink. The thought came to him even now to slip into the jungle and disappear. The fool of a police sergeant would never catch him, would go on for a mile or two probably without knowing that his prisoner had escaped. But he still followed the police sergeant, and had not the will or the energy for so decisive a step, for breaking away from the circumstances to which he had always yielded, for taking his life in his hands and moulding it for himself. He had tried once to fight against life when he killed the Arachchi and the Matalali. He was now caught again in the stream. Evil might come, but he could struggle no more. He had forgotten Panci Manika until he was a mile or two from the village, and he saw her waiting for him by the side of the track. The rumour had reached the village that Salindu was being brought back by the police in chains. Some said that he was going to be hanged there, and then in the village. Panci Manika had started off to meet him. Her first terror, when she had been told of what her father had done, had given place to bewilderment, but when she saw him in charge of the police sergeant, she ran to him with a cry. "Is it true, Apochchi? Is it true what they say?" "What do they say? That I killed those two? It is true, I killed them. Then I went to Kambarupataya and told it all to the Mahatmaya and the magistrate Hamadoru." "Ayo! And will they hang you now?" "What? Do they say that?" "They say that in the village." "It isn't true, is it, Apochchi?" "I don't know. Perhaps it is true, perhaps it isn't. But the magistrate Hamadoru said I would be tried by the great judge." "Ayo! You were mad?" "Apochchi, it would have been better to have given me to the Badalali." "Hold your tongue, hold your tongue!" burst out Salindu angrily, but his anger died down as rapidly as it had sprung up. "Don't say that, child, don't say that. No, that is not true, is it, daughter? It is not true. It was for you I did it. And now, after all that, surely in a little while all will be well for you." "Well, what is to become of me? What am I to do? They will take you away again and hang you, or keep you in the great house over there. And my man, Io, is there too. I shall be alone here. What am I to do, Apochchi?" "Hush! All will be well with you, I tell you. There is no one here to trouble you now. There will be quiet for you again, and for me, perhaps. Why not? The killing was for that. Surely, surely it must be, child. And Baban, why, in a little while Baban will come back. In a month or two you will wait in the village. You will sit in the house, in the compound, under the little mustard tree, so quietly, and the quiet of the great trees, child, round about. Nothing to trouble you now. And in a month or two he will come back. He is a good man, Baban, and there will be no evil then, now that the Arachchi is dead, and the Matalali. There will be quiet for you then, and rest." "How can I live here alone? There is no food in the house even now." "Are not there others in the village? They will help you for a month or two, and they know Baban. He will work hard in the Chenna and repay them." "And you, what will they do to you? Ayo! Ayo!" "What does it matter? What have I ever done for you? It was true when they said that I was a useless man in the village, to creep through the leaves like a jackal. Yes, I can do that. But what else? Isn't the bad crop in the Chenna rightly called Salindu's crop? There was never food in my house. The horoscope was true. Nothing but trouble and evil and wandering in the jungle. It is a good thing for you that I leave the compound. When I go, good fortune may come." "Do not say that, Apochchi. Do not say that. To whom did we run in the compound, Hinihami and I? What father was like you in the village? Must I forget all that now, and sit alone in another's compound, begging a little kanji and a handful of kurakan? No, no, I cannot stay here. Won't they take me away with you to the jail? I cannot live here alone without you." The sergeant looked back and angrily told Panci Manika to stop making such a noise. They were nearing the village. "Hush, child," said Salindu. "You must stay here. They will not take you, and what could you do in the big town there? You must wait here for Baban." The inquiry began as soon as they reached the village. Salindu went with the magistrate, the Radha Mahatmaya, the Kerala who had been sent for, and most of the men of the village, to the place where the Arachchi had been shot. The body lay where it had fallen. A rough canopy of boughs and leaves had been raised over it to shade it from the sun. A watcher sat near to keep off the pigs and jackals. When the canopy was removed for the magistrate to inspect the body, a swarm of flies rose and hung buzzing in the air above the corpse. The body had not been moved. It lay on its face, the legs half drawn up under the stomach. The blood had dried in great black clots over the wounds on the back. The magistrate looked at it, and then the Kerala turned it over. A glaze of grey film was over the eyes. The hot air in the jungle tract was heavy with the smell of putrefaction. The crowd of villagers, interested but unmoved, stood watching in the background, while the magistrate, sitting on the stump of a tree, began to write, noting down the position and condition in which he had found the body. Then the doctor arrived and began to cut up the body where it lay for post-mortem examination. The magistrate walked back slowly to the village, followed by Selindu and the headman, and such of the spectators as were more interested in the inquiry than in the post-mortem. The same procedure of inspection was gone through with Fernando's body, which lay under another little canopy, where he had died by the style of the Arachchi's compound. After the inspection came the inquiry. A table and chair had been placed under a large tamarind tree for the magistrate to write at. The witnesses were brought up, examined, and their statements written down. After each had made his statement, Selindu was told that he could ask them any questions which he wanted them to answer. He had none. The afternoon dragged on. There was no wind, but the heat seemed to come in waves across the village, bringing with it the faint smell of decaying human flesh. The dreary procession of witnesses, listless and perspiring, continued to pass before the tired, irritable magistrate. One told how he had seen Selindu and the Arachchi leave the village, Selindu walking behind and carrying a gun. Another had heard a shot from the direction of the Chenna. Another had seen Selindu return by himself to the village, carrying a gun. The Arachchi's wife told of Selindu's early visit to the hut, of how he left with the Arachchi, of how later, hearing the report of a gun, followed by screams, she ran out of the house to see Selindu standing with a smoking gun in his hand, and Fernando writhing on the ground near the stile. Late in the afternoon, the inquiry was over. As the Radha Mahatmaya had said, it was a simple case. Selindu was remanded, and would certainly be tried for murder before a Supreme Court judge. For the present, he was handed over to the police sergeant, with whom he slept that night in a hut in the village. Next day he was taken back to Kamburpataya, where he again spent the night in the lock-up. Then he was handed over to a fiscal's peon, who put handcuffs on him and started with him along the dusty main road which ran towards the west. They walked slowly along the road for 2 days. The peon was a talkative man, and he tried to make Selindu talk with him, but he soon gave up the attempt. He had to fall back for conversation on any chance traveller going the same way towards Dangala, where the prison was. This fellow, he would explain to them, pointing to Selindu, has killed 2 men. He will be hanged, certainly he will be hanged, but he's mad. Not a word can you get out of him. He walks along like that, mile after mile, looking from side to side, never a word. He thinks there are elephants on the main road, I suppose. He comes from up there in the jungle. They are all cattle like that there, of course. I would rather drive a bull along the road than him. They passed through several villages where Selindu was an object of great interest. People came out of the houses and boutiques and discussed him and his crimes with the peon. The first night they slept in a boutique in one of these villages. The boutique was full of people. They gathered round to watch Selindu eat his curry and rice with his handcuffed hands. They too discussed him in loud tones with the peon. There were 2 traders on their way to Kamburpataya. The rest, with the exception of one old man, belonged to the village. This old man was one of those wanderers whom one meets from time to time in villages, upon the roads, or even sometimes in the jungle. Very old, very dirty, with long matted hair and wild eyes. He sat mumbling to himself in a corner. A beggar and mad, he had 2 claims to the charity of the boutique keeper, who had taken him in for the night and given him a good meal of curry and rice. The peon had for the 20th time that day told Selindu's story with many embellishments, and complained bitterly of his silence and stupidity. The others sat round in the reeking atmosphere, watching Selindu eat his rice by the dim light of 2 oil wicks. "Will they hang him, Ayah?" asked the boutique keeper. "Yes, he'll be hanged, sure enough," said the peon. "He confessed it himself, you see." "But they never really hang people, I'm told. They send them away to a prison a long way off. They say they hang them just to frighten people." The other villagers murmured approval. The peon laughed. "Of course they hang them. I've known people who were hanged. Why, Balapu, who lived next door to me in Kamburpataya, was hanged. He quarrelled with his brother in the street outside my house. It was about a share in their land, and he stabbed him dead. they hanged him. I took him along this same road to the prison 3 years ago. A good man he was, wanted to gamble all along the road. But you don't know that he was hanged, Ayah? No one saw it, no one ever sees it. Nonsense, said one of the traders. In Mahanuwara they hanged them. I knew a man there whose nephew was hanged, and afterwards they gave him the body to bury. The head hung over like this, and the mark of the rope was round the neck. The old beggar had listened to what was going on, squatting in his corner. He did not get up, but shuffled slowly forward into the circle, still in a squatting position. Celinda, who had before shown little interest in the conversation, looked up when the beggar intervened. "Ayo, what's that you say?" the old man asked. "They are going to hang this man. Why's that?" "He shot 2 men dead up there in the jungle." Gee, why did he do that?" "He's mad, father, as mad as you." The old man turned and looked hard at Celindu, while Celindu stared at him. The spectators laughed at the curious sight. The old man smiled. "He's not mad," he said. "Not as mad as I am. So he killed twice, did he? Dear, dear, the Lord Buddha said kill not at all. Kill nothing. It is a sin to kill. If he saw a caterpillar in the path, he put his foot on one side. Man, why have you killed twice? Were you mad?" "I'm not mad," said Celindu. "They were hunting me. They would have killed me. Therefore I killed them." "The man is not mad, no more mad than you or you. But I am mad. So at least they say." "Why do they say that I'm mad?" "My son, do you see this paper?" He showed a very dirty English newspaper to Celindu. "Well, if you are quite quiet, and no gecko cries and the jackals don't howl, I will look at it like this afterwards for some short time, staring hard. Then I shall see things on the paper, not the writing. I've wandered all my life, a wanderer on the path, seeking merit by the 3 gems. I cannot read writing or letters, but I shall see things themselves. A little hut up there in the jungle, if you desire it. Your hut, my son, and I'll tell you what is doing there. And the woman is lying in the hut, crying perhaps. This paper was given to me by a white Mahatmaya, whom I met out there once, also in the jungle. It is a great power. Before I could only see what was doing in this country, but now by its help I can see over the sea to the white Mahatmaya's country. Then they say this is a mad old man. Well, who knows? I'm always on the path. Tomorrow I shall leave this village, from village to village, from town to town, and from jungle to jungle. I see many different men on the path, strange men, and they do strange things. Thieving, stabbing, killing, cultivating paddy. I do not cultivate paddy, nor do I thieve or kill. I am mad, perhaps, but very often it is they who seem to me to want but a little to be mad. All this doing and doing, running round and round like the red ants, thieving, stabbing, killing, cultivating this and that. Is there much good or wisdom in such a life? It seems to me full of evil, nothing but evil and trouble. Do they ever sit down and rest? Do they ever meditate? Desire and desire again, and no fulfillment ever. Is such a life sane or mad? Did they call you mad in the village, even before this, my son? Yes, the mad hunter, said Celindu, and the others laughed again. Ah, you are a hunter too. That also I have not done, but I know the jungle, for I travel through it often on my path. Do the beasts in it speak to you, son hunter? Yes, they used to speak to me. So they called you mad? All the beasts in the jungle speak to me too, except the elephant. The elephant is too sad even to talk. Usually when I see him, he is eating, for he is always hungry because of his sins in the previous birth. But sometimes I find him standing alone away among the rocks, swaying from side to side. He is very sad, thinking of his sins in the previous birth. Then I say to him, brother, your feet too are upon the path. It is good to think of the sins of the previous birth, but there is no need of such sadness. Then he sways more and more, and his trunk moves from side to side, and he lifts one foot up after the other very slowly, but he never says a word, watching me with his little eye. Once, indeed, I remember he lifted up his trunk and screamed. I too lifted up my hands and cried out with him, for we were both on the path. You do not know the jungle, father, said Celindu. It is of food and killing and hunting that the beasts talk to me. They know nothing of your path, nor do I. Ayo, it is not only in the jungle that they say that. They say the same in the small villages and the great towns. What do you say, sir? He said, turning to one of the traders. I do not go into the jungle or talk to elephants, old man, said the trader. I know the bazaar, and there they think of phantoms first and the path last. A man must live, said the other trader. It is only priests and beggars who have full bellies and idle hands. The Lord Buddha was a beggar and a priest too, said the old man, and began to mumble to himself. The laugh was against the trader. Ayah, said the old man to the peon, who is going to hang this hunter. The government, of course. He will be tried by the judge, and then they will hang him. This is another thing which I do not understand. To the madman this seems foolish, to kill a man because he has killed. If it is a sin, will he not be punished in the next birth? The old beggar had a strange influence on Lindu, who watched him the whole time, fascinated. The mumbled words seemed to excite him greatly. "What do you mean, father?" he said, his voice rising. "How punished in the next birth? They will punish me here, the judge. They do that. They will hang me. You hear what these have said." "I do not know about that. I only know of the path. On my way through the villages I hear them say this or that, but I do not understand. Tomorrow I shall be gone to the east, and you to the west. Do you know, my son, where you will sleep tomorrow night?" "No, no, nor I either. But we go on the path, each of us, because of the sins in our previous births. As the Lord Buddha said to the she-devil, 'O fool, fool, because of your sins in the former birth, you have been born a she-devil, and yet you go on committing sins even now. What folly! Is not that clear? Of these punishments of the government I know nothing. If they are punishments, they are because of sins committed in your previous birth. But be sure that for the sins which you commit in this birth, for the killing, for that is a sin, a great sin, you will be punished in the next birth. How many will hell await there? Surely, son, it is better to wander on and on from village to village, always begging a little rice and avoiding sin." "But surely I have committed no sin. All these years they plagued me and did evil to me. Was I to be starved by them, and my daughter starved? Was I to allow them to take her from me and from Baban? The Lord Buddha said it is a sin to kill. Even the louse and the hare must not be cracked between the nails. The other things I do not understand. I have no daughter and no wife and no hut. It is better to be without. They stand in one's way on the path. And to starve? What need to starve, my son? In every village is a handful of rice for the wanderer. As for the hanging, that is very foolish. The judge must be a foolish man, but I do not think it will hurt you. Remember, it is not for the killing of the two men, but for the previous birth. Then there comes hell. You must have killed many deer and pig." "Yes, yes, I am a hunter." "But what of that, father? What of that?" "Each is a sin, for I told you, didn't I, that the Lord Buddha said it is a sin to kill? My son, you are a hunter. You know the jungle. Surely you have seen the evil there and the pain. Always desire and killing. No peace or rest there either for the deer or the pig or the little gray mongoose. They have sinned and are far from nirvana and happiness. And like the she-devil, they sin again only to bring more evil on themselves by their blindness. What happiness is there in it, my son? The deer and the pig, they too are upon the path. It was greater sin to kill them than the other two, for those two, you say, were bringing evil upon you. But what did the deer and pig do to you? Hunter, tell me that." "Do? Nothing, of course, but there is no food up there. One must have food to live." "No food up there? There is always food upon the path. A handful of rice in every village for the beggar. I've been 40 years now on the path. Have I starved?" "What was your village, father?" "The name? I have forgotten, but it lay up there in the hills. A pleasant place. Rain in plenty, and the little streams always running into the rice fields, and cocoa nut and areca nut trees all around." "Oh, hey!" murmured one of the villagers. "It is easy to avoid killing in a place like that." "Have you ever worked, old man?" said the peon. "Have you ever earned a phantom by work? In this part of the country rupees don't grow on wera bushes." "No," said the old man, "I've never done anything like that. I am mad, you know. I remember once they took me to the field to watch. I was a boy. I had to scare the birds away. I was there alone, sitting under a small tree beside the field. The little birds came in crowds to feed on the young paddy. They were very hungry. What harm, I thought, if they eat a little? Plenty will remain for the house. So I sat there thinking of other things, and I forgot about the paddy and the birds until my father came and beat me. After that they took me no more to the fields, and I sat in the compound all day, thinking foolish things, until at last an old priest came by, and he told me of the path and how to meditate, and I followed him. He died many years ago, many years. I have been no more to my village. It is forgotten, but I think it was up there in the hills. It is very long ago, and I have seen many villages since then. They are all the same, even the names I never know. Always some huts, and men and women and children suffering punishment for their sins and sinning again." "This is fool's talk," said the peon impatiently. "We cannot all beg upon the road. I've heard the priests themselves say that every one cannot reach nirvana. Nor are we all mad. There are the women and the children. Are they, too, to become holy men? It is hard enough to live on the 11 rupees which the government gives us. I don't kill deer, but I eat it when I can get it. Is that, too, a sin, old man?" But before the old beggar could answer, Salindu threw himself down on the ground in front of him, and touching his feet with his hands, burst out, "It is true, father. It is true what you say. I did not understand before, though I knew, yes, I knew it well. I have seen it all so long in the jungle, but I did not understand. How many times have I told the little ones, not understanding, about it all? Always the killing, 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 everything afraid, the deer and the pig and the jackal after them, and the leopard himself, always evil there, no peace, no rest. It was rest I wanted. It is true, father, I've seen it. It is the punishment for their sins, and always evil for me too there, hunger always, and trouble always. You should have shown me this path of yours before, father. Even now I do not understand that, and it would be useless now. Through all the evil I have but sinned more, killing the deer and the pig, and now these 2 men. It is too late. They will hang me. They will hang me. And what then, old man, what then?" The old man began to shake with laughter. He mumbled incoherently, pulling at his beard and long hair with his hands. The scene caused great pleasure and amusement to all the others, except the peon, who was annoyed at finding that he was no longer playing the most important part. After a while the old man's laughter began to subside, and he regained sufficient control to make himself intelligible. "Well, well," he said, "well, well, I'm not the Lord Buddha, my son. Well, well, do you see that? He touches my feet as though I were the Lord Buddha himself. I've never seen that before, and I've seen many strange things, and become a holy man. Well, well." Here again he was overcome with silent laughter. "Do not laugh, father," said Salindu. "Why do you laugh? Is it lies that you told me just now?" The other became serious again at once. "Lies? No, no, I do not tell lies, Io. It is all true. But what was it you were saying just then? Ah, yes, you were afraid of the hanging and the punishment, and of the next birth. Too late, you said, too late for the path. My son, it is never too late to acquire merit. Perhaps they will hang you, perhaps not. Who can say? It matters little, for it will be as it will be. I do not think it will hurt very much, and before that it is possible for you to acquire much merit. It will help you much in the next birth. You must meditate. You must think of holy things. Here are holy words for you to learn." He repeated a Pali stanza and tried to make Salindu learn it. It was a difficult task, and it was only after innumerable repetitions that Salindu at last got it by heart. When he had at last done so, he sat mumbling it over to himself again and again, so as not to forget it. "That is good," went on the old man. "Along the road as you go, wherever you are going, to the prison or to the hanging, repeat the holy words many times. In that way you will acquire merit. Also meditate on your sins, the sin of killing the deer and pig which you have killed. So you will acquire merit too, and avoid killing. Remember, if there were a caterpillar in the path, he put his foot on one side. So too you will acquire merit. It will help you in the next birth. I think you are already on the path, my son, and perhaps if my path too leads me to the west, who knows? I shall see you there again, and we shall talk together. Now, however, I grow tired." So saying, the old man shuffled back into a corner, and covering his head and face with the dirty cloth, soon fell asleep. Salindu continued to mumble the Pali stanza, which he did not understand. The villagers, seeing that no more amusement was to be obtained from the strangers, left the boutique, and the boutique keeper and the other travellers soon after spread out their mats on the ground and lay down to sleep. The next day the peon and Salindu started off very early in the morning. All along the road Salindu repeated the holy words to the great annoyance of the peon. They reached the prison at Tangala late in the evening. It was dark when they arrived, and Salindu was at once locked up in a cell. He fell asleep, still repeating the Pali stanza. Salindu remained 3 weeks in the prison. It seemed to him an immense building. It was a large and ancient Dutch fort, with high battlemented grey walls of great thickness. The inside formed a square, paved courtyard in which the prisoners worked at breaking stones and preparing coir by hammering cocoa-nut husks with wooden mallets. Round the courtyard were built the cells of oblong, bare rooms with immense windows and gates, iron-barred, which looked out upon the yard. Salindu, not being a convicted person, was not made to do any work. He squatted in his cell, watching the prisoners working in the yard, and thinking of what the old beggar had told him. He tried to meditate upon his sins, but soon found that to be impossible. He began, however, to forget the village and Punchy Manika and all the trouble that had gone before. He repeated the Pali stanza many times during the day. He was very happy. He grew fat upon the good prison food. Only once was the monotony of the days broken for him. He was watching a group of prisoners in their blue and white striped prison clothes. They all looked almost exactly alike. They were quite near the gate of his cell, filling the bathing trough with water. Suddenly, in one of them, he recognized Baban. He jumped up and ran to the bars of the gate, crying out, "Oh, hey, Baban, Baban!" Baban looked round. There was no surprise or interest in his face when he saw that it was Selindu. A great change had come over him in the short time during which he had been in prison. His skin, a sickly yellow colour, seemed to have shrunk with the flesh and muscle which had wasted. He was bent and stooping. His eyes were sunken. A look of dullness and hopelessness was in his face. He looked at Selindu, frowning. Selindu danced about with excitement behind the bars. "You know me, Baban," he shouted. "You know me. Why do you look like that? All is well, all is well. I shot the Arachi and Fernando. They are dead, but all is well. They'll hang me. That's why I'm here, but I have my feet on the path. I've acquired merit. The old man was right." A jail guard shouted across the courtyard to Selindu to shut his mouth, and the woman, said Baban in a low, dull voice. "Where is the woman?" "She is there in the village waiting for you. All is well, I tell you. They are dead. I killed them. It was the only way, though a sin, a great sin. The old man said they will hang me. Every one says so. But all is well. I found the path. And you'll go back to the village. Punchy Manika is there, waiting. The evil is over." Baban stared at him, frowning. His face had lost completely the open, cheerful look which it had once had. And last he said slowly, "You are mad. I don't understand you. If you have killed those two, you are a fool, madman. What's the good? I shall never go back there. I shall die here. And you, yes, they'll hang you, as you say. What's the good? You are mad, mad. You always were." He turned away and slowly lifting the pail of water, emptied it into the trough. Selindu often saw Baban again in the yard, but never spoke to him. Baban seemed purposely to avoid passing near his cell, and if he had to do so, he kept his eyes fixed on the ground. The day of Selindu's trial arrived. In the morning he was taken out of his cell and handed over with 4 other prisoners to an escort of police. They put handcuffs on his hands and led him through the streets to the court. Selindu's case was the first case for trial. He did not pay much attention to the proceedings. He continued to mumble the Pali stanza, but he felt the greater pomp and solemnity of this court compared with the police court. The judge was a grey-haired man in a dull scarlet gown. There was a jury, among which were several white Mahatmayas. There were a great many lawyers sitting round the table in the centre of the court, and there was a crowd of officials and policemen standing about. Selindu had an advocate assigned to him by the court to defend him. The lawyer soon found it useless to discuss the case with the prisoner. The line of defence was clear, however. He would admit the killing and plead insanity and provocation. The indictment for murder was read, and the witnesses for the prosecution then gave their evidence. They were cross-examined by Selindu's advocate, only with a view to showing that it had been well known in the village that Selindu was mad. They admitted that he had always been Tika Pasu. They none of them knew anything about a quarrel with the Arachi before the theft and the conviction of Baban. Selindu's advocate then put him in the witness box. He repeated the statement which he had made to the magistrate. He was asked very few questions in cross-examination, but the judge examined him at some length. The judge's object was to make it clear when the idea of killing the 2 men first came to Selindu, and what was in Selindu's mind during his walk to the Chenna with the Arachi. Selindu understood nothing of what was going on. He did not know and could not have been made to understand the law. He understood the point and reason for no single question asked him. He knew he would be hanged. He was tired of this continual slow torture of questions which he had to answer. He wanted only to be left in peace to repeat the holy words again and again. He had told them of the killing so many times. Why should they continue to bother him with these perpetual questions? He answered the questions indifferently, badly. Most of those in the court, listening to his bare, passionless sentences, describing how he determined to kill the 2 men, how he watched for their return to the village, sitting all day long in his compound, and how he finally killed them on the next day, were left with the conviction that they had before them a brutal and cold murderer. The summing up of the judge, however, showed that he was not one of those who regarded it as a simple case. He laid stress on the fact that the prisoner had never been considered in the village to be completely sane, and he directed the notice of the jury to the queer ideas which the prisoner seemed to have had in his mind about the hunting and his own identification with the buffalo. It was right for them also to consider the demeanour of the prisoner while in court, his apparent listlessness and lack of interest in what was going on. They must, however, remember that if the defence of insanity was to succeed, they must be satisfied that the prisoner was actually incapable, owing to unsoundness of mind, of knowing the nature of his act, or of knowing that he was doing what was wrong or contrary to law. After the judge had summed up, the jury were told they could retire to consider their verdict, but after consulting with them, the foreman stated that they were all agreed that the prisoner was guilty of murder. Celindu was still muttering his stanza. He had not tried to understand what was going on around him. The court interpreter went close up to the dock and told him that the jury had found him guilty of murder. Was there anything which he had to say why sentence of death should not be passed on him? A curious stillness had fallen on the place. Celindu suddenly became conscious of where he was. He looked round and saw that every one was looking at him. He saw the faces of the crowd outside staring through the windows and craning round the pillars on the veranda. All the eyes were staring at him as if something was expected from him. For a moment the new sense of comfort and peace left him. He felt afraid again, hunted. He looked up and down the court as if in search of some path of escape. "Ayo," he said to the interpreter, "does that mean I'm to be hanged? Have you anything to say why you should not be sentenced to be hanged?" "What is there to say? I have known that a long time. They told me that I should be hanged, all the people along the road. What is there to say now, Aya?" Celindu's words were interpreted to the judge, who took up a black cloth and placed it on his head. Celindu was sentenced to be hanged by the neck until he should be dead. The words were translated to him in Sinhalese by the interpreter. He began again to repeat the stanza. He was taken out of the court, handcuffed, and escorted back to his cell in the prison by 5 policemen armed with rifles. He was to be hanged in 2 weeks' time, and the days passed for him peacefully, as the days had passed before the trial. He had no fear of the hanging now. If he had any feeling towards it, it was one of expectancy, even hope. Vaguely he looked forward to the day as the end of some long period of evil, as the beginning of something happier and better. He scarcely thought of the actual hanging, but when he did, he thought of it in the words of the old beggar, "I do not think it will hurt much." 4 days before the day fixed for the execution, a jailer came to Celindu's cell, accompanied by a Sinhalese gentleman dressed very beautifully in European clothes and a light grey sun helmet. Celindu was told to get up and come forward to the window of the cell. The Sinhalese gentleman then took a document out of his pocket and began reading it aloud in a high, pompous voice. It informed Celindu that the sentence of death passed on him had been commuted to one of 20 years' rigorous imprisonment. When the reading stopped, Celindu continued to stare vacantly at the gentleman. "Do you understand, fellow?" said the latter. "I don't understand, Hamadoru." "Explain to him, jailer. You're not going to be hanged. Do you understand that? You'll be kept in prison instead 20 years. 20 years? Yes, 20 years. Do you understand that?" Celindu did not understand it. He could understand a week or 2 weeks or a month or even 6 months, but 20 years meant nothing to him. It was just a long time. At any rate, he was not, after all, to be hanged. For the moment a slight sense of uneasiness and disappointment came over him. In the last 4 days he had grown to look forward to the end. Now the end was put off for 20 years, forever it seemed to him. He squatted down by the gate of his cell, holding the great iron bars in his hands and staring out into the courtyard. He thought of the past 3 weeks which he had spent in the cell. After all, they had been very peaceful and happy. He had been acquiring merit, as the old man told him to do. Now he would have more time still for acquiring it. He would be left in peace here for 20 years, for a lifetime, to acquire merit. And at the end he might make his way back to the village and find Laban and Panchamanika there, and sit in their compound again, watching the shadows of the jungle. It was very peaceful in the cell. A jail guard came and unlocked the cell gate. Celindu was taken out and made to squat down in the long shed which ran down the centre of the courtyard. A wooden mallet was put into his hand and a pile of cocoanut husk thrown down in front of him. For the remainder of that day, and daily for the remainder of 20 years, he had to make choir by beating cocoanut husks with the wooden mallet. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Panchamanika had been present at the inquiry of the magistrate in the village, but she had not spoken to Celindu after her meeting with him when he was being brought to Betagama by the police sergeant. The magistrate and the headman and the prisoner had left for Kamburupataya very early in the morning following the day of the inquiry. She and the other villagers woke up to find that the village had already been left to its usual sleepy life. There was nothing for her to do but to obey Salindu's instructions to wait for Baban's release, living as best she might in the hut with Karlanahami. Her present misfortunes, the imprisonment of Baban, the loss of her father, and the fate and the uncertainty of it, which hung over him, weighed numbly upon her, and the future filled her with vague fears. She could not plan about it, or calculate about it, or visualize it, or anything in it. She did not even think definitely of how she was going to live for 6 months, until Baban should return. There was scarcely food in the house for her and Karlanahami to exist in semi-starvation through those 6 months. Yet the future loomed somehow upon her, filling her with a horrible sense of uneasiness, uncertainty. It was a new feeling. She sat in the hut, silent and frightened the greater part of the day. She thought of Salindu, stories of hunters who had lost their way in the jungle. Their terror must have been very like hers. She was alone, terribly alone, and deserted. She, too, had lost her way, and like them, one path was as good or as bad to her as another. Karlanahami was nearly 50 years old now, and in a jungle village a woman, and especially a woman without a husband, is very old, very near the grave at 50. The sun and the wind, the toil, the hunger, and the disease sap the strength of body and mind, bring folds and lines into the skin, and dry up the breasts. A woman is old at 40 or even 30. No one, man or woman, in the jungle lives to the term of years allotted to man. It would have been difficult to say whether Karlanahami looked nearer 80 than 90, nearer 90 than 100. The jungle had left its mark on her. Her body was bent and twisted like the stunted trees which the southwest wind had tortured into grotesque shapes. The skin, too, on her face and thin limbs reminded one of the bark of the jungle trees. It was shrunken against the bones, and wrinkled, and here and there flaking off into whitish-brown scales, as the bark flakes off the kumbuk trees. The flesh of the cheeks had dried and shrunk. The lips seemed to have sunk into the toothless mouth, leaving a long line, damp with saliva, under the nose. And under the lined forehead were the eyes, lifeless and filmy, peering out of innumerable wrinkles. The eyes were not blind, but they seemed to be sightless. The pupil, the iris, and even the white had merged, because the mind was dying. It is what usually happens in the jungle, to women especially. The mind dies before the body. Imperceptibly, the power of initiative, of thought, of feeling, dies out before the monotony of life, the monotony of the tearing hot wind, the monotony of endless trees, the monotony of perpetual hardship. It will happen at an age when, in other climates, a man is in his prime, and a woman still bears children. The man will still help at the work in the chenna, cutting down the undergrowth and sowing the crop, but he will do so unthinking, without feeling, like a machine or an animal, and when it is done he will sit hour after hour in his compound, staring with his filmy eyes into nothing, motionless, except when he winds one long thin arm round himself like a grey monkey, and scratches himself on the back. And the woman still carries the water pot to the bunny pool to fetch water, still cooks the meal in the house. While they still stand upright, they must do their work. They eat and they sleep. They mutter frequently to themselves, but they do not speak to others, and no one speaks to them. They live in a twilight where even pain is scarcely felt. Karlanahami was sinking rapidly into this twilight. In the jungle, decay and growth are equally swift. The trial of Salindu and Baban, the murder of the Irachchi and Fernando, and now the loss of Salindu, had meant very little to her. She had felt vaguely that many evils were happening, but facts no longer had meaning for her clouded mind. She fetched the water, as usual, for the cooking, muttering to herself, but she did not speak to Panchamanika, and Panchamanika knew that to talk to her or consult with her would be useless. A month after the conviction of Salindu, the life of the village would at first sight have appeared to have regained its ordinary course, but in reality a great change had come over it. It had been a small village, a dwindling village before, one of those villages doomed to slow decay, to fade out at last into the surrounding jungle. Now, at a blow, in a day, it lost 1 out of its 6 houses, and 7 out of its 25 inhabitants. For after the death of the Arakchi, Nankohami, his wife, decided to leave the village. Her children were too young to do Chenna work, so that it was not possible any longer to support herself in Betagama. In Kodagoda, where the Arakchi's relations lived, there was paddy land and coconuts, and rain fell in plenty every year. They would give her a hut and a little land. She would marry her children there. She had always said that Betagama was an unholy place, full of evil and evil omens. She packed up her few possessions in a bullock hackery, which she borrowed from the Kerala, and set out for Kodagoda. The Arakchi's house was abandoned to the jungle. There was no one to inhabit it, and indeed no one would have been foolhardy enough to go and live in it. It was ill-omened, accursed, and very soon came to be known as the haunt of devils. It seemed to make a long fight against the jungle. The fence itself merged into the low scrub which surrounded it, growing into a thick line of small trees. The wara bushes, with their pale grey, thick leaves and purple flowers, the rank grass, the great spined slabs of prickly pear crawled out from under the shadow of the fence over the compound, up to the walls and the very door. But the walls were thicker and better made than those of most huts. The roof was of tiles. There was no cadjan thatch to be torn and scattered by the southwest wind. The rains of the northeast monsoon beat against the mud walls for 2 years in vain. They washed out great holes in them, through which you could see the jungle sticks upon which the mud had been plastered. The sticks, exposed to the damp air, took root and burst into leaf. Great weeds and even bushes began to grow up between the tiles, from seeds dropped by birds or scattered by the wind. An immense twisted cactus towered over the roof. The tiles were dislodged and pushed aside by the roots. The jungle was bursting through the walls, overwhelming the house from above. The jungle moved within the walls. At last they crumbled. The tiled roof fell in. The grass and the weeds grew up over the little mound of broken red pottery. The jungle sticks of the wall spread out into thick bushes. Tall saplings of larger trees began to show themselves. By the end of the third rains, the compound and the house had been blotted out. It was as if the jungle had broken into the village. Other huts had been abandoned, overwhelmed, blotted out before, but they had always lain on the outside of the village. The jungle had only drawn its ring closer round the remaining huts. It had not broken into the village. The village had remained a whole, intact, but now the jungle cut across the village, separating Salindu's and Bastian Apu's hut from the rest. The villagers themselves noted it. They felt that they were living in a doomed place. The village is dying. Nancho Hami had said before she left, an evil place, devil-haunted. It is dying, as its young died with the old. No children are born in it now. An evil place. In 10 years it will have gone, trampled by the elephants. It was, however, only very gradually that this feeling of doom came to be felt by the village and the villagers. At first, after the excitement of the trials and the murder, they seemed to have settled down to the old monotonous life, as it had been before. The Veterala was appointed Arakchi. Punchi Manika waited for Baban. She did not and could not count the passing of time. A week was only some days to her, and 6 months only many months. But she waited, watching the passage of time, vaguely but continuously, for the day when Baban should return. She heard the rumour, which eventually reached the village, that after all Salindu was not to be hanged. He was to be kept in prison, they said, forever, for the remainder of his life. It brought no comfort to her. He had been taken out of her life. She would never see him again. Did it matter whether he was dead or in prison? She waited month after month. Her first feelings of fear were lost in the perpetual sense of expectancy as the time slipped away, and she had to work, to labor hard, in order to keep herself and Kalinahami alive. The little store of currican in the house dwindled rapidly. She had to search the jungle for edible leaves and wild fruit and roots, like the wild onions which the pig feed upon. When the chenna season came, she worked in the others' chennas, balupas and bastianapus, and even pancharalas. She worked hard like a man for a few handfuls of currican given to her as a charity. The others liked her and were in their way kind to her. They liked her quietness, her gentleness and submission. Even Pancharala said of her, "She goes about like a doe." They used to call the mad Veda a leopard. The leopard's cub has turned into a deer. As the months passed, she gradually began to feel as if each day might be the one on which Baban would return, and as each day passed without bringing him, she tried to reckon whether the 6 months had really gone. She talked it over with the other villagers. Some said it was 5 months, others 7 months since the conviction. They discussed it for hours, wrangling, quarrelling, shouting at one another. He had been convicted 2 months, about 2 months before the Sinhalese New Year. No, it was 1 month before the New Year. It couldn't be 1 month before, because the Chenna crop was not reaped yet. Reaped? Why, it had only just been sown. It must have been 3 months before. 3 months, you fool. Isa Chenna crop, like 90 days rice. Fool? Who is a fool? Hold your tongue, hold your tongue. At any rate, it was before the New Year, and it's already 6 months since the New Year. Ayo, 6 months since the New Year. It is only a month since I sowed my chenna. Who ever heard of sowing a chenna 5 months after the New Year? It is not 3 months since the New Year. Bunchy Monica would stand listening to them going over again and again, hour after hour. She listened in silence, and would then slip quietly away to wander in the evening down the track towards Kambuupataya. It was on the track that she hoped, that she was certain that she would meet him. Then all would be well, the evil would end, as Lindu had said. But as the days went by, the certainty left her. Even hope began to tremble, to give place to forebodings, fears. The time came when all were agreed that the 6 months had passed. Something must have happened to him. He was ill, perhaps, or he had just been forgotten there. One can never tell. Anything may happen when a man gets into prison. They simply have forgotten to let him out. Pancharala, the new headman, was consulted. The man, he said, is probably dead. Punchy Monica shuddered. Her great eyes, in which the look of suffering had already grown profound and steady, did not leave the Veterala's face. Yes, I expect the man's dead. They die quickly over there in prison, especially strong men like Baban. They lie down in a corner and die. There is medicine for diseases, but is there any medicine for fate? So they say, and lie down in the corner and die. There is nothing for you to do. No, I can give you no medicine for fate either. You must sit down here in the village and marry a young man, if you can find one, and if not, perhaps an old one. Eh? Why not? Though the jackals are picking the bones of the elephant on the river bank, there are other elephants bathing in the river, nor are they all cows. Well, well. Ralahami, do you really know anything? Have you heard that he is dead? I've heard nothing. From whom could I hear? If you want to hear anything, you must go to the prison. It will take you many days, first to Kambuupataya, and then west along the great road, 3 days to Tangala, where the prison is. You must ask at the prison. They can tell you. Punchy Monica left the Veterala in silence. She walked away very slowly to the hut. The conviction had come to her at once that she must go to the prison. The thought of the journey alone into an unknown world frightened her, but she felt that she must go, that she could not bear any longer this waiting and doubt in the village. She made some cakes of currican, tied them up in a handkerchief together with some uncooked grain, which the villagers gave her when they heard of her intended journey, and started next day for Kambuupataya. The first part of her journey, the track of Kambuupataya, she knew well. She had, too, no fear, as other women have, of being alone in the jungle. It was when she turned west along the main road to Tangala that her real troubles began. She felt lost and terribly alone on the straight, white, dusty road. The great, clumsy bullock carts, laden with salt or paddy, perpetually rumbled by her. The carters she knew were bad men. Terrible tales were told about them in the villages. The life of the road frightened her far more than the silence and solitude of the jungle. That she understood. She belonged to it. But the stream of passers-by upon the road, the unknown faces, and the eyes that always stared strangely, inquiringly at her for a moment, and had then passed on forever, made her feel vaguely how utterly alone she was in the world. And nowhere was this feeling so strong for her as in the villages which she slunk through like a frightened jackal. Everywhere it was the same, the crowd of villagers and travellers staring at her from in front of the village boutique, the group of women gossiping and laughing round the well in the paddy field. Not a known face among them all. She had not the courage even to ask to be allowed to sleep at night in a boutique or hut. She preferred to creep into some small piece of jungle by the roadside when darkness found her tired and hungry. She was very tired and very hungry before she reached Tangala. Her bewilderment was increased by the network of narrow streets she wandered about until she suddenly found herself in the market. It was market day, and a crowd of 400 or 500 people were packed together into the narrow space which was littered with the goods and produce which they were buying and selling. Fruit and vegetables and grain and salt and clothes and pots. Every one was talking, shouting, gesticulating at the same time. The noise terrified her, and she fled away. She hurried down another narrow street and found herself at the foot of a hill which rose from the middle of the town. There were no houses upon its sides, but there was an immense building on the top of it. There was no crowd there, only an old man sitting on the bare hillside watching 5 lean cows, which were trying to find some stray blades of parched brown grass on the stony soil. She squatted down, happy in the silence and solitude of the place after the noise of the streets and market. Nothing was to be heard except the cough of one of the cows from time to time, and from far off the faint, confused murmur from the market-place. She looked up at the great white building. It was very glaring and dazzling in the blaze of the sun. She wondered whether it was the prison in which Babban lay. She looked at the old man sitting among the 5 starved cows. He reminded her a little of Celindu. He sat so motionless, staring at a group of cocoanut trees that lay around the bottom of the hill. He was as thin as the cattle which he watched. As their flanks heaved in the heat, you saw the ribs sticking out under their mangy coats, and you could see, too, every bone of his chest and sides panting up and down under his dry, wrinkled skin. The insolent, noisy townspeople had terrified her. This withered old man seemed familiar to her, like a friend. He might very easily have come out of the jungle. She went over to where he sat and stood in front of him. For a moment he turned on her his eyes, which were covered with a film, the color of the film which forms on stagnant water. Then he began again to stare at the palms in silence. "Father," she said, "is that the prison?" The old man looked up slowly at the great glaring building, as if he had seen it for the first time, and then looked from it to Panchimanica. "Yes," he said in a dry, husky voice. "Why?" "My man must be there," said Panchimanica, gazing at the white walls. "He was sent there many months ago. They sent him there for 6 months. It was a false case. The 6 months have passed now, but he has not returned to the village. I've come to ask about him here. A long way. I'm tired, father, tired of all this, but he must be there." The old man's eyes remained fixed upon the cocoanut palms. He did not move. "What is your village, woman?" he asked. "I come from Betagama." "Betagama? I know it. I knew it long ago. I, too, come from over there, from Mahawelagama. Beyond Betagama. You should go back to your village, woman." "But my man, father, what about my man?" The old man turned his head very slowly and looked up at the prison. The sun beat down upon his face, which seemed to have been battered and pinched and folded and lined by age and misery. His eyes wandered from the prison to one of the cows. She stood still, stretching out her head in front of her, her great eyes bulging. She coughed in great spasms which strained her flanks. He waited until the coughing had stopped, and she began again to search the earth for something to eat. Then he said, speaking as if to himself, "They never come out from there. Not if they are from the jungle. How can they live in there, always shut in between walls? These town people, they do not mind, but we. Surely I should know. I am from Mahawelagama, a village in the jungle over there. I would go back now, but I am too old. When one is old, it is useless. But you, go back to your village, woman. It is folly to leave the village. There is hunger there. I know, I remember that. But there is the hut and the compound all by themselves, and the jungle beyond. Here there is nothing but noise and trouble, and one house upon the other. But I must ask at the prison first for my man. Why are they keeping him there? They never come out, surely. I should know. My son was sent there. He never came out. The case was in this town, and I came here and spent all I had for him. Then I thought I would wait here until they let him out, but he never came. It will be the same with your man. Go back to the village." Panchimanica wept quietly from weariness and hunger and misery at the old man's words. "It is no good crying," he said. "I'm old, and who should know better than I? They never come out. It is better to go back to the village." Panchimanica got up and walked slowly up the hill, and then round the prison. There was only one entrance to it, an immense, solid wooden gate studded with iron nails. She knocked timidly, so timidly that the sound was not heard within. Then she sat down against the wall and waited. Hours passed, and nothing happened. The gate remained closed. No sound could be heard from within the prison. The hill was deserted, except for the 5 cows, whose coughing she could hear from time to time below her. But she waited patiently for something to happen, only moving now and again into the shadow of the wall, when the sun in its course beat down upon her. At last the door opened, and a man in a khaki uniform and helmet, carrying a club in his hand, came out. He looked at Panchimanica and said sharply, "What do you want here?" I've come about my man, Ayah. A long time ago he was sent here for 6 months. The time has passed, but he has not returned to the village. They say he is dead. Is it true, Ayah? What was his name and village? He was from Betagama. His name? Ayah, how can I tell his name? What was his name, fool? They called him Baban. What was he convicted for? It was a false case. They said he had robbed the Arachchi. Oh, that man, yes. The Arachchi was killed afterwards, wasn't he? Yes, yes, my father did that. Well, he was here too. Have you any money, woman? No, Ayah, none. We are very poor. Ah, well, we can't tell you anything here. You must go to Kamburupataya and send a petition to the agent Hamadoru. But you know my man, Ayah. You said you did. What harm to tell me? Is he here now? What has happened to him? I've come many days' journey to ask about him, and now you send me away to more trouble. The jail guard looked at Punchy Manika for a minute or two. Well, he said, charity, they say, is like rain to a parched crop. You were asking for drought in a parched field. I knew the man. He was here, but he is dead. He died 2 months back. The jail guard expected to hear the shrill cry and the beating of the breast, the signs of woman's mourning. Punchy Manika astonished him by walking slowly away to the shade, sitting down again by the prison wall. The blow was too heavy for the conventional signs of grief. She sat dry-eyed. She felt little but the intense desire to get away to the village, to get away out of this world where she was lost and alone, to the compound where she could sit and watch the sun set behind the jungle. She did not wait long. She set out at once down the hill. The old man still sat among his cows looking at the cocoanut trees. Ah, he said as she passed him, they never come out. I told you so. He is dead, father. Yes, they never come out. Go back to the village, child. I'm going, father. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. 2 years later, Punchy Manika was still living in the hut, which had belonged to Celindu, but she lived alone. Karlinahami had died slowly and almost painlessly, like the trees around her. Her death had brought no difference into Punchy Manika's life, except that now she had to find food for herself alone. The years had brought more evil, death, and decay upon the village of the 5 houses which stood when Punchy Manika returned from her journey to the prison. Only 2 remained, her own and that of the headman, Vedarala Pancharala. Disease and hunger visited it year after year. It seemed, as the headman said, to have been forgotten by gods and men. Year after year the rains from the northeast passed it by. Only the sun beat down more pitilessly, and the wind roared over it across the jungle. The little patches of chenna crop which the villagers tried to cultivate withered as soon as the young shoots showed above the ground. No man, traveller, or headman, or trader ever came to the village now. No one troubled any longer to clear the track which led to it. The jungle covered it and cut the village off. Disease and death took the old first, Poti Sinho and his wife Angohami, and the jungle crept forward over their compound. And 3 years later 2 other huts were abandoned. In one had lived Balapu with his wife and sister and his 2 children. In the other, Bastian Apu with his 2 sons, a daughter-in-law, and a grandchild. They had tried to help Punchy Manika by letting her work in their chennas and by giving her a share in the meagre crop. They struggled hard against the fate that hung over them, clinging to the place where they had been born and lived, the compound they knew, and the sterile chennas which they had sown. No children were born to them now in their hut. Their women were as sterile as the earth. The children that had been born to them died of want and fever. At last they yielded to the jungle. They packed up their few possessions and left the village for ever, to try and find work and food in the rice fields of Mahapotana. They tried to induce Punchy Manika to go with them, but she refused. She remembered her misery and loneliness upon the road to Tangala, and the words of the old man from Mahawalagama, who sat among the cows upon the hill there. She remembered Baban's words to the Muddalali. Surely it is a more bitter thing to die in a strange place. It might be a still bitterer thing to live in a strange place. She was alone in the world. The only thing left to her was the compound and the jungle which she knew. She clung to it passionately, blindly. The love which she had felt for Celindu and Baban, who were lost to her for ever, whose very memories began to fade from her in the struggle to keep alive, was transferred to the miserable hut, the bare compound, and the parched jungle. So she was left alone with Pancharala. He was an old man now, weak and diseased. After a while he became too feeble even to get enough food to keep himself alive. She took him into her hut. She had to find food now for him as well as for herself, by searching the jungle for roots and fruit, and by sowing a few handfuls of grain at the time of the rains in the ground about the hut. He gave her no thanks. As his strength decayed, his malignancy and the bitterness of his tongue increased, but he did not live long after he came to her hut. Hunger and age and Parangi at last freed her from his sneers and his jibes. The jungle surged forward, over and blotted out the village up to the very walls of her hut. She no longer cleared the compound or mended the fence. The jungle closed over them, as it had closed over the other huts and compounds, over the paths and tracks. Its breath was hot and heavy in the hut itself, which it imprisoned in its wall, stretching away unbroken for miles. Everything except the little hut, with its rotting walls and broken, tattered roof, had gone down before it. It closed with its shrubs and bushes and trees, with the impenetrable disorder of its thorns and its creepers, over the rice fields and the tanks. Only a little hollowing of the ground where the trees stood in water when rain fell, and a long little mound which the rains washed out and the elephants trampled down, marked the place where before had lain the tank and its land. The village was forgotten. It disappeared into the jungle from which it had sprung, and with it she was cut off, forgotten. It was as if she was the last person left in the world, a world of unending trees above which the wind roared always and the sun blazed. She became one of the beasts of the jungle, struggling perpetually for life against hunger and thirst. The ruined hut, through which the sun beat and the rains washed, was only the lair to which she returned at night for shelter. Her memories of the evils which had happened to her, even of Baban and her life with him, became dim and faded, and as they faded, her childhood and Celindu and his tales returned to her. She had returned to the jungle. It had taken her back. She lived as he had done, understanding it, loving it, fearing it. As he had said, one has to live many years before one understands what the beasts say in the jungle. She understood them now. She was one of them, and they understood her and were not afraid of her. They became accustomed to the little tattered hut and to the woman who lived in it. The herd of wild pigs would go grunting and rooting up to the very door, and the old sows would look up unafraid and untroubled at the woman sitting within. Even the does became accustomed to her soft step as she came and went through the jungle, muttering greetings to them. They would look up for a moment, and their great eyes would follow her for a moment as she glided by, and then the heads would go down again to graze without alarm. But life is very short in the jungle. Panchamanika was a very old woman before she was 40. She no longer sowed grain. She lived only on the roots and leaves that she gathered. The perpetual hunger wasted her slowly, and when the rains came, she lay shivering with fever in the hut. At last the time came when her strength failed her. She lay in the hut, unable to drag herself out to search for food. The fire in the corner that had smouldered so long between the three great stones was out. In the day the hot air eddied through the hut, hot with the breath of the wind blowing over the vast parched jungle. At night she shivered in the chill dew. She was dying, and the jungle knew it. It is always waiting, can scarcely wait for death. When the end was close upon her, a great black shadow glided into the doorway. Two little eyes twinkled at her steadily. Two immense white tusks curled up, gleaming against the darkness. She sat up. Fear came upon her, the fear of the jungle, blind, agonizing fear. Approachee! Approachee! She screamed. He has come, the devil from the bush. He has come for me, as you said. Ayo! Save me! Save me! Approachee! As she fell back, the great boar grunted softly and glided like a shadow towards her into the hut. End of chapter 10. End of The Village in the Jungle by Leonard Woolf.